yourself go. Don't sweat what you heard, but act like you know. Yes, yes, y'all. Yes, y'all. Who got the vibe? It's the tribe, y'all. Tribe, y'all. Live, y'all. Live, y'all. Inside, outside, come around. Who's that? Brown. Some may I say, call me Charlie. The word is the herb, and I'm deep like Bob Marley. Lay back on the payback, evolve, rotate the gates. Contact. Can I get a hit? Hit. Boom, bit with a brother named Tip, and we're ready to flip. East Coast stomping, ripping and romping. New York, North, Kakalaka, and Compton. Check it out. The loops for the troops, more bounds to the ounce. And wow, how now, brown cow. We're ill till the skill gets down. For the flex, next is the textbook old to the new, but the rest are doo-doo. From radio to the video to us. Here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. So what's the scenario? Here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. So what's the scenario? Ayo, Bo knows this, what? And Bo knows that. What? But Bo don't know jack, cause Bo can't rap. Well, what do you know? The D-Dog is first up to back. No batteries included and no strings attached. No holds barred. No time for move faking. Got to get the loot so I can bring home the bacon. Brothers front.
A legend with a Mr. Doc Walker. Hello, Doc.
Sleep if you want.
AP,
How are you, man?
it's good to see you in person.
Likewise.
I see you all over the place, but I mean, actually be in the same room with you.
We're gonna have fun.
Landfill and Walker, and the fact that Kevin Sheehan allowed us
Yeah.
to have the services of Denton Day.
I was unaware of this.
This is over the top.
We're going 5 deep on May 23rd or whatever.
Yeah, this is big.
Now,
This feels junky. Feel like the junks. I mean, it's this much. This is crowded. I like this.
Let me remind you that we're still not the junks. The printers don't work. We still need the show sheets. They've now decorated the prison cell. Leadville, how would you describe the new decorations? If you're not watching on the stream, you got to check these out, man. Goodness.
Yeah. I mean, okay.
Are Tutty Towels new?
The Tutty Towel's been there, Denton. Thanks for checking it out. But the Tutty Towel's now out of frame. Look, Jeff, they got rid of Tutty, and they covered up my whiteboard where Jeff liked to write his Cash App handle. I don't know. I am not an expert, Doc. I'm not an interior designer. If you think this looks better, God bless you.
Well, the fact that you're up and operational,
Sure.
take that as a victory.
Absolutely. I was not operational yesterday for about an hour, and I appreciate all your help. And Denton's, I suppose.
Well,
And
DD, I was in DD's world yesterday.
Leadville, what did you and Jeff do while I was unable to broadcast? Hang out?
Yep. We
Um,
looked at Google Maps to see roughly how long it would take to get to Ashburn from here.
Again, shout out to Jason Bishop for bringing that out there for me. But we're back in business today. We're back in the studio. I will point out, all it took was B. Mitch to go on a golf trip, and they start decorating the office.
Well, it'll have to meet his approval once he comes back, because this is not permanent until he gives the nod.
That's a fair point. I am not sure.
Yeah,
His approval is a hard one to gain.
yeah, it is.
I know that much.
Get him to nod his head. That takes an effort.
Last night was a fun night, though. There was plenty of sports. And thank you, Jeffrey. I had my wife went to bed early. She was just zonked out. So by the time, you know how it is with little kids. Like, you don't get to sit down and chill out for a minute till damn near 9 o'clock. Like 8:30, you're making lunches, you're unloading dishes. 9 o'clock, I sit down. My wife's like, I'm just going to bed. I said, cool. I had control of all 3 televisions. And it was a good night for it. The puck wasn't all that exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Florida looks like the better team. And then the Rangers scored on themselves when it was still a 1-goal game. But the hoops, pretty damn good, Doc.
Yeah, you never know. You just never know when you're dealing with Kyrie, because you never know what agenda that he's going to take. Now, he's talented enough to control everything. And I know G and the shops out there listening. I refuse to get caught in again, because he had me hook, line, and sinker. Every time I go, yeah, it's going to happen, he lets me down. So this time
With
I'm
Kyrie?
back. Yeah, Kyrie. And but this time it really looks like he's all in, all the way to the end. And he can control himself. It's not about numbers for him.
No.
He didn't care. He scores if he needs to. But when baby boy went public saying, I got him, big mistake.
I agree. And baby boy, Anthony Edwards, for all the excitement that he brings, and there's a lot to like about his game, he wasn't great last night. He certainly wasn't what he has been in other games. And I think that's probably the biggest difference. Who is it? The dude McDaniels was their leading scorer last night.
Unbelievable. He was unreal. It also shows you how, you hear this, but you don't know it until you actually go through it. Every level gets harder.
Sure.
And you go, what are you talking about? It's pro ball. No, second season, postseason, every sport. They say it, but you don't know it until you're in it. And it's a tribute to the game.
I agree.
That we have these levels that you don't see, but they're there. And I think it's a compliment to the game. It's like Luka. It's like a guy that has superstar status that's a one-way player. We usually don't allow that. But if you're that good, you can get it. Then he ends up getting you 3 or 4 steals in the fourth. So he's capable of doing it. But
it was remarkable that Luka played a little D late.
That's my point.
And
which makes me hate his guts because he's holding Talon hostage.
I also think with Luka, in the second half of that game, you didn't see nearly the shenanigans. Like, he just played basketball. Mm-hmm. There was a significant decrease in Luka shenanigans. And his game
saved energy. Because Kyrie held up the front end. He flipped the script.
Yeah.
It's almost like it is the best Batman
played
Robin.
81 minutes.
Yeah, but Batman Robin, and they can flip it. They can both be Batman and both be Robin. That's what we didn't know.
Agreed. That's a great way of looking at it, because when they're both playing and both on, either one of them can get their shot off whenever they want it, but it doesn't help their team. And so I asked you this. I watched the post game because Kyrie was on set with Chuck and Kenny and Shaq. And for some reason they have Draymond on there, which
come on, don't hate.
I'm not hating, but when you have something that's perfect, you don't. This is something that media producers often do. Like, you have something that's perfect and you just try to add for addition's sake. I don't get it.
They're layering. They always do it because like the NBC deals coming up, things are going, nothing stays the same.
I see it.
You got to always be thinking about the next level.
But Kyrie was so honest. He acknowledged that Ant kind of talking to him had him moving.
Bingo.
But he also talked about after the trade deadline, after the All-Star break, that last year when Dallas was out of the playoffs really ate at him because he realized a lot of his peers, a lot of the guys that he considers himself equal to were still playing and going deep. And he's like, I need to get back there. And in my head, I feel like he's probably saying, I need to get back there without LeBron. So
that was the emptiness, though.
Right. I believe that. Now, that guy is a little crazy and often full of it, but I believe that somewhere in there, in that incredibly high-level athlete, there is a yearning to get another ring.
One can only imagine, and maybe Landfill's the only guy in this room that kind of understands that space about being the absolute best in the world at what you can do. But he's that guy. Everything we're talking about.
Ball handling.
No, dude, ball handling, right or left. You talk about being ambidextrous. What can't he do? What doesn't he do well?
The floater he's developed
with ease. There's nothing he can do. And when he won me over was that when he can completely defer to being Robin. Now, with one thing with Bron, but yet who hit the clutch? He's the killer. But he never – I don't want a guy to settle for being Robin. I want a guy to accept the fact that, okay, this is not my time to be Batman. It's a beautiful thing to see because now is it legit? There's still a little bit about me that's waiting, and hopefully he doesn't fail this team. Because what he did in Brooklyn, to me, I can never forgive him for that.
But, dude, it's so commonplace how people act in the NBA once they achieve these Supermax contracts, and they just ask out of this and won't do that.
That's a me problem.
Dude, it's not a you problem. I think it's why NBA regular season ratings suck so much. I think the NBA has a problem that the shot making in the playoffs is so elite that you're able to overcome it. because I will look past all the nonsense that happens for 82 games because, oh, wow, they're playing hard the whole game. This is dope. You know what I mean? And I just think that is the issue. One issue I have, and this happens in all sports. Like, there's already this discussion, and Mahomes is the greatest ever, even as Tom Brady, like, just finished getting roasted. And nobody's ever heard of Joe Montana anymore. So on.
Isn't that something?
But the rush to anoint Anthony Edwards as MJ or Kobe or Dwayne Wade, chill out. And this is, I've been saying this throughout the playoffs, even when he was dropping 40. But, like, your first game in the Western Conference Finals, after you call out the other team's arguably best player. If you want to say it's Luka, that's fine, but the two of them are neck and neck. Mm-hmm. And then you have that dud, and people want to say sick. I saw somebody tweeting out, this is Ant's flu game. Like, please stop. Stop.
They're not. You can't ask them to stop knowing the rush. And we know now that the stimuli that's generated from those devices, not going to stop. They can't stop. They're wired in. You got to do it. You got to see it. And what I like most about these two guys that G from the shop, he's right. Don't give up on them. They have matured. Not everybody does. Not everybody does get to the point that these two guys have done. And
Kyrie
when I
and
saw,
Luka, you mean?
Yeah,
totally.
Because by Kyrie having 8 points, single digits, didn't care about scoring. He looks over at Luka. Luka looks back at him. They wink. Okay, your turn. Then he takes the thing over, and then he closes out. He might be one of the best closers. I loved, and then we go to the pass again, and I go, a lot of guys don't get credit. Zeke doesn't get his credit because if we don't like you in the media, sometimes we don't say what the good things you did. Isaiah. Cold-blooded killer.
Sure.
Killer. And so these guys both have it. We'll see. There's been one game. What I like about the young kid is that Edwards, he just said, hey, my bad. I winged it. I overstepped my bounds. He doesn't dodge it. Right. That's one thing about these young fellas and these 26-year-old phenoms that I really appreciate about this 23-year-old. He doesn't act his age.
With Edwards.
Yeah.
Totally. I listen, there's a lot to like about the T-Wolves. I'm not anti-T-Wolves, and I'm not anti-Ant. I like Ant a lot. He's so much fun to watch, and I love how damn near reckless he is driving to the basket. Like, I love his game. I just want people to stop with the MJ stuff. My favorite player, though, one shocking thing, when they had it as a 4-point game, Conley on the line shooting 3. I mean, this is late. Their win probability was probably very, very slim. Conley barely made the first one. Did you notice that? He just looked unsettled, and then he clanged the second one. And it was like a dude like Mike Conley that's been around. I mean, do you remember that Ohio State-Georgetown Final Four game? That was 100 years ago.
I know.
He
doesn't look his age.
He doesn't. He looks great.
He looks great.
For him to be that unsettled late in the game, I was just surprised by it. Dude, he's 36, which in basketball years might as well be 50.
Really? Then what does that make the king? And when you look at Clay,
and when you look at him the king,
that's what I'm saying.
But Clay has kind of fallen off. The injuries have added up. LeBron,
yeah, but look at the injuries he's had.
Sure.
And look at his game now. I mean, we're harsh, man. We really are. I just look at it and appreciate it and go, look at some of these young guys. I said it over the weekend. When I watch the NBA now, it's like I'm watching hockey. I need a roster card, because I don't know who some of these people are.
What's great at this level, now that I've been watching these teams for the better part of a month, I kind of got everybody.
Yeah.
But when I was watching, now I refuse to watch Cavs Magic, but when I watched like Bucks Pacers in the first round, or some of Clippers Mavericks, and they'd be like the fourth dude on the Clippers, I got no idea who
you need a hockey card. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And the names start to sound more and more like hockey too. There's more like
but that's
Eastern
the game.
European players.
That's the game.
It's remarkable. My favorite player on Minnesota, though, Naz Reid.
Naz Reid's a dog.
He is just Jeff, you with
dog.
me? Just
yeah, man.
Dog.
Like this doesn't work, right? You can't do these things. But I thought if you could have combined Carson Wentz's physical traits with Taylor Heineke's passion and willingness to do anything, if you could combine those superhero. If you could get Naz Reid's doggedness into Karl Anthony Towns' shooting ability and body, this guy's like, you can't combine people, Doc. I guess you can, but that's kind of
and it's almost like, I don't know, it would be lethal. Karl Anthony, when he gets angry, he changes the world. He really is an alien. But the guy making $41 million that has his offensive game is so limited. But they do have that Twin Towers deal. It's diverse. I like it. I can't wait for it. It's done everything that I hoped it would do. That we get so stuck on seeing the same teams, where everybody now is expanding its base. And it's entertaining as all get out. And I don't think you can predict when, with those of you who play the game, like Denton Day, who does this for a living. It's going to be interesting to see where the money flows.
It will be interesting. We get Celtics Pacers tonight. I don't know how. Wow. I don't know how Indy responds to that. I think they
have no choice.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
Well, you mean you don't know how.
Pucks tonight. What do we got tonight? Oilers Stars, because Panthers Rangers was last night.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go Edmonton. We are a pro Canada getting the cup back radio program.
Because you want that assignment.
I don't think I'm getting sent to Edmonton. Like in any capacity.
You don't like Canadian beer?
Sure. I like Canadian everything.
Oh, yeah.
Poutine. Landfill, what stood out to you last night from the hoops? I'm sure you watched.
I can't believe you said you like Canadian everything. They have ketchup popsicles.
I know that you hate Canadian everything. Mm-hmm. I'm pro Canada,
ketchup
man.
Popsicles.
Yeah, that's exactly the correct reaction, Doc.
Does that impact how you feel about the entire country, though?
No.
Doc, do you like Canada?
Yes.
Doc likes Canada. Jeff, do you like Canada?
Yes.
Denton, do you like Canada?
Yeah, I'm 50-50.
Ooh. Landfill, how do you feel about I voted yes. I'm pro Canada.
I don't like their popsicles. I don't like their wildfires. I've had enough of Canada.
The wildfires, that was a little bit much.
Yeah, I could do without the wildfires.
That was a bit much.
Can they get those under control? I'd like to see the wildfires under control. Also, so Doc, we're streaming now. Clearly, you're excited. Everybody is very excited to see you.
Yeah, I'm really thrilled.
Listen, some of the comments on here. Marcus says, "What's up, JP?" And to one of my dad's favorite players, the Doc.
Now, Brian would this would be the moment where Mitchell would just go in orbit. Now he would love that. Used to be grandparents, and that's where I noted the older you get. And I tell you the story about being at the 757 card show. I'm getting guys come up to me now in their mid-40s with gray in their beards, and they're telling me that they were 7 and 8 years old at games. And I always think of Mitchell because I know he would be screaming.
He would
laughing.
enjoy that.
But it'll happen. You better hope it happens to him.
A lot of folks are very excited to see you. People, Tommy T says, Doc and JP, good morning. Eddie D says, the doctor in the house.
Eddie D.
John Rayo asked a question. In their prime and single, which duo is pulling more ladies? JP and Doc or JP and B-Mitch?
B-Mitch. That's hard.
I think the answer is Doc and B-Mitch.
I think it might be Landfill
and Walker
by himself.
You get Landini in the club,
you
never know what's going to happen.
Straight out, PIMP.
I do need to address something, though. People are talking about my hair on the stream. A lot of people, Jeff. At least my man Tay W says I look suave. Seymour Butts.
You look young. You look younger than you did last week.
Well, that's good.
I think it was seawater. I think you at the beach.
Sea, sand, salt.
Yeah, you at the beach. But you should be able to You should be able to remotely broadcast from the beach.
But here's all I'm saying. I just got out of the shower, Landfill. I just got out of the shower, so I comb my hair. And I just comb it over to the side like that. I look like a little boy for a few minutes. And
then
like
you're going to a first communion.
And then as it dries, it does its thing. Yeah. I know what I'm doing.
You look like the brother in the car from Step Brothers that was singing. in the high voice, like she got scars at her. That's you.
All right, Jeff, I appreciate that. Then you said I look like I'm going to my first communion.
It's your first communion. You got the nice button-up shirt on. You got the hair combed over to the side. It looks good.
I have to tape a show this afternoon with Mitch Tischler. Surely you have something nice to say about me. You just thinking of me getting out of the shower. Where is B Mitch? Let him know I brought my own soap. That was quite a contentious topic.
Yeah, that show topic that day I thought was very interesting.
The lady that sent us all the soap, I'm now using the soap, the body wash and hair wash and everything else.
Yeah,
it's clean as a daisy.
I did kind of agree with B Mitch. A man of your travels should have his entire travel kit portable.
Speaking of traveling, this weekend's Memorial Day weekend. Summer is just around the corner, and it's time to take advantage of the great outdoors again. Whether you're planning on hosting a barbecue or soaking up some sun, Offenbachers has got you covered with the highest quality outdoor furniture, fire pits, hot tubs, and swim spas. Offenbachers has the largest outdoor furniture showrooms in the DMV and a wide variety of styles from traditional to ultra contemporary with everything in between. Now through May 28th, Offenbachers is celebrating Memorial Day with discounts of up to 50% on a big selection of outdoor furniture. You've been thinking about a pool for your backyard? What about a swim spa instead? You can swim, play, and work out year-round at the water temperature you choose and at a fraction of the cost of a pool. Not all of us have Doc Walker money can put pools in the ground. I'm a swim spa man. And for their Memorial Day sale, Offenbachers is offering discounts on swim spas of up to $10,000 plus free financing for qualified buyers. Visit Offenbachers.com or stop into any of the DC area showrooms in Annapolis, Rockville, Herndon, or Gainesville and let one of Offenbachers' outdoor specialists help you create your perfect backyard paradise. Don't forget to tell them JP Finley sent you.
Will help you get your Z's true, but here's the real scoop. I'm all that and then some. Short, dark, and handsome, bust a nut inside your eye to show you where I come from. I'm vexed, fuming. I've had it up to here. My days of paying dues are over. Acknowledge me is in there. Yeah. Head for the border, go get a taco. I see record from the jump street, meaning from the get-go. Sit back, relax, and let yourself go. Don't sweat what you heard, but act like you know. Yes, yes, y'all. Yes, y'all. Who got the vibe? It's the tribe, y'all. Tribe, y'all. Live, y'all. Live, y'all. Inside, outside, come around. Who's that? Brown. Some may I say, call me Charlie. The word is the herb, and I'm deep like Bob Marley. Lay back on the payback, evolve, rotate the gates. Contact. Can I get a hit? Hit. Boom, bit with a brother named Tip, and we're ready to flip. East Coast stomping, ripping and romping. New York, North Kakalaka, and Compton. Check it out. The loops for the troops, more bounds to the ounce. And wow, how now, brown cow. We're ill till the skill gets down for the flex. Next is the textbook old to the new, but the rest are doo-doo. From radio to the video to Here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. So what's the scenario? Here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. So what's the scenario? Ayo, Bo knows this, and Bo knows that. But Bo don't know jack, cause Bo can't rap. Well, what do you know? The D-Dog is first up to back. No batteries included and no strings attached. No holds barred. No time for move faking. Got to get the loot so I can bring home the bacon. Brothers front, they say the drop can't flow, but we've been known to do the impossible like Broadway Joe. So sleep if you want, like who will help you get your Z's true. But here's the real scoop. I'm all that and then some. Short, dark, and handsome, bust a nut inside your eye to show you where I come from. I'm vexed, fuming. I've had it up to here. My days of paying dues are over. Acknowledge me is in there. Yeah. Head for the border, go get a taco. I see record from the jump street, meaning from the get-go. Sit back, relax, and let yourself go. Don't sweat what you heard, but act like you know. Yes, yes, y'all. Yes, y'all. Who got the vibe? It's the tribe, y'all. Tribe, y'all. Live, y'all. Live, y'all. Inside, outside, come around. Who's that? Brown. Some may I say, call me Charlie. The word is the herb, and I'm deep like Bob Marley. Lay back on the payback, evolve, rotate the gates. Contact. Can I get a hit? Hit. Boom, bit with a brother named Tip, and we're ready to flip. East Coast stomping, ripping and romping. New York, North Kakalaka, and Compton. Check it out. The loops for the troops, more bounds to the ounce. And wow, how now, brown cow. We're ill till the skill gets down for the flex. Next It's all good, baby, baby. It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. Salt and pepper and heavy D up in the limousine. Hanging pictures on my wall. Every Saturday, rap attack, Mr. Magic Molly Mall. I let my tape rock till my tape pop. Sipping on private stock way back when I had the red and black lumberjack with the hat to match. Remember rapping Duke? The hard. You never thought that hip hop would take it this far. Now I'm in the limelight cause I rhyme tight. Time to get paid, blow up like the world's trade. Born sinner, the opposite of a winner. Remember when I used to eat sardines for dinner? Piece of raw G, Brucey B, Kid Capri. Funk Master Flex, Love Bug, Star Ski. I'm blowing up like you thought I would. Call a crib, same number, same hood. It's all good. And if you don't know, now you know. I made the change from a common thief to up close and personal with Robin Leach. And I'm far from cheap with my peeps all day. Spread love, it's the Brooklyn way. The Mo West and Alizé keep me pissy. Girls used to diss me, now they write letters cause they miss me. I never thought it could happen, this rapping stuff. It's all good, baby, baby. It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. Salt and pepper and heavy D up in the limousine. Hanging pictures on my wall. Every Saturday, rap attack, Mr. Magic Molly Mall. I let my tape rock till my tape pop. Sipping on private stock way back when I had the red and black lumberjack with the hat to match. Remember rapping Duke? The hard. You never thought that hip hop would take it this far. Now I'm in the limelight cause I rhyme tight. Time to get paid, blow up like the world's trade. Born sinner, the opposite of a winner. Remember when I used to eat sardines for dinner? Piece of raw G, Brucey B, Kid Capri. Funk Master Flex, Love Bug, Star Ski. I'm blowing up like you thought I would. Call a crib, same number, same hood. It's all good. And if you don't know, now you know.
My 5-year-old, this is her favorite song, non-Taylor Swift division. We listen to a lot of Taylor Swift, but sometimes she says, Daddy, play rock and roll. And that means this song. And she likes to put the windows down and have me turn it up real loud. It's a pretty cool song for a 5-year-old.
It is, but she's no ordinary 5-year-old.
No, she is not.
Let's get that straight.
You know what else is cool about that 5-year-old?
What's that? She did say that. She's had enough of my singing. She also doesn't like when I sing in the car. Even though she doesn't really know all the words to GNR, Sweet Child of Mine.
But she knows she's tone. So she knows pitch. That's one thing she knows for doggone sure.
Yeah. little bit of breaking news out of Cleveland. J.B. Bickerstaff just got fired, even though he helped the Cavs to their first playoff win in the post-LeBron era. Players get coaches fired. I don't know anything here, but they're probably trying to keep Donovan Mitchell, and this is the way they maybe just let Donovan Mitchell coach. I don't know. And that league is so far from controlled by anything but the players that when a coach gets fired anymore, I don't even blink.
Yeah, it does have a lot of player control, player power.
And I'm not necessarily saying that's bad. I'm just saying
no.
I just don't. It doesn't even make me lift an eye. I want to get into the Doc. Listen, we spend just a crazy amount of time talking about the NFL and this Commanders team. And I think we know what the Commanders have, what they maybe don't have. I think what they truly have are just a bunch of questions, and nobody that likes the burgundy and gold wants to hear that. But if a lot of questions get answered in a good way, then they got something. But right now, we don't know what they got.
But what can you answer now, other than they're alive?
They are alive.
That it's like you're picking a puppy. How do you pick a puppy? You're looking for whatever. If you want someone that's either aggressive or you want a puppy that seems to be very calm. It's the nature of the beast that you're looking for. They seem to have identified that. We got a lot of aggressive ones. We got people that you don't have to call them twice to wake them up. They identified the type that I like. Remember the last group what we kept hearing about? Their buzzword was they wanted the players to be ability to
play multiple positions.
Never focusing on being good at anything primary, like your first thing. This group, aggressiveness, intent, and violence.
Jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah.
But I think they have taken some serious steps. But I was talking about this the other day. Like Jeff and I were on the opposite side of this. Like you talk about
that's strange.
just the receiver position, and I love Terry. Terry's a firm, established player.
Mm-hmm.
I am very bullish on Jahan Dotson. I think so many things went wrong last year, kind of outside of his control, and he didn't play his best. I think he can still really play. But, like, you want to tell me that the receiving position is loaded, is strong? Jeff, what were the words you used to describe this group?
I did not say strong. I said decent. And I go,
you said more than decent.
I didn't say strong, JP. Come on now.
All right, but you said more than decent. Landfill, back me up.
I will go find that. You would never catch me saying it's strong. I said
you once told me Cam Sims was going to have 5 touchdowns.
I did say that. But that was just being super optimistic and, fully riding in my fandom.
He told me 2 days ago that Cam Sims was going to come back and have 6 touchdowns this season.
God, I hope that's true.
Well, the award-winning segment, Denton Day's News Flash, it was a topic yesterday on the Coach Sheehan show about the former Penn State star, who I think still is a great
Dotson.
Dotson is a terrific talent, but talent has to work within a scheme. Scheme last year, they just never really had any consistency.
No.
Because nothing really works if the quarterback is not in sync with the plan. And you were trying to force a square peg, round hole, that whole thing. So whether they were open and they didn't get the ball or they couldn't get open, or whatever it is, that horse has been put to sleep. Now it's about what will we do? And none of us know, but I do think it's going to be better than what we've seen in the past.
Yeah.
That I'd bet on. I'd put my mortgage on that. And that's about it. Because until I'm convinced, and hopefully it won't be until after they beat Tampa, as to what the plan is and how we're going to run the ball, I will have no idea of understanding how we'll win, how we'll be successful.
I'm with you. I think there's a lot of reasons for optimism, but they're largely more periphery than like how they're going to win games this year.
Well, so far.
Right.
So far. But look at this. As close as they were, let's say I'll just take the Giants. You know what those 2 wins would have made? Losing to the Giants to me was just the worst thing could have ever happened, and it happened consistently here with this clown
They
show.
beat them in 5 tries.
Yeah, that they had. So if they're better than that, and just you got to be able to get in the tournament. What does all this mean? Be good enough to get into the playoffs. Be good enough to compete for a championship, and then understand the standard. What are we going to be good at? We got to be really good at something. The last group ended up being good at what? What were they good at? What were they really good at?
Losing.
Nothing. Nothing. And so that's the sin. You're a professional outfit, and you're not good at anything. We got to be good at something, and I think this group will make us good at something.
Well, and to that point, Doc, I've got something that I think is encouraging. Professor Landini, in his steadfast research, found a list of the most complete teams in the NFL.
Okay, I can't wait to hear this.
I would argue Washington is so far from complete. Now, if Daniels hits, a whole lot of things start to fall in place, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you can address that position, then a million other things start to happen.
Yes, it's debatable how far they were away. Just remember when Brissett got in the game. See, sometimes you could be closer than you think you were, only because these imbeciles were so dysfunctional, they clouded it up. But maybe it wasn't that far. That's my point.
And I think we'll know relatively relatively early on if that's the case.
Mm-hmm.
But in an effort to deliver positive news,
okay,
Washington ain't it right now. Whatever it is, they're not.
Right.
They could take some significant steps.
Yeah.
I think that Daniels proving to be the guy is the most important thing that could happen this year.
That's important.
But when you're talking about building a complete team, my biggest concern for Washington is I think they have some high-level players. I think Bobby Wagner isn't going out there. If he thinks he doesn't have it, like that guy's going to Canton. He's not going to just keep chasing it, right? Like I think they've added.
You hope.
Right. You're right. You hope. I think they've added some key Band-Aids, right, to try to stem the tide of everything that was happening to eventually build the depth. But the depth, the teams that can sustain the inevitable injuries, those are the complete teams. And the bit of good news for Washington that we all should know by now is the teams that do it best are who they're trying to emulate. I'll explain exactly what I mean when we come back. It's Beamish Finley. Banger. Denton, who's the most complete team in the NFL?
The San Francisco 49ers.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, I'll have to agree with Denton on that one.
Landini?
Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, I love Landini.
Oh,
He's
my
the
bad.
best. He's the best.
I'm starting at the bottom of the list.
Incomplete.
49ers.
Doctor?
As we speak, I that's not bad. I'm going with the Kansas City Chiefs.
I think that you could always go with them.
Yeah, I'm gonna start at the top.
But I mean, and they got questions, but they have answers at the most important places. They've got the best D tackle in football, the best quarterback in football, best tight end in football.
You know, from where I look at it is that the coordinator, the defensive coordinator could have gotten coach of the year, and he didn't. He kind of got Spags coach. He balled out. They took the youngest secondary when other staffs, not to mention any names, couldn't coach one kid. They coached 4. They had the youngest unit and won it all in transition.
Right.
So they're so far above the rest of the pack. I'm staying with the champs until somebody else proves me wrong.
There's a comment in the stream that made me laugh. Seymour Butt said, best show of the day, and they have them at DC jail. Speaking of the stream. Don't worry, we got banners now. All right, so Landfill sent me this list from NFL.com, most complete teams in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And the Chiefs could obviously be the answer, but the NFL.com rates it as the Niners, then the Ravens, then the Chiefs, Lions, Bengals rounding out the top 5. Eagles, Bengals, pardon me.
Mm-hmm.
And what I can't stress enough is the leaders of this new front office.
Mm-hmm.
One dude came from San Fran.
Mm-hmm.
They've now just hired 2 dudes from Baltimore, and another guy came from Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
That's 3 of the top 4. And when you talk about complete, the fact that Brock Purdy is good. He's clearly good.
He's damn good.
System, all that, I don't know. It doesn't matter because they have put a roster in place that can sustain the injuries. The next dude is good. That hasn't happened here in so long. Remember all the O-line injuries that used to happen when Jay and Kirk kind of had that offense humming?
Mm-hmm.
And remember they went to Seattle? We were all out there. They went to Seattle.
Oh, my God. I didn't even know who was going to
They
start
couldn't
at right
dress
tackle.
47.
I didn't even know
45.
who was going to play right tackle. They won. And they won the game.
When you only focus on the top of the roster, first-round picks, big free agent signing, your team is incomplete. And the leadership that had been here for so long only focused on the top. And B would always scream, he would always talk about, you got to coach 53, not 22, especially in this sport. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's true.
And think about the injuries the Niners have been able to overcome. They go all in on Trey Lance. It's a disaster. Oh, don't worry. Our 7th rounder can do it because the team is loaded. He's got clean pockets. He's got great weapons to throw to, and he could certainly play. Not taking anything away from him, but if you have a really well-built team, you're going to help a young quarterback. If you have holes all over your roster and you throw Brock Purdy in there, I don't know how the hell that looks.
But they have the left tackle. But when they lose their left tackle and they lose a Kittle, they drop like dominoes. The key to their deal is like the key to most of the human is the heart. Well, that's their left tackle. And also, it's their middle linebacker.
Sure.
They lost an all-pro safety and didn't miss a beat. But they lost that inside linebacker. So they're like everyone else. They just don't
Third-round
fall.
pick.
Yeah, but they just don't fall.
3rd-round pick.
Yeah.
Kittle, 5th-round pick.
Yeah,
And then
Jacoby, Monty Coleman,
Right.
World Grant. See, what I like about this new administration, they're convincing people to leave blue blood programs to come here. That's what excites me. Can you imagine
Coaches,
leaving the Niners, leaving
executives,
Detroit?
players.
Everybody's who said no? We don't know. Doesn't seem like anybody has. That is what's impressive.
Ben Johnson.
We don't know if they asked him. that's a rumor.
We know he said no, though.
Yeah, you're following social media, and a guy, again, who we don't even know if he can make a decision.
Totally. I agree.
He reminds me of the guy in New England who loses everywhere he goes.
Right.
First of all, you tell me who you are when you can't make a decision about anything.
Especially if you're going to be a coach.
And don't impress me when you get a former number 1 pick in the draft. You didn't make him. McVay and the crew had already done that. So show me what you've done when you create on your own.
I'm with you.
He's good. I'd say he's good. But don't let the social media clowns convince you this dude is something he's not.
Well, and we're not allowed to talk about the play calling when they had first and goal from the 1 in the NFC title game.
He's good. No,
sure.
don't. But I wouldn't trade him for what we have.
Well, I think Jay's a good example of a guy that's a really good OC and runs good offense, but isn't necessarily a head coach.
And I think that
you see that all over the place.
And Jay's excellent at what he does, but that's because when you are weak at the top.
Right. Maybe this wasn't the right
exactly.
I mean, this situation was so broken that, I mean, who knows if Bill Walsh would have been winning during that era. But
well, only Joe Jackson Gibbs is the only guy proven he could win despite.
I have made this joke, and it's kind of what do they say? There's always truth in the joke.
Yeah.
You can argue that the greatest accomplishment of Joe Gibbs' coaching career is going to the playoffs twice in 3 years under Dan Snyder's ownership.
I second
and
that.
winning a playoff game under Dan Snyder's
Second
ownership.
that.
Nobody ever going to, especially now, we know nobody else is ever going to touch that.
You're right.
The other team, though, the Ravens, and if you think about the injuries they've sustained, particularly at the running back position, the cornerback position.
It doesn't matter.
It is truly next man up there. And that's a cliche that gets thrown around all over the place, but some places it matters. And you would feel like, dude, we don't talk enough about Dan Quinn being from the Pete Carroll tree. And Pete Carroll, and I understand that a Bruin might not like a Trojan.
No, he's a badass.
All about competition all the time.
All the time. And he's the antithesis of what we experience here. He's alive. We had a corpse standing on the sideline. This dude is alive. He's and it's like Quinn. The Seahawks, they don't care what you think of them. They had a cult thing going. The 12th man, their whole vibe. They don't seek your approval. Seahawks, I love the vibe. And that's what this represents here. They don't come in asking. They don't give a damn what you think. They're going to build it their way. What the last group was looking for, they wanted to play. The whole thing was a farce. It was a scam, con job, and the results proved they might have played over their head. This group here, it's going to be blood and guts. And that's what we're going to get back to. Line of scrimmage dictates everything. And I think this offense, I think people think it's hocus pocus. No. They're going to understand the line of scrimmage. Kingsbury, they're going to run it.
Yeah.
I think that's
Anthony
going to be the key
Lynn
to it.
doesn't leave the Niners to come here unless he
he's
knows
a
they're going to run the
beast.
ball. And if you look at Arizona's best season, they went over 2,000 yards on the ground. They had that
homework.
James Conner, Chase Edmonds kind of two-headed monster.
You're doing your homework.
And Doc, yesterday they ran goal line 7-on-7. I want to say it was first and goal from the 8, roughly. And in 7-on-7, the offense has a tremendous advantage over the defense, right? Because they can just run everywhere. The quarterback's not getting hit. The quarterback's not getting pressured. The receiver has no fear of the
whole
safety
practice
taking his
is an
block off.
offensive drill.
Goal line 7-on-7, that kind of flips, though, because there's no threat of the run game, and they don't have as much space to run around. You know who was lined up basically as the center during goal line 7-on-7? Dan Quinn.
Okay.
You didn't see that last year.
Yeah.
John Keim joins us next.
That's a good deal.
Boys, I don't think I have VX. Den, can you pull them up for me? B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Doc Walker joining us today, and now on the BetQL guest line, whenever we play that Back to Ohio song, that's for our friend, Mr. John Keim. Johnny.
Buckeye.
How are we?
What up? I'm doing all right. I'm going back to Ohio this weekend.
Oh, good for you, dude. Go see
There
family.
you go. Yep.
Okay, great. I thought yesterday was a pretty interesting day. What did you think? What stood out for you? We got to watch some football together.
Well, first of all, it was very hot, so that stood out very much. So it prepares you for training camp. That's good. So a couple things. First of all, obviously I'd say red zone work, but it's just, with the quarterbacks and receivers. And I don't know, like anything that jumped out in particular. Like I went and watched Jamin Davis doing some edge rushing drill work before they get into like 7-on-7 stuff and just taking some snaps with, with the edge rushers. And because clearly they want to see what more can he do. And I think Dan Quinn talked about that, not just with him, but somebody brought up Emmanuel Forbes and returning kicks. And so like, this is the time of the year you do stuff like that. And that was one thing. And just, can he do that? I still like, watching Daniels throw the ball. I mean, he has good arm talent where, see a guy get open, unload it now, quick compact release. We've seen that and we continue to see that. And I think what you don't see a lot of is a kid who looks lost. You don't see that. Like there are going to be times where maybe a guy's not open, but that's different than not knowing where to go with the ball. So like that stuff continues to jump out as well. And then the other thing, what the also jumped out was yesterday, I talked about this in the podcast too, but Terry McLaurin just kind of getting pretty pumped up over a couple things. One was a pass to him, but one was the ball to Jahan that I think the team posted on its website.
That really pretty pass to Daniels.
Yeah, where they were clearly using me for clicks because I was in the background. But I think like on that, there you go. But on that play, what had McLaurin so pumped up was how Jahan got away at the line and how he used his hands at the line. And like, so this is the time of the year where you start to see little or hear little things like that or see it and wonder what is it going to mean down the road?
Well, and one of the things Terry was kind of yelling was something to the effect of like, yeah, when you use your hands, they can't stop you. And I didn't know, I didn't know if that was related to getting off at the line or the play Jahan made on that ball. That was like a fingertip catch. And if you remember some of the trouble he got into last year with a little bit of drops, I think he started using his body a little bit, and he's a hands catcher.
He is, but on that play, you can't use your body because you got to stretch out. And he's always been good at making contested or circus type catches. But the one thing Terry did say at the line, because he did point out like using your hands like that at the line, they're not going to be able to stop you. And so like that, because that's been a thing for him. Is how do you get away at the line? Because he's a terrific route runner. When he gets beyond that point, I think he's their best route runner. But you have to get away from that point. And so I think that's why, like, if he's able to do that consistently, it just opens things up for him and everybody else.
Totally. You don't want to read too much into any one play in 7-on-7 in May. But what did you think?
But let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it anyway. Forbes, I think it was Mariota, because Mariota kind of got the first reps yesterday, which I thought was almost Dan Quinn sending a message to people to not worry about the depth chart right now.
Right.
But Forbes was in pretty good coverage on De'Ami Brown, and some of this was kind of junk. The play probably wouldn't have counted because when you have a slow developing 7-on-7 play, the quarterback's rolling and rolling, like it's probably in real life that ain't gonna happen.
Right.
But Brown breaks back corner of the end zone, and it was like in the transition from Forbes being in good coverage to Brown making a secondary move, he like lost a half second, and then Mariota's able to fire that ball in there. If Forbes had just turned his head, it's at least a PBU.
Yeah, and he stumbled a little bit on the play on his break too, which didn't help him. But you're right. Like, that's the hard part with sometimes 7-on-7. You have to take into account, okay, if there's a pass rush here, what happens? And it's impossible to always know, because here's the other thing. Like, in some cases, those are the kind of plays we've seen this team give up, and any team where there is an extended play. So, it's not, especially with the quarterbacks this team has, and Jaden in particular, and Mariota's been able to extend plays, just not hurt teams as much with that. But with Daniels, that's what he's going to do. So you do have to work against that. I mean, you have a couple guys in the division who have done that against you in the NFL. So, but I think some of that too with Forbes, I'll be curious to see how he progresses throughout the summer. And you're right. Like, you do not get caught up in depth chart stuff and who's working where. You do notice it, but you don't, like, okay, what does it mean? Like, you're right. Like, Mariota took the first snaps in 7-on-7, or with the first team, what would be considered, I guess, the first group last week. But I think we all know that, and Daniels knows, the team knows, once the kid is once he's ready, he is going to be the starter, whether that's on August 1st, July 27th, or September, early in September, right? So it's just, there's been no reason to think he wouldn't get there. But with Forbes, there is part of what his game is the aggressiveness. And I still think, like, one of the things he struggled with last year were some of those double moves. And so how do you stay aggressive while not hurting yourself if something like that happens, right? That'll be a key for him going forward. And it's funny because, like, last week I was standing next to Fred Smoot while watching some of Forbes' game, and which is always fun standing next to Smoot. But some of that was just like maybe the way, in some, how you're, staying in your back pedal and all that, and how the balance you have and all that. And I think it seems like he's getting a little bit better with that, but those are some of the technique things that I think can help him with that, if it comes to that. You're right. Cause, like, he wasn't really good position. And then it's like, well, we don't know how it goes once you start to extend as a quarterback in that drill.
John, this is your fourth, maybe fifth different group of watching, incoming, outcoming.
Right.
What's your gut tell you? A lot of times you've done this as often and as long as you've done it, you pick up a feel for the vibe. What is it with you?
Oh, I think it's renewed energy for sure.
Right.
And you hear that from the players. And listen, Doc, like, how important that is when guys feel better about going to work.
Amen.
And feel better about who they're working with. And it's not just, it's position coaches as well. I mean, if you don't have good position coaches, I don't care who the head coach is, you're not going to succeed, because you need those guys. And so, like, it seems like this team has some energy and multiple rooms in the building. And I think that's important. But, like, I know it's May, and I know that, but I don't know that you've heard it to this extent in the past, right? And you have to worry, like, sometimes, like, okay, what's real and what isn't? And there's still so much to learn about it. But I definitely think there's a renewed energy, and it's a little bit more than just, oh, there was change. And I think for some people like John Allen, I think that it's belief that it will get better. Just because of not just the change in coaches, but just the change in the organization overall. It's so much healthier and better set up for a long-term success than it has been in, let's say 24 years.
Totally. And we're actually going to play John Allen's audio a little later, but I do think you could hear him talk. But, Keim, we were also sitting there as we waited late into the afternoon for one last player yesterday. Doc, I'll tell you that story off air.
Okay.
But, we've also sat there and heard the new energy and new vibes and all that. But you almost have to, I almost wonder if fans are a little hesitant to fully buy in because they've heard it so much. But you got to understand, when you walk in, there's construction going on. They are spending money. They're creating new departments to try to win on the edges. The reality is it's entirely different out there.
Yeah, it is. And I don't blame fans for taking a wait and see approach. I would too, because here's the other thing. They're not, our job is to be out there. So we're going to see and feel it much sooner. And it's just like, there have been players in the past where maybe we see and hear things far earlier than they're going to be able to like fully, okay, I get what you're saying. Right. And so like, I don't blame them if they have a lot of PTSD from the past where they say, okay, this all sounds great, but let's see it on the field because I've been burned before. But you're right. Like they're investing, I would say they're investing more in the infrastructure of the organization as far as like, improving things, maybe even little things like in the cafeteria, right? They got the D+ and that in the NFLPA survey. And it wasn't about how good the food was. I mean, the food is good out there, but it was, there are little things that maybe could be improved, and they've listened to what the players have said and then trying to do that. So like little things like that add up. And again, having said that, it's still going to come down to how you're doing on the field. Like you can have a better cafeteria, but if you're not producing, well, the fans say, well, I don't care. Give them Burger King if they win, right? But for players, it matters. And I do think, the other thing is, in the past, we would not have seen Bobby Wagner sign here. Just wouldn't. And what level he can still play at, I don't know. He's still a productive player for sure, but his cachet gives something because he still can play, and he also is obviously a good leader. So, like, I think things like that also add to what's going on. And then, with a young quarterback comes hope, and Jaden Daniels provides it. And I mean, again, like right now, like everything's been upbeat and positive, and it's a step, right? If we're looking at a ladder, they've climbed another step on that ladder, but there's still a ways to go to get to that top.
Couple guys, I say your staff is determined by how good they can resurrect the dead from last year.
Yeah.
And by that, Trent Scott, Stromberg, Amari Rogers,
Davis.
Phil Mathis, Ridgeway. I want to know, is their life? We can't lose all those guys. That would be a catastrophe. So hopefully there's some life in those guys that we can get value.
Oh, yeah. Listen, I mean, the depth is everything in the NFL, right? I mean, if you're playing 17 games and you don't have a bye until, December again, then depth is paramount. And it always is, but when you add that extra game, I think it is even more so. So you need those guys, like you need Mathis to develop. Will he do so?
Right.
Stromberg, it just has to be healthy. I mean, I remember talking to Charles Leno about this. Like he said, those guys felt before he got hurt that he was the best center in that room. And so what does he do? But now clearly he's behind. He's not considered a starter. He got the oddest year. But can he develop into one, being a quality backup, and two, maybe a starter in a couple of years? So, but you need him to be a quality backup. So does he get there? And is, how healthy is he? And listen, there's still questions about the tackle position. What's Wiley going to do? And, do they have a solution at left tackle? Those are questions to be answered, and they're pretty damn big ones too. So there are definitely a lot of questions to be answered. And all we know right now is the vibe out there is much better. That's what we know for sure, because, that's what we see and hear. The on-field stuff, there's still a lot more to be determined.
I'd like to zoom out from Commander's Land for a quick second, John, and ask you something else. Our friend John Keim on the BetQL guest line. You can follow him at John_Keim, Keim. You can check out the John Keim Report on YouTube or wherever you get your podcast.
Okay.
And he's a Buckeye. Now, I think this is really important, Doc, and I'd like to get your opinion on this as well. Dak Prescott, Cowboys quarterback. He wants the world to know, Keim, and he may be going into a contract here. I can't quite remember.
Why do I think this is disingenuous?
Dak Prescott, John, has said, I don't play for money. I have never cared for it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I saw that.
I mean, what?
Yeah, then
Dallas Cowboy. He's a typical Cowboy.
I'm not saying that people don't love football.
Yeah.
You got to love football to make it to where he is.
He's really good at what he does.
But you
Prove
play
it.
for money.
Then take the league minimum and let the Cowboys be able to pay the rest of their players. Take one for the team.
CD and Micah, you take care of those contracts.
Take care of them. Yeah, hook them up.
Listen, I'm writing for the money. I love to write. I like to do what I do. I kind of like the money too. Like that's what everybody, that's, you're right. Like, and the funny thing is even with players, one thing I will say, like, there are some people who only think, oh, they're only in it for the money. And then you watch what happens at the end of a season. Like if you lose a crushing playoff game, and like it's obviously beyond the money for most of these guys, right? Or for a lot of guys. And there's like, you can have both thoughts, but yeah, like if you're not in it for the money, then 60 million isn't the discussion here.
Remember the Ray Lewis quote was, "You pay me for Monday to Saturday, Sunday's free." Like once the game starts,
I think, yes,
these guys are such elite competitors. I mean, hell, Doc, you played professionally. Did you like the money?
Well, you're a pro.
It's your job.
Yeah, but when in the middle of it during the season, you are with your boys. If they say you do the winner take all thing when you're playing for your guys, but like everybody goes to their job, they do love the camaraderie, love you people you work with, even though you guys treat Landfill and Walker, sometimes disrespectful. I know you love them. Yeah, I just wish guys wouldn't say that. Don't apologize for making money for what you're doing. Right. Everybody good at what they do makes money for it.
Yeah. You shouldn't have to apologize.
You don't have to apologize for that.
I agree with that. And, because again, like these guys, I would never begrudge what anybody gets in that league because of what they have to do on Sundays. It's brutal. And I admire what they can do, but also Terry McLaurin got a really good contract, clearly was important to him. I would be important to me too. And then you watch him in an OTA practice getting pumped up because when you're on that field, it is not about the money. When you're out there, it is not, you're not on that field. Like, he's not going at Jahan because like, I make 28 million or whatever. And you did no, it's like you did this and this can help you and it can help our team. That's what it was about. So there are, when you're in the negotiating room, it is about the money.
Right.
When you're on the field, it's about competition. And that's what these guys are. At the end of the day, they're, the guys who excel are elite competitors, not just players, but competitors. And so that's where you say that part. Yeah, I agree. When Dak's on a Sunday and you're dropping back, it's not about the money. You're not sitting there saying, well, I make 60 million. I don't care what happens. No, of course you do care. Right. But man, let's be real. So
remember when they called the draw in the playoff game?
Yeah.
And the time ran out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Niners. Yeah. Yeah. But that's Dallas.
The question I have too is like because he's always that litmus test or a Rorschach test, or whatever, like, how good is Dak? And then what's the pay for him? But then if you don't, like, Dak is obviously a good quarterback, right? He can be a very good quarterback, but what's the cost? And, just like with when Kirk, right? How good is he? But if you don't have him, what happens? And I think we've seen here firsthand what happens. It's, so yeah.
Totally agree. John, thank you for the time, brother. Always good to talk.
Right, John.
Thanks, guys.
That's our guy, John Keim. Go check out his podcast, The John Keim Report. Doc, you know what happened to me yesterday?
Well, I heard you had a cord issue.
That did happen, but good news. I had some good news when I got home. I had a box of Omaha Steaks waiting for me. I got my Father's Day Omaha Steaks gift box, and damn, it looks good. Now, we're going to have to coordinate a date where all the boys are here. I'm going to bring a bunch of steaks in and the air fryer, and we'll let B-Mitch season them and do all his crazy voodoo. But we're going to
last year?
We're going to have an Omaha Steaks cookout over the next few weeks. And here's what you got to know. With Father's Day right around the corner, what do you give the man who has everything? Not a tie, not socks, not a book. Give him steak. A world-class dad deserves a world-class steak. The Father's Day experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to put a smile on the big guy's face this summer with hand-selected gift packages starting at just $89. So go to omahasteaks.com and use the promo code JP at checkout for an additional discount when you get your gourmet gift packages for Father's Day. With Omaha Steaks, the possibilities are endless. They've got so many different options: pork chops, air-chilled chicken, beefy burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code JP to get exclusive savings. Shop for unforgettable gifts that are guaranteed to make Dad's day. If there's one thing Omaha Steaks knows, it's that dads want steak. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code JP, and you can get an exclusive packages starting at just $89. Omaha Steaks is America's butcher. Left hand up. Gotta own something. For seemingly months, certainly weeks, I have determined that drab, Matt Cahill, drab t-shirt, absconded with the putter with which we hit putts in the aquarium.
Yeah, love watching you guys do it.
It's what I do in every commercial break. I hit putts in the aquarium. The putter's been missing for at least a month, maybe 6 weeks. Does that sound fair? My timeline right, Landfill?
It seems reasonable.
I've repeatedly blamed Drab for this. It's not Drab's fault. I'm sorry, Drab. Jeff, with his investigative skills,
well, he's good at it.
Sheriff Walker has determined you're blaming Chris Russell. Most importantly, we have located the putter. It's back. I'm gonna get my putts all dialed in again. Jeff, you believe Russell did this to us?
Or his engineer, Essig. I'm more so Essig, but Russell, because
I have to defend Essig. He's a man of high character.
Nah,
there are some around here that think Essig could be the most prone to be becoming a drug addict. Have you heard that?
I would disagree with that.
Okay, I'm just saying he looks kind of skeezy.
He has a deceiving appearance.
While Denton goes out of his way to look as weird as possible.
Yeah, see, Denton, that's the one, don't even pay attention to that.
Essig looks like he could be a dude from like a hard scrabble train track town on the West Coast that just kind of likes the H, but is trying to get his life together.
Yeah. It's deceiving. The guy you got to worry about the most is that kid that wears a stocking cap.
And Haney?
Yeah.
I'm a believer in Haney.
I'm just saying the guy that would least suspect.
You think Ant stole the putter?
I'm not saying he stole anything. He didn't have to steal. I'm just saying, think about it. Who would actually putt? Rooster's not putting. Hoffman is not putting. He's
Ant ain't
more into
putting.
pickleball.
No, I don't know if Ant's putting. during the breaks of the
Don't be
Hoffman show.
surprised.
The thing is,
Rooster
got
could
a
wave it
thing.
around like a wand.
Rooster got a thing against putting greens and putting in general.
And us.
Yes.
but
Rooster
you would've
loves you. Are you
seen-
kidding me? Rooster is attached to the waist to the side of the building. What are you talking about?
You would have seen him walking with a putter, though,
Yeah.
because nothing he does is quiet
He'd
or
be
stealth.
strutting around with
Yeah,
it.
Yeah,
rocking
there's
his
nothing
voice.
Yeah.
sneaky.
So
He's
who
about to-
did it?
Rooster, he's about to
was
come in
Essex.
here. Well, I took it because
I
you
took
guys
it.
shouldn't be putting.
I was trying to
During
reach the
break.
remote. Yeah. I think it was
During
Rooster.
break.
All right, everybody can vote. My man Tay on the stream just said Denton looks like this dude that just walked out of the dispensary.
Well, it's legal in most states, so I'll take
Yeah,
that as a
that is
compliment.
true. That is true.
Landfill will go last. Doc, who do you think stole the putter?
Stole the putter?
Stole. It
I don't think
lives
anybody
here.
in this building would steal.
It lives here and has been out of where it lives for some time.
I think the only guy with enough courage to take it from here would be a guy who considers himself a part of this side of the building, and that is the Rooster.
Okay. One vote, Rooster. I also vote Rooster. I'm not saying he stole it with
He's not
malice,
stealing anything
but he took it over there
to control.
and
Yeah,
forgot about it and
Yeah,
then
exactly.
hid it somewhere.
exactly.
Somehow, like his big salad got in the way. He was probably trying to.
He missed the live break-in. Maybe one of the news channels or one of the affiliates that he represents. He had to do a live spot, because he's under so many different media responsibilities he has.
Correct.
I could see that happen.
2 votes, Rooster. Jeffrey.
Matthew Essex. He's the only person that takes people things and hide them around the station.
What else does he take and
Essex
hide?
is a man of high
Has he
character.
stolen your underwear?
No, he has hidden plenty of people things around here. And
Give me one real example, sir. This is court.
He takes Ryan's, I think, like water bottle or something and moves it, and then thinks it is the most hilarious thing in the world. And we just be like, dude,
Where does Ryan hide his water bottle? I'm about to start moving it.
nobody hide. He don't hide his water bottle, JP. It will just be sitting in plain sight, and Essex will move it to make you look for it.
2 votes,
So-
Rooster. 1 vote, Essex.
Matthew Essex for sure.
Denton.
I need slightly more information, Jeff. Where exactly did you find the putter?
Well, I didn't necessarily. Stevie found it. 'Cause I was-
Stevie found it.
Because I was looking for it.
Wait,
And she was like,
See,
she-
this
how
is
did
so much more
Stevie get
information.
involved?
because I just walked out there. She said, "What you looking for?" I said, "The putter. It was in our studio. Now it's gone." She found it under. It was hidden under the desk of the 980 studio.
Which
How
desk? There's
long
2
has
studios.
Stevie known
Oh.
this and been? So was it in Stevie's office or in the studio?
We have a new
JP,
suspect.
The studio. She found it in the Rooster
So
studio.
she just walked in with you to help you look?
She just looked around with me, and because I was looking in every studio, 'cause
Yo, the
someone
plot
hid
is
it.
legitimately thickening here.
Someone
I'm-
hid it.
I'm thinking Stevie is now a new suspect, and my vote is for Stevie.
Wow. All right.
Who-
Knew exactly where it was. Didn't take that long. We've been searching for how long? 6
That
months?
is interesting,
That
man.
is true.
All
But
right.
we also didn't search in 980.
We have new information. 1 vote, Stevie. 1 vote, Essig. Doc, do you need to change your vote
No,
on the new information?
no. The only guy with enough clout to be able to roam around and control the whole building is a Rooster.
All right. We call him Professor Landini for a reason. He is the BSologist of the program. He cuts right through it. He knows the answers. He's a tenured professor. Professor Landini, who stole the putter?
First off, there's no way that Stevie, who is the fan's longest tenured employee, would steal the putter.
It is kind of weird she knew where it was.
The only possible explanation that makes any sense here is Chris Russell, because nothing that he does makes any sense. So of course he took the putter.
I tend to agree, frankly. If everybody can do me a favor and tweet at Chris Russell, thief, just the single word thief.
Stop stealing our stuff, Roost.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know why you did this, Chris. We always try to be friendly. I sent you a picture of mustard in New York. They serve it.
Knuckle up.
Yeah. Knuckle Up's coming back for their putter. Look out.
The Chris Russell greatest hits. He doesn't think yellow mustard exists. He records podcasts where we all hang out. Yesterday, he called Charles Barkley Charles Broccoli. That's just the roost, and he stole our putter.
John Allen speaks to the media. Next, got a pretty pleasant tone. Listen, I think this song is kind of weird, but Landfill's getting down to it, so I'm just kind of letting it go. That's the exact reason why we need cameras in the aquarium for the stream. How would that work? Would the stream view be like 5 boxes? Nobody knows. Here's what we do know. John Allen, at various times, has been upset. I think he's been upset with his team, with his own play. But more than anything, I think John Allen hates losing. Not a lot of Bama guys come out that like losing. John Allen addressed the media yesterday, I think for the first time since we had the 980 1067 night at the Bethesda Draft House or whatever that place is called, theater.
Yeah, that was interesting.
That was a fun night.
It was.
John Allen speaking yesterday with the media.
You obviously last year there were a lot of frustrations, season and all of that. Where is your mindset at night right now with what's going on here?
I feel like I'm just so happy. I love the coaching staff. I love the direction we're moving at. I love the way we're working, man. It has truly been reinvigorating and just so fun to come to work every day. And this is literally just a dream job right now.
How did you decompress this offseason, and how did you kind of get ready to get back out here?
Just definitely just taking time away from the game. Obviously, I'm emotional, and last year was tough. But after time moves on, you learn from the past, and get ready for the future. And I'm super excited about what we've done. Coach Quinn has been awesome. Mr. Peters has been awesome. I'm really happy with the way things are going. So now we're just working.
Very different looking defensive line other than basically you and Duran. What's your early thought of the pieces that are around you now?
It's good. We're all working hard. We're all pushing each other, and we're all competing against each other to try to make the best defensive line we can make. So, to be honest, I couldn't ask for anything more.
You've been part of youth movements and rebuilds here before. What's different about this group? What's different about the perspective and everything about this?
Man, the thing I love most about what we got going on right now is everybody's determined and everyone's focused. And how do I say this? Everybody has something to prove, and we're all pushing towards the same direction, And I think that's going to be so great for us. Everybody has the same motive, the same motivation. We're all chasing after the same goal, and we're all pushing each other to get there. So, it has really been exciting being here.
And does that feel like different than just any other offseason where you get that optimism that comes from being away from the game?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's pretty known that we've had, our struggles in the past, but it has been really good this year. So, I'm not going to talk about how great it is because at the end of the day, we still got a lot to prove, but I have a smile on my face coming to work every day.
And did you have conversations with Adam or DQ like in the offseason about, hey, what's this going to look like or how are we going to do this?
Yes. I talked with them, but they didn't talk to me about like their plans, which I don't really think they had to or should have, you know what I mean? We just talked about, what we want this thing to look like, and I'm on board with it.
What do you think of Jaden so far?
He's cool, man. He's a quiet guy. He comes in, he works, and, I pride myself on being one of the first guy here, and he always beats me here. So I think that's, that's pretty cool. Stays late. He does everything you want out of your number 2 overall pick rookie quarterback. So I'm excited to see him work, excited to see him play. I'm just focused on what I got to do to try to make his life as easy as possible.
In the new defense, do you expect your role to kind of be the same, or DQ's been known to move guys around, give them best opportunities for their skill set?
I try not to focus on that too much. Obviously, it's still early, and until the bullets start flying live, it's going to be hard to tell what my role is per se. My job is just to make sure I'm in the best shape as I possibly can be. And, when my number's called, be ready to perform.
As you're decompressing in the offseason, you're watching what this team is doing with the GM and the new staff. At what point when you entered this building did you realize, okay, this is different and I can get behind this?
No, when I first met with Coach Quinn, I just loved the energy he brought. I just loved the vision that he had for this team, and I was excited to just get to work. And every day is just like refreshing, you know what I mean? It reminds me of Alabama a little bit with the level of competition we have and the way we work. And it's been really good for me. It's been really good.
You've made it known you just want to win, period. Is this the best you felt kind of just going into a season about, you know what? I think we're getting the pieces, like we can win here.
It's hard to say. Games aren't won in May. They're won in September. So all I can say is we're working really hard, and I like the direction we're going at. We still got a long way to go. I have a long way to go. So, we'll see come the season. But I can say for right now, this has been an awesome, OTA so far.
Being a leader and a team captain in this new regime, new coaching staff, how do you maybe assert yourself even more as a leader?
I think the biggest thing with leadership is just being a genuine person. So I don't think for me, I have to go out there and try to be something I'm not. I'm always passionate, so I'm just going to try to bring my passion to work every day, work really hard, and try to lead by example. And if I need to speak, I'll speak when I have to. But for the most part, just trying to be present and just lead by example.
And what did you work on in the offseason once you started to get back to it? What did you think this is an area I need to get better at? If there was one.
Yeah, I would say consistency. And I know that's kind of a vague answer, but I feel like everybody is a good football player in the NFL, but the best players are consistent. So just getting back to basics, making sure I'm doing the little things right, focus on my diet, nutrition, my exercise, and my sleep, make sure I got all my, square one bases covered and, growing from there.
One other note in there as it relates to John Allen, he said the line about, I like to get here early and this rookie quarterback's beating me here.
Yep.
We asked John as he was walking away. He says he gets up. He likes to get to the facility about 6:45.
Mm-hmm.
Rook's probably getting there 6:30.
Probably so.
I don't know how it's going to go. It's entirely possible he's too skinny and can't take the hits. It's entirely possible that the offense at LSU was a byproduct of having these elite wide receivers. I don't know how it's going to go, but everything I hear about how this young man carries himself around the program, we don't know what's going to happen on the field, Doc, because what we're seeing ain't the real field.
Mm-mm.
But what matters now is how you do the other stuff, and that is more important at quarterback than it is any other position. And on record, off record, the kid is killing it. That gives me a lot of encouragement.
He's not going to fall apart. The move from ASU to LSU, that's where you should have been concerned. And he did that. And he's been coached hard. I want my quarterback to have been coached by a badass. Well, that happened to him at LSU. So the first time they yell at him, it's not going to affect him at all. First time he's hit, it's not going to matter. All he's got to do now is get some help. You can't do it alone. And his best friend is going to be that running back that chips that left end, that H-back or that's in motion that chips. It's going to be pass protection. If they give him a chance, I'm betting on him.
You've made that point a number of times, and I think it's a great one, talking about Brian Kelly as who's known to be kind of a jerk.
A jackass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a buddy with ties to Baton Rouge who told me that through the fundraising circuit, he heard a story that Kelly specifically challenged Daniels before this past season and said, you want to be a top 5 guy or do you want to be just another guy? And that lit Daniels up. And then we heard the stories about him getting to LSU early and the virtual reality, and he needs his own keys because the building ain't open. Whatever it takes to get these guys to recognize, especially at the quarterback position, that it's not about your arm or your legs or, your quick release. You have to know what the other team is doing before they do it. And that's where you find great success. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to run around the league. We've been so Commanders heavy. We got to see, what does everybody else still need? We know what Washington needs. Plus, this is a really good guest. I'm excited to talk to Danny Green at 12:30. You remember, I think he won a natty at Carolina. I think he won a title in the NBA, played in the NBA a long time. Go through tonight's games and who he expects to get through to the finals. You're listening to JP and Doc. Nobody go anywhere. Out of Louisville? Apparently the mayor and the Louisville police chief are saying charges have not been dropped against Scotty Sheffler and that the case will continue. The mayor says we have to respect the legal process. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to let that play out. Scotty's attorney says our position remains the same. It will either be dismissed or it will go to trial. We're not interested in settling. Scotty's attorney maintains that Sheffler did nothing wrong. Doc, don't they have to have video of this? Should this be this complicated?
When that Keim, conveniently, the Keim was not on. That's happened several times. I'm always suspect when that happens. This is one where we would expect that the club owner, that a major would have precedence, power would prevail. I mean, do you actually expect what's right to happen in situations like this?
I don't know that we know what's right, but and whenever you're talking about body camera footage and stuff, it's usually far, far, infinitely more serious things.
Mm-hmm.
But having been in some similar situations, just some levels of similar.
Understand it.
If there's no camera footage, I find it really hard to believe Scotty did something wrong because the cameras generally work unless you don't want them to work. I don't know. I don't want to get too far down a weird rabbit hole there.
If they drag one of your employees 10 yards, who stands up for the employee that was drugged 10 yards?
Then why aren't they dropping the charges? Like, if this is a power is getting its way, then I didn't even think I thought we'd never hear about this again.
But we are.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
What I wanted to discuss, though, is when you look around the league, right? Like, not just Washington, but as we get around the league,
mm-hmm.
You think about
NFL.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. There's a lot of lingering contract situations that guys may or may not be coming to OTAs, and those are voluntary, right? Mm-hmm. We've learned that here. You gotta like that in the new guy's first year. There's none of that. Everybody's just coming. For so long here, we had hey, it's voluntary. They don't have to be here. Everybody's here now. I find that just interesting, refreshing a bit that we don't have that story. But when you look around the league, man, Micah Parsons, CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson. I mean, there are some real issues. Jordan Love, like there's. What do you think Justin Jefferson will get if he ever gets to free agency? Tyreek Hill's making 30, and Tyreek Hill's probably 5 years older than Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think that deal looks like?
But it's going to be whatever the market will, because he might be, I don't know how you determine who's the best. Is it just stats, or is it the best that leads his team to wins? And that's where I've always said they're really separate categories. Best winning receiver on a winning team, or a stats guy whose team is trailing and he just gets numbers. And they're giving you time because they just want to win the game. So it's two different categories. I think it's it all depends on what your goals are, what your primary goals are in terms of creating someone's value. And where these teams are they the same teams that they always are? The disgruntled player on a team that underachieves. To me, I pay very little attention to those.
What do you make of Minnesota having Diggs, trading him, and then getting Jefferson with the Diggs trade, I believe?
I think you're right.
And now, I don't know. They clearly can identify wideouts up there.
Well, they also had a quarterback in a system that made it work. They got a really good opportunity to continue to be really good, but just not good enough.
Yeah.
And they kind of missed a window of opportunity because now, guess who's back? The Pack.
Right.
See, they had an opportunity when Aaron was being a jackass. They missed that window. The Bears were the Bears. Now they kind of missed that window. And the Lions are roaring now. So they could be out of this thing. So it's really important. If I'm Jefferson's people, I got that leverage now. You either step up to the plate and stay relevant or stick a fork in them.
Or trade me, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Let's go northeast. About 2.5, 3 hours. Philly's collapse last season was so spectacular. And much of it was their defense, and it appears they addressed that. They drafted corners with their first 2 picks.
Mm-hmm.
We won't know until we see it, but they at least had a problem, tried to address it. We watched so much of Kellen Moore calling plays for so long with Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
Kellen Moore is now going to Philly, where the head coach is an offensive guy, took the play call, started as play caller, gave it up. That dude got a head coach job. This time last year, everybody was talking about Brian Johnson being the next hot head coach. Sirianni takes it back from him, then hires Kellen Moore this year. Kellen Moore, Jalen Hurts, does that thing get back on track?
Well, they got a lot of incentive to get it on track. If I'm a Philly guy now, all I'm concerned about is can we get back to having the number 1 offensive line in the game?
Travis Kelce retiring is not going to help.
It doesn't help. But again, we got to get back to that. Where are we up front? And then how do we get the ball to our weapons? Because it's really close now. Because they might have missed their window. Everybody has a window. And if they messed around and missed it, I don't think they did. I really don't. But they're going to have to prove it because they lost so much leadership. Not only did they lose their gray beard on offense, O-line, they lost the beard on defense as well. Now, you got a lot of Bulldogs over there, but who's going to lead it? Because the first thing that happens with young, talented people, when things go wrong, they start pointing fingers. And then it's a total collapse.
Right. I don't know. I don't know that you can get out of total collapse to we're back, baby. You know what I mean? Like, whatever.
But what's back? See, what's back for Philly is that NFC Championship Super Bowl. That's it. Back is Super Bowl being ended. That's the window that they're trying to make sure did not close on them. It's like Buffalo.
I kind of think it has.
Well, that you again, and you're not pulling for them. If you're pulling for them, you hope it hasn't. And it's still the question, have they solved their quarterback issue? And you can't answer that. That's a problem. Miami, it's a problem. It's a problem when you can't answer that question.
Who are you saying?
Philadelphia.
You don't know if Hurts is the guy?
They don't know. They haven't completed the mission. He's really, really good, but they didn't complete the mission. Can you get the job done? Do they have a disgruntled wideout? Do they have?
Everybody
they have
got paid now. Nobody should be disgruntled now.
Well, they want the ball. They want to win. You know, that's the thing about it. It could be worse. It could be New York. That's a real cluster. You know what?
What is Washington? I don't think you can identify an identity yet, but they're in the first. They're owning it. We're in the first year of a rebuild. We're going to play tough. We're going to be fast. We're going to be violent. We'll see what happens. We'll let the salt shake out.
Right.
What? New York's in year 3 with this crew. They paid the quarterback.
They paid up front.
Well, what have they got?
Well,
you lose Saquon.
They're effed because they've already paid for something. Now they got to hope it works. They can't abort it midstream because they already paid for it. So they got to cross their fingers and hope. That's where the Jets were last year after the injury. You don't want to be in that position where you got to hope it works. Now, we can't talk any trash because the guy beats us every time he plays us.
Sure.
But other than that,
front seven still looks really good. You know, they added Brian Burns in free agency.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Thibodeau on the other side. Dexter Lawrence, Bobby Okereke just like makes
Thibodeau against us is hell on wheels.
Okereke,
nobody else cares.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe your offensive line stays healthy. You've got neighbors.
Mm-hmm. On paper, you're doing the paper thing now.
Sure,
it looks really good.
I wouldn't even say it looks really good, but it looks
well. It's okay on paper. Yeah.
What do you think Green Bay's got? You buying Jordan?
Momentum, everything. It's where you want to be. You want to be where you're promising. Everybody's at the park early. They're excited about it. Nobody questioning you now. You've got that negative influence, that cloud of Aaron done. They flushed the toilet on all that negative stuff. Now you're like a lot like you look at the Packers, you go, if they can win it all with their defense and that youth, then why can't we with our youth and our offense? So Bakhtiari, look at the staples that they've had to move beyond. Matter of fact, Bakhtiari,
I think his
name is going to be mentioned around here.
Yeah.
Don't be surprised if you hear that. Because Green Bay's where you want to be. Young quarterback situation there, can run it, got people all over the place. Yeah, good position to be in.
Tampa, week 1 for the Commanders.
Well,
coming off a playoff win, they got everybody back.
Scary because you hope you don't respect them. Just like we had with the Rooster. He was trying to make fun of Baker Mayfield. Hey, man, Baker Mayfield? You better wish you had a Baker Mayfield. I like the guy. Consistent, competitive, goes after it, and won more than anybody we've had in a long time. So you're not going to get me clowning on Mayfield.
I agree with you. I think Mayfield's better than people give him credit for.
I do too.
I think Todd Bowles is better than people give him credit for.
Yeah.
I do wonder how much it'll impact them losing Canales, who was a guy
he got it done
that had a lot of people had a lot of good things to say about him.
Mm-hmm.
To me, a team that makes no sense, and maybe this is kind of where Dallas is headed, where New Orleans has been the last few years, is their cap situation got so bad that they kind of just had no choice. But New Orleans, to me, even more so than Kirk, has taken a guy they know isn't good enough, and they're paying him too much, and they just keep running it back. Derek Carr ain't it. And they just keep doing it.
Yeah, but he doesn't believe it. That's the key. He doesn't believe it. He just needs to prove it. It's like, what doesn't he have? He doesn't have the fact that he can show he's done it.
Carr?
Yeah.
Did you watch the Saints last year?
I know. Well, we've done a lot. We've had worse. I find it very difficult for me to criticize anything.
Fair.
We've done.
I don't know how you can be a few years into the Derek Carr at this stage of his career where it's like, dude, he's been in the league 10 years.
I heard his name mentioned here.
That
was a couple of years ago.
Coming out of the Raiders, which I was never really into, but yes.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is there was a time period in Oakland and Vegas where you're like, wow, this kid's pretty good. And he keeps growing, right?
Had weapons.
But like, that's not what New Orleans is at now. He's 33. He's been in the league 10 years. And when you watch the games, man, he is so hesitant so frequently. And then they get down like 3 touchdowns and he'll get 150 yards and throw for, like, it's just what a lot of people say Kirk does. I feel like Carr does far more.
And talk about his backup.
Right. I don't know how the Saints are re-racking that thing in a draft where did New Orleans pick? Weren't they right there in that?
I could have sworn they wouldn't they go quarterback? You talk about a team that gets no run, no mention. They're kind of like
irrelevant.
Blah.
Right.
Yeah. Now that they don't have the famous coach, and Breeze, and the whole bit. But I thought it went quarterback. And maybe CTE's kicking in, but I could have sworn I had a conversation with Doug Williams, who, if I'm not mistaken, his son. Well, he was not in Atlanta. He used to be in New Orleans. Yeah, I'd have to check on that one. I don't have the mental recall on that because they really are in that hole to where you go New Orleans, and I'm just like, really?
So they had the 14th pick. So most of those guys were gone because Penix went early and then Bo Nix went early. But I just don't see how you stand pat in that situation. Maybe it's just to keep kind of getting out of the salary cap situation. So you're now punting on another season. But we'll find out. I mean, hell, Washington's got a trip down there. Maybe Derek Carr will chew him up.
The league is not in good standing.
I'm enjoying this just run around the NFC. We'll do the AFC tomorrow.
Okay.
You
here tomorrow?
Yeah. I might work from home though.
Okay, good. I thought maybe you'd be back at the beach.
I got landfills. I got landfills. Where are you at on Kyler Murray? Coming back from injury. He showed some guts late last year.
He to me would irritate the hell out of me because he's so talented. But he plays the game as if, hey, any second now I can go play baseball. Like he plays the game like he's holding you hostage. Like, I don't really need this. I'm doing this.
Doing you a favor?
Yeah, like I'm doing you for a favor. He's the last guy I would have invested in. I'd let him go play baseball.
I mean, that was a team that just got bullied by social media and the agent. It's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, it is. They pulled it off. And now this whole thing they've got now with an athlete who's a terrific athlete as a wide receiver. But am I branded? Do you have the rights to my image?
Marvin Harrison Jr.
I'm like,
he's not signing with the NFLPA.
And I don't blame him for that.
Is LeVar the last dude to do that? Because that's the last example I can think of.
Yeah.
There was so much excitement for LeVar and nobody could buy his jersey.
Right.
And I imagine it worked out great for him. I just remember in that moment being a kid that was a fan.
56, man. And it was like, and I got to believe, because he's a smart young man, that if he's doing it, there's a reason for it. But I'm going to just more Arizona thing.
Danny Green joins the program next. Nobody go anywhere. Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure. Danny, thank you so much for joining us, man. We appreciate you making some time.
Of course, man. Thanks for having me at any time.
All right, I got to start with something. There are certain places in the world, like if you were going to go to college football, maybe you want to go to Alabama or Michigan or UCLA like Doc. But when you start talking college hoops, what's it like to be a star player at the University of North Carolina?
I couldn't tell you. I never was one of those, so I don't know. And I don't know what it's like to be a star player in college, period. But
you were a
today's world
good
is way
player on a
different
very
than back
good
then.
team. How's that?
Yeah, I was solid. I was solid. I was fourth, fifth option, so I wouldn't say star player. But
just because
I
those
didn't
teams
start,
were
I didn't
loaded.
start for my senior year, but yeah, it was a good experience. It was a lot of fun. They did treat us very well there. Everybody got treated like star players, regardless if you were or not. So it was amazing to be there. But today's world is way different. NIL money is a different world for these kids.
I mean, totally different. And what was cool about you is as your NBA career evolved, like you just continued to work, stuck around the league a long time, gathered your rings. What's it like for you now watching the playoffs, knowing that you've entered a new phase of your career?
Yeah, it's a tough, this whole year has been tough to watch the game, being away from it, especially when you're trying to get back in. But it's exciting, man. It's a lot of fun. It kind of makes you want to be out there. You miss the game a lot. So, but yeah, this new challenge, this new thing that I'm transitioning into anyway. Not full time yet. I'm not fully done with playing. It's been different, but it's been fun. It's been exciting. It keeps me around the game. It kind of forces me to watch the game, even though at times it can get a little depressing or so. Not depressing, but just not. It can get frustrating, especially during the year. But yeah, it's fun to watch some of these young guys be able to do some exciting and impressive things on this level and have new teams be able to win a championship this year.
Of the young guys, who has impressed you most and why?
Man. I think the expectation wasn't as high until recent. Anthony Edwards. Everybody had expectation for Luka. He's always impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Kyrie is the same. Jason Tatum. Like the expectations are really high for those guys. Tyrese Halliburton, Pascal Siakam. They didn't expect Indiana to be there. But I like Indiana's team in general. Outside of Minnesota, what they've done, Cat has stepped up, Anthony Edwards, to get them to that stage. They both have been playing really well. But there are others, Nas Reed, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, and in Indiana, you got Nembhard, you got Obi Toppin, T.J. McConnell, Neesmith, like playing defensively. Like those guys have been unbelievable for their groups in order for them to advance. So I like to always, I'm biased. I like the role players, and I like to give them their flowers.
Talking with Danny Green here.
Derek Lively, sorry. Derek Lively, another one.
Yes.
He's been unbelievable, man. And for him to go through, he's gone through this year with the, losing his mom and be able to play at that level and get them to advance, he deserves some flowers as well.
Absolutely. I mean, that pick helped. I mean, the trades they've made have helped in Dallas. We're talking with Danny Green. You can follow him on X at @DGreen_14. He is our Odyssey NBA insider. Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure with capable features like available H-Track all-wheel drive and standard third-row seating. Danny, I'm sure you watched last night. How impressed were you by Dallas winning on the road? That place was pretty electric. And the way Kyrie and Luka are able to, Doc described it earlier today, they're able to kind of rotate between who's Batman and who's Robin.
Yeah, very impressed. I said I didn't think they would come out, win game one on the road, especially against Minnesota. But Minnesota, I think, said that 7-game series kind of beat them up a lot. They're an emotional high. Guys might be a little bit fatigued at this point. But I already knew that even though everybody's giving Minnesota the edge, they beat defending champs. I already knew Kyrie and Luka are gonna win at least 2 or 3 games just off of them being who they are. So I still think it's a good series. I don't necessarily put Dallas in the lead, like Dallas is gonna win because they won game 1. But yes, they're always gonna give themselves a chance when you got those 2 players on the floor because they're just special, man, and they're showing their experience. And other guys are stepping up playing well too. So people that's counting Dallas out are probably second guessing themselves right now, but I still think Minnesota should win it in 6 or 7 games.
What about the East? I mean, Indiana, they got a re-rack for tonight, but how how can they watch the end of game one and not just be like furious at themselves and maybe the refs, but more themselves?
More so themselves. They made a lot of mistakes. It's gonna be tough, but they got to show some maturity. They got to bounce back. And I've been in that situation before where we've had a really tough game that we lost at the end of the game, even in the finals. And it's an emotional wave, man, a roller coaster. So you got to get your emotions under control, get back locked in, focus, play hard, and try to give yourself a chance to win the next one. So we'll see what kind of character they have and how they bounce back, because they played a really good game. They just let us slip away. Now if they can do it twice, and they let us slip away again, then it's like that series is going to be over, because emotionally they're not going to be able to handle that. But they got to be able to play the same way, because they've been kind of inconsistent up and down throughout the playoffs. They win the game by 20, lose the game by 20. So yeah, we'll see what they do tonight, but it's going to take some maturity.
What advice would you give to the Celtics? I think you've lived a little bit of this. Nothing short of winning it all is ever good enough for their base. They seem to play with a different layer of pressure.
Mm-hmm.
What would you be your advice to them? No matter what they do, it's never enough unless they win it all.
I would say, forget about the outside noise. Don't listen to it. Who cares? As long as we're winning games, it doesn't matter how it's won, how it's done. Obviously, they're winning games, and to us, they're not even playing their best basketball. They should be playing better. And the playoffs are not supposed to be easy. You got to respect these teams. These teams are really good. They're there. People are like, oh, they shouldn't be. No, they're there for a reason, and they're a really good team. So for them, I would say block out the outside noise, keep doing what we're doing, make sure we win games. Let's keep getting better and better, hopefully healthy and healthier, because they're going to need everybody healthy for the finals. But yeah, just keep doing little things. And tonight, I think they need to be a little more focused, a little more sharp, and not let it come down the wire to that, because there's no way that Indiana should be on their home floor that close to them or be in the lead. Them being the best home team of the year, having best home court advantage and being plus 20, whatever it is at home, they should be able to find ways to get in a better rhythm or win games or be in better situations and not letting leads go.
For sure. Danny, do you have predictions for how you think both these series end up? I mean, you got both home teams, or I guess road team. Dallas up 1-0, Boston up 1-0. You think we get Dallas versus Boston? You think these things kind of go a different way?
I think it's still Minnesota series to lose, even though they're down 1. I think Minnesota should win in 6 or 7, and I think Boston should win in 6. So
Boston in 6 was kind of. I feel like if Indy was able to get game 1, it really would have flipped that thing. I think
I think Boston should have it in 6 or less. There's no reason they should honestly do it in 5 now. Indiana lost that one. They should get it done in 5, but if not, I think they should get it done in 6. So I think it's going to be Boston, Minnesota.
I tend to agree with you. I got to ask. I'm on your Wikipedia page. I recognize Wikipedia ain't always accurate. Did you play quarterback in high school football?
I did. I played football.
All right. Are you a Giants or a Jets fan? You're a New York guy.
I'm not really a New York sports fan. They weren't great sports teams growing up, so I was neither. I was only New York sports team that I really rooted for was the Yankees.
Okay, so who's your football team?
Players. I didn't have a football team. I rooted for certain players. I used to like certain quarterbacks. Peyton Manning, Dan Marino, Brett Favre, Steve Young. Those guys, and then certain tandems, certain duos when they had in Minnesota, Randy Moss, Dante Culpepper, like that type of thing. Steve Young, Terrell Owens, or Steve Young and Jerry Rice, like those type of tandems are what I rooted for or watched the most.
Where do you live now? Have you settled on a team, or do you still just kind of like watching the players?
I just like watching the games and certain players. I like root for certain underdogs or certain teams that I like the most. But yeah, I'm not really I wouldn't say I have a team now.
How much of your time are you devoting to watching hoops? I mean, now it's kind of easy because there's one game a night. But like regular season, what was your kind of January and February like?
It was tough. Like I said, being at home, being cut from a team and trying to find a way back in, it was tough to watch. I would follow some teams to see if I could end up maybe landing there. I watched it, pretty decently enough when I was in Philly. I guess when I was there. And I had to watch because I had part of my job now, being part of the media, so I had to keep up. So I watched a good amount of it.
Yeah, I bet. Well, last one. I don't know if you started looking at the draft with the playoffs still going, but in Washington this time of year, we're generally just talking about other teams or we're talking about the draft. Wizards have the number 2 overall pick. Have you looked at any of these young guys? It
I
seems
have
like
not.
it's a
I
bunch
have
of
not.
French dudes, basically.
Yeah, I know. So I've heard, and I haven't got a chance to really check them out as prospects. But the French are coming up, man. They have some really good players coming out. Obviously, Wemby is setting a tone, and a really good tone for them. So I see why people are kind of, going that route. But I have not been able to check them out.
What about Klingon, the big kid from UConn? Did you watch any
I
of
did.
that?
I got to see some college basketball. Yeah, I watched college basketball. I think he's very good. I think Edey is better than people expect him to be. He had a really good game against Klingon. And, everybody thinks Klingon probably has more potential and thought he would be way better than Edey. But I think Edey in that matchup, he makes everybody look small. But he had an unbelievable matchup against him in a championship game.
Yeah, for me, man, with the Wiz holding that 26 overall pick, if Edey's there, just
You have to.
that kind of size.
Yeah, you just have to.
Danny, we got to
teach that.
Yeah. Danny, we got to let you go, man.
Thanks,
but
Danny.
I really appreciate you making time.
I appreciate you guys, man. Thank you.
All right, we'll do it again.
For sure.
All right. That was Odyssey
Later.
NBA insider Danny Green. Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe. It is equipped for adventure. And you know why you need a Hyundai Santa Fe? Because summer's almost here. You got a lot of places to go, but you got to start at Offenbachers. Offenbachers has the largest outdoor furniture showrooms in the area and a wide variety of styles, from traditional to super modern, everything in between. Now through May 28th. What is that, 5 days, Landfill? You better get over there. Now through May 28th, Offenbachers is celebrating Memorial Day with discounts of up to 50% on a big selection of outdoor furniture. My house, I have all Offenbachers outdoor furniture. It is awesome. It is comfortable. It is durable. I got little kids that are capable of wrecking everything, and yet they have not wrecked my Offenbachers outdoor furniture. Get over there right now. You could get a swim spa. The Memorial Day sale, you could get up to $10,000 off a swim spa with free financing for qualified buyers. Visit Offenbachers.com or stop into any one of their DC area showrooms in Annapolis, Rockville, Herndon, or Gainesville, and let one of the Offenbachers outdoor specialists help you create your perfect backyard paradise. And don't forget to tell them JP Finley sent you. when somebody's on vacation, I support them.
I know you do.
Full support.
You do.
Full
Why is everybody so down whenever you take a well-deserved break?
Don't know.
People go nuts.
Don't know. I'm not taking another break for at least 8 days.
Really?
Yeah. So it's going to, I mean, I only have 2 trips and 2 other random days off planned in the next month, Doc. 6 weeks. Like
well, let me know. I got to make sure I'm available.
You know what? I will. One real thing here.
Well, there he is.
There
he is.
Stizzle.
Cock-a-doodle-doo. Yeah.
I was not expecting this one.
What do you mean you weren't expecting
He
it?
was just filming with
He's
ESPN,
a regular
I think.
guest.
I think he had a hit on McAfee.
Yeah, no, he does. I mean,
he was clearly just doing
he's
live
all
television
over the place. I kept telling you, he's on everywhere.
Hello, Roost.
Hello, boys. How are we?
Yeah.
Do you want to get down to business?
I was not on the Pat McAfee show. I was just on Cold Pizza with Stephen A. Smith.
Cold Pizza. That's a throwback.
But
Kurt Loder hosting that?
Yeah, exactly. They needed somebody that actually acknowledges hockey. Anyway, I just want to say for the record, I've already told you two clowns on the phone. I did not have anything to do with your stupid golf club. I know I'm known as the anti-fun police around here.
You are.
Because I wanted the Redskins to stop playing ping pong and
Commanders,
and
please.
start winning games. Well, back then,
Commanders.
when this started. Now the Commanders.
Washington football team.
Whatever.
Burgundy and gold.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, they're not. I mean, some people would argue they're not
Skins.
burgundy and gold anymore.
Yeah.
Cranberry and gold.
Cranberry.
Whatever. Either way,
Fuchsia.
I understand that. You know, the book on me is that I'm the anti-fun police. I had
You
nothing
do hate
to do.
ping pong, and the Nationals just got a putting green, and you railed against it.
I didn't rail against it. You guys brought it up.
I was out of town. I don't even know what you said.
Landfill actually
on
took
vacation.
to Twitter for a change and actually
X,
said,
please.
well, whatever. God, what is it with you and these names for crying out loud, JP? I mean, PJ, JP.
Okay.
Anyway, I had nothing to do with your golf club. I'm happy that you guys had it back. I was looking for it about a week and a half ago or so when I was hanging out after my show.
Look, can I ask Doc a question?
Mhm.
Doc is worldly,
Sophisticated.
certainly, debonair. I
Yeah,
would add.
yeah.
Doc, if a murder weapon is found at a scene,
Mm-hmm.
does that scene immediately become the crime scene?
In most cases.
In most cases, and in this case, we hadn't seen the putter in months, and it was in Rooster Studio. Hidden, I would add, by somebody that openly has disdain for putting greens.
But to Rooster's defense, he shares that studio with Craig Hoffman,
Mm-hmm.
the second youngest in charge.
I don't know if they know who that is on this show.
But the only thing I'd add, none of these other people, because I also share a studio. There's people in and out of here doing Lord knows what.
Yeah.
And this is a prison cell. I have no idea why anyone would choose to ever walk in here when there are other studios they can walk into, but that's a different conversation. But Doc, Rooster's the only one publicly admonishing putting greens. He publicly hates putting greens.
That's a great point.
That does make him suspect number one.
Did you find my fingerprints on the actual golf club?
Haven't fingerprinted it yet.
Okay,
Bruce.
because if the fingerprints aren't there, then you know what they say or what they used to say. If it don't fit, you must have quit.
The glove don't fit.
Yeah.
If he's next on the tee, he must be set free.
I have a question for you, Rooster.
Oh boy.
Why did you choose the bullpen area where everybody likes to hang out and have fun
It's a great question.
as the place to record your TV show?
Because
It's not like we have a bunch of quiet rooms or anything.
No.
Go to the lactation room.
Go to the lactation. Here's the answer.
Mhm.
A, I was running late. Surprise.
No way.
Shocker.
B,
No way.
in all of the other rooms, the lighting is not proper, right? And everybody knows I am nothing
Russell.
if I am not in proper lighting.
Bruce, that video you posted on Instagram last night that you think is proper lighting looks like a hostage video. You look like you are a hostage blinking 3 times to let your loved ones know to send the ransom.
Listen, we all can't be as suave and as well lit as they are at NBC4 and your
I'm gonna
sports
tape a show
coverage?
in the same bullpen.
Why didn't you use the TV studio that we have?
What TV studio?
The one right to your left.
Where the junkies
Oh,
make
that
television
one?
every morning.
Because you and any other clown around here would probably make noise and curse and do different things.
So instead, you do it out in the bullpen where it's wide open to the world.
Well, everybody's walking around. That's where we have
Nobody
fun.
should be walking around. Everybody's doing a show.
It's an office. People walk around here. They throw.
Grant does it out there every week with DC News Now. Nobody makes fun of him. Why
Grant
does everybody
doesn't
make fun of me?
Grant doesn't make absurd decisions constantly.
Does he wear headphones?
No.
I don't understand why you don't put headphones in. That's my only suggestion.
It's a great suggestion.
Why'd you call him Charles Broccoli?
Yeah, why did you call him Charles Broccoli?
Um,
Why'd you call me in landfill bleep holes?
Did I?
Yeah, when we were on the phone earlier.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about
Remember that landfill?
Yeah,
Were your
because you
feelings
guys
hurt?
accused me of stealing your stupid golf club.
Okay, if you didn't do
Not
it,
all of us.
If you did, yeah, Denton,
God,
tell him
Denton
who
did.
you thought did it.
I still think
heard.
I still think Stevie did it, and
I
it
heard.
looks even better now. We've had 2 denials. I'm in the lead.
I mean, now I wouldn't go around accusing Stevie of doing something that nefarious, even
Too
though
late.
she apparently knew where it was. I would just say, there's 4 junkies that seemingly have escaped any sort of
You think the junkies have walked
accusation
over
here.
to a 980 studio ever?
It's possible.
Yeah,
I
Bishop's
mean,
the only one that walks
you need to
over
get a
there.
little walking
Don't
in the
think so.
morning. I mean,
Doc, you
know,
think the junks are walking over there to hide a
Not
golf club?
one.
it's
not.
possible.
They have
How
there's
about
too
this?
many millions in their pockets to walk over there.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, Stevie.
Stevie's here. She's been accused of
I
stealing the
did
golf
not
club.
accuse her.
No.
Stevie, what
I
do you
did
know?
not either.
Hold up. Listen. So, in true female fashion, you move things, right? You move things. So I'm on the hunt with Jeff. We pass. I go through 980 first. Just did a quick visual sweep. Then I went behind the desk, and I said, land next to the rack. I didn't do it. I'm not here enough to do it.
I knew Stevie didn't do
Denton
it.
accused
That was
you.
Denton.
Denton.
No, Denton. Don't
Denton.
point at me.
Into the mic, please.
Yep. And if you want to turn the volume down on the TV in the hallway, you got to go to 980.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Denton was wrong.
Denton's a liar. Chris Russell makes bad
Broccoli.
decisions. He doesn't know how to light a camera. He calls Charles Barkley Charles
So,
Broccoli.
Bruce, if it wasn't you, it wasn't Stevie. She just clarified that.
It was not Stevie.
Who are you
Correct.
throwing under the bus? Start throwing.
I think there's another option here that you guys haven't discussed.
Who's that? Hoffman?
The boss.
You think
Ma-
CK? did
Maybe the
this?
boss didn't want you guys clubbing during the breaks.
Putting.
Whatever.
Clubbing.
Clubbing. Whatever.
I don't think it was CK. Was it Linnell? We haven't mentioned Big
Zion.
Mel. Zion.
It could be the second youngest in charge. Yeah.
Or
it could be the actual youngest in charge, Toby Altizer.
do you want to make an accusation? Because I have voted that it was you. Not out of malice, but out of just randomly carrying it around, swinging, cursing at the world, and forgetting where you put it.
Again, you can accuse me of anything you want. It's
J'accuse.
untrue. I didn't even know where it was. I had no idea it was under me. Okay. And
How many other things have you had no idea that are under you?
I mean, I got to go do a show. See you later.
Roost, you could kick things off. Do you have any bleep use? Because it is Bleep You Thursday.
What do you want me to do now? I took my earbuds out.
It's Bleep You Thursday. I'll give you the opportunity to go first.
Yeah, bleep you guys. I'm going home.
No, you got to do a show, Roost.
Roost, you got a show starting at 2:00.
Yeah, it starts at 2:00. You got an hour to
Are
prep.
me and Doc off 980 at 2? At 1?
No, you're off at 2 because that's when Russell's show starts.
Bleep You Thursday. It's a time for us all to come together and hate on stuff. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I have a Bleep You that people on the stream may be able to know what I'm going to say. Give you a good look. Don't go anywhere. Start calling. B. Mitch of Finley, 1067 The Fan. It's that time. Everybody can let loose. Bleep You Thursday. Whoever you're mad at, whoever's wronged you, whatever you're pissed about, if there is a stop sign new in your neighborhood, whatever. Stevie says bleep you to Chris Russell. Just want to get that on the record.
Come on.
How about this?
He's a nice guy.
The cop. The cop that arrested Scotty is now being disciplined for not having his body cam activated. Bleep you to that guy for clearly just making something out of nothing. That's from Associated Press, I believe, is where that news came from. I want to now, Doc, you can do whatever you want, but I don't believe Denton's ever joined us for Bleep You Thursday. Denton, I will give you the floor. Do you have any bleeps you'd like to pass out?
Oh, I definitely have somebody that I would like to bleep. So, like you, JP, I work out in the morning before the shows. I assume that's why you showered today with your hair combed over very nicely.
And now my hair looks normal.
It does.
It's a damn miracle.
Funny how that works.
The wet look was kind of cool, too. We have to talk about it after the show.
You want me to go with that?
I got some ideas. Yeah.
Ooh, all right.
Yeah, I got some ideas.
So I'm not bleeping your stylist, but I was running this morning, and now because it's nice outside, I run outside. So I ran to the Capitol and ran down the National Mall a little bit. But as I'm running,
it's a pretty good run.
It was like 4 miles. It's pretty good. As I'm running, I don't like running necessarily on the sidewalk because people are walking. People got their dogs. I don't want to make them move. So I run in the bike lane, which I'm not supposed to do, but it doesn't matter because the person I'm bleeping left a city bike parked perpendicular in the bike lane, taking up the entire bike lane.
Bleep that person.
Bleep that person. That is terrible malpractice.
They're able to do it because there's way too many bike lanes for way too few bikers.
There's really not a lot.
And they've taken valuable driving space. Driving should still be the goal, Doc. You try to drive down 8th Street by Capital One Arena.
Ooh, good luck.
Good. They got bus lanes, bike lanes. Nobody's allowed to drive. Bleep that. City planning. I can feel it today. We're going for it today. Jimbo is in Manassas and he's mad at somebody. Jimbo, who you mad at, bud?
Jimbo.
Gentleman, how's it going today?
What up?
And big surprise. I'd like to extend a special bleep you to JP Finley, man.
No.
And you know why?
Why?
Look, man, I cannot believe you have not tried Raising Cane's earlier, man. I was listening to you yesterday and I couldn't believe it. It's been the talk of the town for like who knows how long. You never got a chance. Unbelievable. Crazy, man.
Where are the closest Raising Cane's? Because to call it the talk of the town, I don't know how close one is even to my house.
Oh, man. I mean, there's been the one Union Station. There's a couple in Virginia now. I mean, you're out there in Ashburn all the time. I'm just saying.
Yeah, all right. I guess Union Station is the closest one for me. But I tried it. I enjoyed it.
Say, though,
what are you mad at me for?
Oh, I'm glad. And I hear you about the cane sauce. It took me a couple times to get on it. I'd say give it a couple tries. But you are right. Chick-fil-A sauce clears. And that's all I got to say today. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you, Jimbo. Landfill, make sure you log that one. That was an important call. That's the exact stuff I'm looking for on Bleep You Thursday. Also, Raising Cane's, you need to serve ketchup. Let's go to our boy Lap on line 1. Lap, who you mad at?
Lap.
Hey, what's up, everybody? What's up, Doc? What's up? JP? What's up, Jeff? What's up, Denton, man? What is Landfill there too? What's up, Landfill? You was my bleep you in the past, but I'm cool with you now. But it's Craig Hoffman right now.
Why you mad at Craig?
Man, I'm gonna tell you why. Okay, so a couple of times I've called Craig. I've showed Craig love all the time. I love his take on the sport, especially the local teams. He's probably like the Kevin Sheehan's stepson, that Kevin Sheehan never had before, man. The guy is awesome at what he does. But then when you get the disrespect, call me the worst caller because I was talking about the Wizards and the fact that, he was like saying something sarcastic, like, thanks for giving us, the spin on how to, have a successful franchise, but we need a coach. And I'm like, well, a coach is part of the winning franchise, you know what I'm saying? And you're supposed to be so smart and intelligent and always being sarcastic and throwing shade at people and hanging up, you know what I'm saying? That's just disrespect. I'm not one of those callers, probably, you know, on the level of Paulie or G from the shop or Savard, but I've been calling, Doc and B Miss can tell you that I've been calling for years.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying?
now.
I even showed you love. I even showed you love, JP, because
I
I
appreciate
mess
it,
with
buddy.
you, dude. You a good guy, man. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you.
All right.
And then another time he said something about, Eric Bieniemy.
Lab, can I say
he
something?
took a shot.
Call Craig
Yeah.
and get mad at him. You've said you've gotten your piece. Bleep you to Craig from Lap.
I'm gonna call him. But I'm just saying. I was just telling you the history so you know why.
All good.
You know what I'm saying? And I've seen. Well, I'm saying, JP, I've seen how the junkies have treated people. That's why I always call Lurch and show him love. I seen how Danny, even though I like Grant, I seen how Danny treat people, and I seen how Chad do. And like I said, Craig Hoffman is a really good guy. You know what I'm saying? And he's good at what he does. But it's just a disrespect. I don't think he should do that or feel entitled because it's his show. And if you say something he don't agree with, you know what I'm saying, that's not cool. We don't agree with everything y'all say and vice versa, but we still show y'all love.
Thank you for the call, man.
Show. Yep.
I appreciate it. We just try to keep them tight.
man.
That's all. Thank you. Here's somebody that kind of never makes sense. Commander Tequila, who you mad at?
I'm mad at Jerry Jones, Papa Smurf, man. My working hours are from 8 p.m. to noon. Okay, Monday through Wednesday. I drink after work. I'm home by 1. And now listen to you guys narrative. But Thursdays and Fridays,
let it
8
rip.
p.m. to 4 in the morning. To 4 in the morning, I'm home already. Drinking my tequila sunrise.
Thank you, pal. Always good to hear from you. Appreciate the support. Anybody? Anybody got anything on that?
Yeah, don't drink and drive. That's all I can say to you.
All right. I'm gonna reveal something. We're a family here. I'm gonna allow myself to be vulnerable, Landfill, and we'll see just how safe this space is. I'm gonna lean in for the stream people here. You see this? I have like a zit that turned into a cut on my nose, Doc. Can you see that?
No, I can't, fortunately.
Well, good. I look like freaking Rudolph half the time. Like when I don't know if the hot water or something gets it, but bleep you to whatever is going on my nose.
I'm glad I can't see it.
Do you want me to come give you a closer look?
I'll pass.
Jeff?
I think Jeff is interested in it.
Nah, I'm good.
Denton, you're fairly weird. You want to come check out my nose?
He's answering phone calls.
I'm not checking out your nose.
Okay.
I'm weird with the way I dress. I'm not doing weird stuff like that.
Glad you at least admitted you're weird with the way you dress. Landfill? Nose check?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
How dare you?
How dare you? Jeremiah from Fairfax is on the line. What up, Jerry?
What's up, guys? Hey, the nose knows, JP. The nose knows. But my bleep you today is the guy who road raged on me on Waples Mill and Government Center Parkway yesterday in Fairfax and pulled out a knife over something that was his own fault. But he told me his name was Josh. Bleep you, Josh. I don't like you. I don't like you at all, Josh. That's my bleep you. Thank you.
Damn, that was strong, Jerry.
Wow.
That was very strong. Yo, just as a rule of thumb from me and Doc, don't pull out knives, right? It's 2024. Let's stop with the stabbings and the stab threatenings. All right, somebody that needs no introduction. Doc, when you get a billionaire on the line, we get an NFL owner on the line, you take that call right away.
Especially from Dallas.
Hello, Jera.
Jera.
Hey, listen, Doc, it's good to hear your voice. It's amazing how many people you can get in that aquarium and studio without Brian's head in the way. That's just all I hear about.
Man, dude, that's not fair.
But listen, Finley and Denton Day, both of you, blank you. Because, Doc, who's the only person in there that would use a bike lane?
Denton.
Brian Mitch. And you would have never had talked about that if Brian had been sitting in there. That big head would have exploded all over y'all. That's just being a dumbass coward. If you're not going to talk about a bike lane when Brian Mitchell, who is the first one to talk about, you better give us our way when we're on the road, or else you might get killed. That just tickles me, Finley. You would have never said that if Big Brain had been sitting there.
I didn't say it.
You know I was upset
but
because
you
there was a
followed up
bike
on it.
parked in the bike lane that would have killed a biker, right? I am
You
the
would've-
hero in this story. I was just running in the lane.
Oh, my bad. But listen, Finley talked about it already, and I know what you said. I heard it. I don't have to replay the tape. You talked about too many bike lanes, and all I can say is this: you would have never
I've
had
said that too, B. Mitch.
Well, I'm surprised you're still alive
Hey,
because
Jared,
Brian Mitchell
can I ask you
is
a question?
the biggest one that advocates having all roads for bicycle. But I got to admit, it might be dangerous if you see Brian on the side of it. You ain't gonna be able to see ahead of him. Anyway, hey, listen, Doc, it's good listening to you.
Good to hear your voice.
Can I ask you a quick question, Jared?
You certainly may.
Apparently, Dak Prescott doesn't play for money. He doesn't love money. Will that help
Yeah,
your
right.
contract negotiations?
Yeah, right. You obviously haven't been sitting in on our negotiations. Yeah, right.
Thank you, sir.
Listen, that better give me what I need this year, or that will be on another team.
I
That's
bet he
all I can
won't.
say.
Thank you, sir.
Say that again.
I bet he
Take care.
won't.
Oh, I bet he will. I need me some glory hole. Y'all I gotta go.
Goodbye. All right, very spirited. A lot of people in the chat are bleeping all sorts of people. Timothy Park says, bleep you to Jeff for calling out B. Mitch and Landfill for being late the other day.
We were late, though. I mean, that happened. We should have asked Jara about the Cowboys playoff conference finals drought. All the other Dallas teams made it this past season. It's been 28 years for the Cowboys.
That is crazy that all those teams in Dallas are just grooving.
Yeah, 28 years.
Another dude said, bleep me for taking vacation on Monday. I will not.
Is that last Monday or this upcoming Monday?
This upcoming Monday's a holiday. You're off too.
Still not going to be here.
Are you coming in?
No.
Jeff, you working?
Most likely. You know, they always make us fill the regular shows out.
We'll be in. Don't worry about it. We got your back covered, JP.
Denton?
You can sleep comfortably.
I'm working here and at another company.
Whoa, big time.
Yeah, big time. A lot of lacrosse coverage for your boy on Monday.
Now we're talking. Are you like calling the lacrosse games?
Not calling the games, but I'm anchoring SiriusXM's coverage of the national championship.
Good for you, dude.
Okay, college sports insider over here.
You are. I mean, if we ever needed validity or vindication that you are the college sports insider's insider, you're hosted pre and post for the college lacrosse national title game, where we all hope the Maryland Terrapins will be participating. We have our annual lacrosse Final Four preview tomorrow, 10:45 a.m. Danny Gladding will be joining us. I certainly, Jeff or Landfill, do you have any bleep yous you need to get off your chest?
No, I'm very happy today.
Terrific. Jeffrey?
Yeah, I don't think I have any bleep yous this week.
Okay, great. And Doc? Anybody you're mad at?
No.
Okay, I saved one more. There's a giant expense account software that I'm not going to name names, but if you have to fill out expense accounts, you know the company I'm talking about. So when you fill out your expense report, right? Say you, like, I bought train tickets to go to New York for the Caps Rangers games for Channel 4.
Mm-hmm.
And the game, say I traveled on April 15th.
Mm-hmm.
But I bought the ticket on April 13th.
Mm-hmm.
And then you submit all this information. All this information is on the receipt that you have to submit.
Mm-hmm.
They will send it back to you and say, transaction date is incorrect. The actual transaction date is 4/12, not 4/13. Just fix it yourself. Why send it back to me to then make me fix it to send it back to you? Just fix it.
Because they can.
If there's no receipt, I understand, but the receipt is there showing you exactly what to do.
Yeah, but now you're asking them to be practical. You're asking them to do. See, a lot of these people in these positions have no common sense.
I think it's bots, and I think it certainly overseas drives me freaking crazy.
They have no common sense.
It's my understanding Jeff Walker now has a bleep you.
Yes, my bleep you actually goes to Denton Day and JP Finley. Because they were kind of trying to call me childish because I said I do not raw dog the toilet seat.
Okay, here we
The
go.
toilet seat. No, I always cover
Raw
up the
butt
toilet.
is the term.
Yeah, raw butt
Raw
the
butt.
toilet seat.
Okay.
Yes, they tried to they were telling me to grow up more specifically, Denton told me to be an adult.
I did tell him to be an adult.
And I think
you and I have had the raw butt conversation before.
I think that is actually absurd that you guys are just wiping off a toilet seat and putting your bare behind on it. So bleep you guys.
I don't know, man. I think it's pretty normal to just go in there and take care of business without building a fake paper barrier. You think that thing's stopping anything?
Yeah, important word that Jeff threw in there that is very important. We wipe it off. It's not like we just sit on it without looking at it to see if it's disgusting. We wipe it off and then place our behinds on it.
If you don't have no Clorox, you don't have no bleach.
Your just fake little paper wall doesn't have Clorox or bleach either,
bro. But
you bring bleach into there.
It's 2 to 3 layers right there.
The toilet paper in there is a quarter of a ply. It's not even one ply.
JP.
But it's better than nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah.
I think it is nothing. I also think we have to break before landfill kills us all. Peter Rosenberg joins us next.
This is the same lousy meatloaf. This is the same boring nights.
Right.
This is not what I want. I just think,
she's had too much
sometimes-
wine, has fallen asleep at 8:45 on the couch.
Yeah.
Get me out of this.
And here's the thing. If in football, when you're talking about the quarterback, when enough time passes and you don't know the answer, that is the answer. And that is the Daniel Jones conundrum. I think they're going to be bad this year. Obviously, we don't know if we have a quarterback, so I can't start celebrating too much. I think if we all know if Jaden Daniels turns out to be the real deal, we have a football team. If he turns out to not be the real deal, we're probably just what we have been. But I don't feel great about this Giants team. I think defensively they'll be pretty special, but I think offensively they are going to struggle.
That front line looks sick. I mean, the first round pick called him Daniel Jones. That's all I need.
And
to
they've
know.
already paid him.
Right.
That's not
right.
Let's not leave that out.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they're already in the bag financially. If you don't like them, it's a perfect scenario.
You get out after this year. It could be a lean year,
Yes,
and they might have to flip everything again.
Yeah.
You think Dable survives if they go 7-10?
That is really the question, because
are you serious?
Like
with
they're going to be
Parcells and Belichick and whomever else, people that are
they could go after Belichick.
hovering. Come on, man.
Yeah, yeah.
People like Dable up here, though, man. I got to tell you guys, they really, for whatever reason, there's something about Dable's energy that they like. But I will say, with how bad last year was, I don't know if they can have another terrible one.
Yeah. Peter, we appreciate you, man. Enjoy.
Good stuff, Peter.
Game 5 will be what, next Wednesday-ish or something?
That is, yes, I will talk to you the day after it. I'll be driving back from Boston.
That'll be awesome, man. All right, have a great weekend. Thanks, buddy.
Good deal.
You too, boys. Happy holiday.
All right, that is Rosenberg Radio on X and Instagram. Peter Rosenberg, always appreciate
He's living the dream.
He is. When we come back, got to make some butts. Jeff, you want the stream numbers to spike? You want me to try to bust out the Beyonce dance on the stream real quick?
Do it for sure.
All right, Landfill,
Yes.
keep it going. I need the chorus. I mean, the camera sucks, so I only know the butt shaking one. I don't know the ring joint.
All right, nah.
You want me to sit back down?
Nah. We
Doc, were
we
you
not
excited
having
for me
that.
to do the Beyonce dance?
We not having that.
No, I wasn't.
Doc says he's not excited.
See, I was with him when he was like he was going to do the choreography, but then when he
I
said
know the choreography, I know the
when he did the when
Warren
he started
Sapp did it.
saying
If
the
Warren
butt shaking
Sapp can do
part,
it, I
nah,
can do it.
sit down, JP.
No.
Yo, man,
I do like, unlike
it's
most.
only one person that wants you to dance for him like that.
When JP sings, I kind of like it.
Yeah.
You guys don't, but I kind of like it when he sings.
I appreciate that, Doc.
Yeah, but the dancing part.
You know who doesn't like you when you sing?
My 5-year-old. That's accurate. We do have a controversy here, though, boys, and we don't have a ton of time to address it. Apparently, Doc, we were robbed of some stream time. For half of the time we had Rosenberg on, the stream was not up, and the people in the chat are convinced that Jeff fell asleep. Jeff says the computer was acting funny, and Jeff actually responded, "Tim, be quiet, LOL, I was up." So Jeff claims he did not fall asleep. Jeff, would you like to address the newest controversy?
Yeah, it was like stuck a little bit, and then it apparently freed up, and then I was just like, okay, and I almost forgot about it because it wasn't working, and then they got the back half of Peter Rosenberg.
Whoa, pause. My theory is not that Jeff fell asleep. We saw him. He was awake, but he just kind of forgot about the stream and then remembered.
Nah, it's not that.
Landfill, how do you vote?
I mean, there seems like multiple plausible answers here, but our computers are absolutely terrible.
That's true. That's a very valid point.
These are like from like when George Bush was president.
You could definitely play Oregon Trail on these computers.
Yeah, to be clear, the first George Bush.
Yeah.
What is Oregon Trail?
Exactly. It was a video game on computers when I was in elementary school. And it was like that weird green screen. I don't even know what that's called. DOS, MS-DOS, maybe.
Jazz Jackrabbit would be too
I
advanced.
just
for
like
these
seeing
computers.
Denton Day smiling. He usually works under terror and fear, right? And he works for the ogre. So seeing him in a pleasant environment where he's treated like an equal, and
we've been making fun of him pretty much all day.
Who has?
We said his clothes are weird, and
that's normal. Though.
Yeah, but that's fun love. I mean, before he's berated, I mean, he works for an ogre.
It's nice to be part
I
of the
mean,
team
you know,
today.
he's never
There's 5 of us
complimented
here.
for anything he does.
Sits by himself all day.
Yeah, he's by himself.
Myself all day.
I mean, the guy he works for won't even come around him.
It is a different vibe over here, Denton.
Little different. Yeah, just a little bit.
All right, let's make some bets. Jeffrey.
Okay, so we all hit last night, JP.
But where? So we gotta. Is everybody back here tomorrow? All of us.
No.
Who's not here tomorrow?
Denton is not
Where
here.
the hell's Denton going?
I'm on the junkies tomorrow. Someone's sick.
Who's
Filling
sick?
in. Valdez.
I'm Matt Valdez. All right. Well, to hell with Denton. The 4 of us make picks. Or you can make a pick, Denton.
You already know what I'm going with. Pacers plus 8.5.
So you think they keep it going, no problem?
Yes. Holla buckets, baby. Let's go.
That is
Let's
your
win
guy.
game 2.
Can I claim
Yes.
Nas Reed like you claim Halliburton?
Sure, but you know, I was kind of riding with my guys.
You were early.
Yeah, but Nas Reed definitely he deserves it. That dude is an X factor, believe it or not.
Agreed. You haven't said anything yet that I'm not buying into.
Are you buying into Pacers plus 8.5? Is that your pick, Doc?
Absolutely.
All right.
I'm with Walker, man.
Doc and Jeff on Pacers plus 8.5.
It's a Walker thing, baby.
Landini?
I'm taking the USA minus 154. Now, I'm not sure what sport it is.
Who are they playing?
But I know we're playing the Czech Republic coming up here in about 20 minutes.
So you're unaware of what sport the U.S. is playing the Czech Republic in, and you're laying minus 150.
Yep, taking it. Take it.
Bold strategy, man. Denton, you can make a pick.
I'm so happy Jeff went the Pacers. I'm taking the Celtics laying 9 tonight.
Fear that's the right side. I don't like it. Is it getaway day at Kaminsky, whatever the hell they call that stadium, or is this the beginning of the series? Whatever it is, you know what? I'm going Pucks. Over 5.5, Edmonton versus Dallas. Thank you to everyone that listened to the program today. Thank you to John Keim for joining us. Thank you to Danny Green for joining us. Thank you to Peter Rosenberg for joining us. Thank you to everybody that's hanging out in the stream, everybody that's letting us know they're listening via social media. Thank you to truly the one and only Mr. Doc Walker, the boys in the aquarium.
Thanks, guys.
Chris Russell for being a lunatic. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far.
Hoorah.
Matt Essa goes to a golf club.
Good afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. It's Thursday, May 23rd, 2024. We will be with you until 6:30 tonight, an actual normal 4.5-hour G&D. The Nats are off. They play again tomorrow against the Mariners right here in D.C. at Nationals Park. We're in our Half Street studios. Nice show planned for you today. Sam Monson at 3 o'clock from PFF covers the NFL. They ranked the starting quarterbacks for every team this week. Where did they have Jaden Daniels? We'll get into that with him. Plus, at 4, we are Beltway Blitzing and a new segment. We're going to try to give away a prize via this segment. It'll be a little game, actually.
Yes.
5:45, it'll be called Jaden Daniels or Jeff Daniels.
The rules are very complicated in this one. It's going to take a while to explain it.
And we'll explain it at that time. But just know it's called Jaden Daniels or Jeff Daniels, and we're playing for prizes at 5:45 today. Right here on Grant and Danny. Danny, how are you?
I'm good, my friend. This is one of those days, another one of them days, where the thermometer or thermometer to the layperson says one thing, it ain't that thing. No, it's not. Like, you could tell me it's 73 degrees. Why am I so sweaty then? Answer me that person that says it's 73. I went outside. It's like being in soup. Nope. I need the next level thing. What will the pudgy, stocky, suburban zilch, what will you feel when you go outside? Not the 73. It feels like 204. That's what I need.
I don't think it's as gross today as it was yesterday.
They're both bad, as far as I'm
That's
concerned.
fair.
Both past the point of acceptability, as far as I'm concerned.
One thing you and I have, we have many things in common. One thing we definitely have in common is our hatred for the heat.
Yep.
We can bond over that anytime you'd like.
That's right.
Cold.
I'll do it right now.
Better than hot.
Mm-hmm.
Air conditioning, better than the outdoors. It was great to be at the ballpark yesterday. And I'm a big fan of like windows open, press box, broadcast booth. I went up and saw Charlie and Dave. You want to feel like you're there. You want to hear the crowd. You want the crack of the bat, the smell of the popcorn, the fryer getting turned on, all that stuff. But damn if I wasn't so sweaty and so hot all day long working over at the ballpark. Felt great when we walked in the doors downstairs into the lobby to come up here.
My little AC blast hit you.
People who work outside all day, I have such respect and admiration for. Like, I'm not envious of it. But the people that are like grinding in the heat, you're walking by at a construction site or something, there's got to be no feeling like when they either get into AC for the first time or jump in a cold shower or something, that refreshing jolt is the best.
I've talked about this before, but I was humbled over summer after my sophomore year, living in Waynesboro, Virginia. They put me on, they help you get a summer job, right? And so my summer job, I work with this landscaping crew. And these guys worked circles around me. I'd be exhausted after 20, 30 minutes. These guys wearing flannel shirts in 100-degree heat with no air movement at all, no breaks, no problem until lunchtime. And I'd like have to quit early to go to the ballpark. And like, I didn't know what I was doing. I wasn't helpful. They actually like let me think I was doing a good job and then would undo my mistakes and things for like the following days. Unbelievable. But like a total new level of respect for people that actually work hard for a living.
Danny, we got a lot of ground to cover today. We will talk NFL football. We'll get into James Wood, who homered last night, still not being called up to the Nationals. We mentioned Sam Monson of PFF. They actually graded the Commanders' offseason, gave them a B+. Want to discuss that with you. That's all coming up. But why don't we start with something that's a little more timely? Within the last hour or so, this broke. The video of a security camera that is just outside the entrance at the golf club where the PGA Championship was, where Scotty Sheffler got arrested, got released via the Louisville Metro Police Department. So I reposted what the Golf Channel and golf.com put out. You could go check it out if it's easy at Grant H. Paulson. I'm sure the video's all over the place. It won't be hard to find. Here's what I'll say, and then you give your take, and I'll follow you. I don't know if we're seeing everything that happened. There's a video that's even a little bit longer than the one I reposted that I've since found that's like a minute longer, but it's on the back end, not the front end. The videos pick up from a distance. Sheffler is slowly kind of turning into the lane where he's trying to go in up against a fence, and a cop comes running over, and it almost looks like maybe with like a nightstick or something, like swings at the side of his car, and then with his left arm, left wrist, hits on the windshield or the front of the truck, perhaps. There's no dragging of a police officer.
Nope.
This guy doesn't go to the ground pulled by the truck, it looks like, or SUV that Sheffler is driving. I don't know how the pants of $80 value got ruined and torn. So I'm leaving open the possibility until I hear something else that there is something that happened that we aren't seeing here. But what we are seeing, before we opine and editorialize anymore, the video that's been released by the police department on the same day, by the way, we're finding out that this police officer already got reprimanded because he didn't turn on his camera, so they can't view the incident through his own lens, which he is supposed to wear a camera, have it on. He didn't follow the rules. This not only looks like a giant misunderstanding, the police report does not look in any way accurate unless there's something that happened that we're not seeing.
So I've seen a 2+ minute video. And from what I've seen, this is the ultimate overreaction. This is the ultimate nothing burger. This is, now that we have it, I'm satiated. As you said, there's a new video. I could certainly update my file on this. Now, it doesn't mean anybody who jumped to a conclusion in any direction is validated. Anybody who was like, Scotty Sheffler's a good person, therefore this didn't happen. You turned out right on this one, it sounds
your logic might be wrong.
That's my point.
Unless we find out more information, I would say that if your take was the police officer likely overreacted and this is probably much ado about nothing, whether you had the right evidence or your guess was lucky or not, this video makes it look like you were correct.
And that's what I mean here. So now my whole point then was, I haven't seen anything. I've got two different people or a couple different versions of what might be the truth. We should let all the facts play out. I now have seen some facts play out. This was a nothing burger. This was a giant overreaction.
Do you think there's more that we're not seeing?
I do not, because again, this 2-minute, 23-second video, you can see a very, very extremely slow left turn, a meandering car that's not slamming on the gas, that's not dragging anybody, that's not zipping around people, that's not showing everybody one finger and telling you to pipe down because I'm a golfer. This is a very gentle, slow left turn. There's some traffic in the way. It's in the upper left corner of the video. This is nothing.
Yeah, so just for people that haven't seen it, kind of do a little play-by-play here of sorts. So there are what appears to be two passenger buses in the front of the video at the bottom that take up quite literally like the top half of the camera lens. Excuse me, the bottom half of the camera lens. So we're seeing, when you say like 40% basically of the field of view above that on this zoomed in version. And that is where you see, after you haven't seen Sheffler's vehicle because it's blocked by the buses, his brake light is on. Like he's almost stopped. He's also almost directly, I don't want to say running into, but if he drives 5 feet forward, he bumps into a fence. So he can't be going more than 2-3 miles an hour. I mean, literally, he's just not driving as much as he's gliding. And you said it's a very slow turn. And the police officer who ends up banging on his car in this video comes running from a distance, not next to the car, but from behind the car. And as Sheffler basically evens out and is now ready to start driving down this path, this guy whacks at his window. That's where I think either it's like a stick, nightstick, flashlight, something like that. He kind of swings his right arm like toward the car. And then with his left arm, he kind of comes down close fist and bashes what appears to be like hits the windshield or the front of the car to stop him. And now I'm watching it here. Sheffler's got his foot on the brakes. You can see the red lights. He's not moving. The guy is screaming. He's moving while he's talking. Again, we're from a long ways out. You can't see what he's saying. He's leaning in to the window as he talks to Sheffler. He's got his arm in the window. Now his entire head and shoulders are in the window, kind of pulling seemingly on Sheffler. I'm sure at this point, Scheffler's trying to say, look, dude, I'm the number one golfer in the world. I'm just trying to get to work. Other officers come over, flashlights. It's dark. It's raining. It's actually lighter than I would have thought, though. What do you think about that? Like, everyone was saying it was still dark out. I mean, maybe it's a really well lit
I think area. It's ambient light with all the different cars that are brake lights,
really
headlights are on. Yeah, you can see better than you think.
Maybe it is still nighttime or like morning without
Early
any,
morning, yeah.
But it's a well lit area with actual lights. And then they pull Sheffler out of the vehicle, they put him against the car and start cuffing him. What I'm leaving open is the possibility, maybe, and I'm literally making this up. I read a police report like everyone else did. Is it possible that this started 20 feet further back and like the video is not showing that, and that's he dragged the guy before that, and then he gets around the corner, we're picking it up halfway through and going, oh my God, this guy lied. There's no nobody's saying that, so there's no reason to believe that. But otherwise, the police report couldn't be less accurate of the account.
Yeah, that's not how it read to me. If it read there was a rolling through some sort of stop, drag the guy who then recovers, gets to his feet, sprints back, smacks either the windshield or the frame as Sheffler rolls to a stop. I never saw that. So if that was the case, then that probably should have been printed or written down somewhere or part of the accounts. Yeah, I mean, again, what this video shows is something so extraordinarily minor and what looks to be a pretty overzealous overreaction.
Refused to comply and accelerated forward, dragging the officer to the ground was in the police report.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
That did not happen here. Now, there could still be a second part of the video. Someone here is tweeting me, that video hasn't been released yet, probably won't until the June 3rd arraignment that reportedly shows the police officer being dragged and resulted in a total loss of the $80 pants. So if that's out there, I will continue to wait for it. All I can react to right now is what, by the way, it wasn't like Scotty Sheffler released this video, to my knowledge. The police department did. They got the security, said, here's what we've got.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What I could do on the second day of the PGA Championship a week ago Friday was react accordingly to what the police report said, to what Scotty Sheffler said. All we got now is this part of the video. This part of the video shows to me a police officer who is overreacting and Scotty Sheffler not doing anything wrong. If there's a video that comes out where before this, Scotty Sheffler pulls away from the cop, drags him, and he got up off the ground and he's pulling up his pants and he catches up, and that's when the video starts that we're seeing, I will have a different opinion then. All I got's what I got. Not a great look right now for Officer Gillis.
Yeah. I think that's a pretty good summary. I guess the thing in question, or the question that I have, is where is this? I don't know what the right word is. Like, where's the damage to the officer? Do you know what I mean? Like, where's that part? Because that's certainly not in this video.
Correct.
Like, I don't know when pantaloons.
That's why I think there's got to be another part that we're not seeing.
Yeah, no pantaloons are ruined. There's no dragging. There's no to the ground. This is a person that runs very cleanly, very easily. That doesn't look like he's getting up from anywhere. Again, that part of the view would have been obstructed by one of these buses, who was able to run and kind of backhand smack with whatever it is, flashlight, wand, I don't know, what he's got on the either the hood or the frame or even the windshield of the car. Before then, kind of, as you said, multiple times, kind of reaching in, clearly yelling and addressing something at Sheffler. Listen, I don't know how many people have been in a spot like that or otherwise. You're probably not your normal self when someone's reaching into the car yelling at you. Who knows if you're defensive, if you're yelling back. I don't know.
What we're seeing on this video probably happens every day at a traffic stop. Quite literally. Like, a car's going slowly, a police comes running up from behind you like, stop, man, and like bangs on your car. That is called Tuesday in any city. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is such a normal, common thing that happens all the time, which is why I'm just leaving open the possibility that maybe there's some seconds of video that we don't have from before we see everything pick up. But if this is what happened, this is over. The charges get dropped like now, and we never talk about this again as it pertains to Scotty Sheffler having done something terrible and wrong.
Mm-hmm.
If there's another video that comes out, let's all react when it does.
We'll react accordingly, I suppose.
But this, to me, is a pretty open and shut case if this is what you're working with when they actually do the arraignment and they decide what's going to happen in terms of these charges. This was pretty easy if this is what we got.
Yeah, and again, this wasn't the attorney for Scotty Sheffler or something like that that's putting this out early here. This is
you care, by the way, that the officer also got reprimanded today. Is a separate thing, but supposedly their rule is you got to wear your camera so that we can evaluate if you did your job correctly. And he's already been reprimanded for not having done that. Like, this could also be pretty easily determined whether you did the right thing or the wrong thing if you were doing your job correctly and you had your camera turned on.
Right. So how do I say this the right way? Obviously, I want rules to be followed. I want people to be accountable, and whatever you sign up for beforehand, I want you to be held to that standard. For this particular set of circumstances, as it pertains to Scotty Sheffler, not necessarily affected one way or the other. I want every bit of information we can. So I would have preferred he had done that correctly. But did that mean he was necessarily falsifying information? No.
Well, of course not.
It could have been a mistake that he made.
My point is just it would be a really easy way
to
corroborate what he said and to prove whether it's true or false. That's probably a big part of the reason why they do it.
Agreed.
Also, I think you're trying to keep police officers safe. You're trying to evaluate, like you do, when you call in to fix something with your bank, they say this call may be recorded for training purposes. Like we're always trying to improve, I'm sure, and 98% of police officers are excellent at what they do, I'm quite sure. But like any field, they're trying to say, hey, this was bad. Let's do this better. Hey, maybe we could do this a little differently. His camera wasn't on, so he's getting in trouble for that. Whereas that would have been like, we don't need this across the street from the perch of the other building over top of 2 buses, grainy video at night. If his camera's on, we could just kind of see everything that happened right there and hear the whole conversation.
Absolutely. Yeah, it would have made it easier, certainly. But I guess, I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is on its face, him not having his camera on didn't mean that he wasn't telling the truth. This video means he wasn't telling the truth to me. Does that make sense?
Correct.
Like, so I that's why I always say as much information should come out, as the better. That's what we need. We need all the information without rushing any kind of judgment. Now, this seems pretty easy to me. Again, I'm willing to leave open that fraction of a percent, as you are, that there's something else we haven't seen that would change the framing. But again, this looks like the ultimate nothing burger, a giant overreaction, and apology should be in order.
I will say, based on this video, and maybe it's just the angle with the buses, because we can only see from like halfway up the truck up. I don't see some big, obvious, clear signage that shows that I'm a player. Unless that's on the front of the truck, which we can't see. We're getting a profile shot, essentially, from the back corner of the truck. But everyone made it, I thought, sound pretty obvious that, well, this police officer should have just seen that he had a big magnet all over the door that said, I'm Scotty Sheffler, I'm important. I don't see that at all. So I do want to at least say that on this guy's behalf, that I'm looking for it and I'm not seeing it. Maybe it is just something that was on the bottom half of the vehicle that we can't see from this footage. So if anything else comes out, we'll pass it along, but that's a quick update and reaction to what we've been able to see this afternoon. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan next. We were talking about the possibility of a enclosed stadium in DC, and Danny and I kind of stumbled into a little bit of a debate where I'd rather a great stadium not in the city. He'd rather even a lesser stadium as long as it's in the district. Well, we want to workshop that next on the Fan.
there are creative ways when you start talking about, well, maybe part of what the city contributes is in transportation costs. Is there then way? Because the infrastructure is going to need a ton of work. And that's actually that's a huge chunk of money when it comes to building a stadium. Is that something that can be counted as the city's contribution? And is that a different pot of money than the straight bond debt, which they've been racking up doing all these other projects, including Capital One? So they're going to have to get creative, but people who are behind it, the politicians who are behind it, continue to tell me they can figure out a way.
That's the voice of Eric Flack, award-winning reporter at Channel 9, discussing the path to a stadium being built at the RFK site in D.C. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're going to get into the stadium and something Danny and I kind of just stumbled into a couple of days ago when talking about that topic right here on the show. But I just saw this online during the break, and I wanted to play this clip. So you want to put a cute little kid on TV, huh?
Uh-huh.
There was a TV show many, many years ago. I don't know if you remember Kids Say the Darndest Things.
Yes.
Was it Cosby who hosted it?
It was hosted by Bill Cosby.
Always?
That's the only version I ever saw.
Okay. More awkward now looking back on that show, I would say.
Yes.
But that show was hilarious when I was growing up.
Because the whole bit is so like much now like Steve Harvey doing Family Feud, where they're like, name something you do with the member of the opposite sex alone in the dark. And then like someone will say something that's pretty obvious and he'll make a face and like pace around to the audience. That's what the whole setup was. Like the kid to say something crazy and then Cosby to do like a Cosby face.
So you thought, I mean, maybe some of that. I thought it was just like super precocious kids and they inevitably would say something wacky. I don't remember like a goading of them, but maybe. But the point was you get enough kids talking about issues on stage, like somebody's going to say something funny.
Right.
But this was the Pirates telecast today. Paul Skeens pitched for the third time. He went 6 innings, 1 run, by the way. Only struck out 3 after punching out 11 last time he pitched.
Is he okay? What's wrong with him?
I think he'll be all right.
Yeah.
But he continues to dominate at the major league level after winning the College World Series last year. Went number 1 overall, 1 pick ahead of the Nationals last season. But there's a kid who was dressed like Paul Skeens, including with his mustache. And so they're like, oh, this will be good TV. Let's go talk to this kid. And this is what they got.
Okay, good. But I have to ask you, what's your favorite thing about Mr. Paul Skeens? His mustache and Livy Dunn.
Livy Dunn, who is his gymnast, famous social media
That's unbelievable.
girlfriend, who is 21 years
That's
old.
unbelievable.
This is like a Squints Wendy Peppercorn situation, right? This like 13, 12-year-old kid, whatever he is, wearing his Paul Skeens mustache. Like, what do you like so much about Paul Skeens? He goes, his mustache and Livy Dunn. And they're like,
back to you guys in the booth.
Baseball. What's happening on the field? What's happening?
It's a football.
It's so funny.
I mean, that's great. You play with fire. Sometimes there's a heated situation. That's unreal.
Very, very funny.
That's great.
But yeah, I mean, you want to go off the grid just a tad. You want to go off the beaten path. This is what happens.
That's right. Live TV, man.
Let's talk stadium. I made the case that I would rather have the Commanders play at FedEx 2.0 in Maryland or in Virginia.
That's adorable.
In Virginia.
Isn't that precious?
There'd be a stadium
Isn't
in
he fun, folks? That's great Balsam for you.
I'd rather have them play at one of those 2 locations, those municipalities, and have a Taj Mahal incredible 10 out of 10 stadium than have something a little more cookie cutter and less amazing in DC. And the hypothetical, if it sounds like, well, that's just a dumb radio topic, that's not a real thing. Well, here's actually where it comes from. We asked Eric Flack point blank, does DC have the money for a stadium? And he said, not right now. There is a chance if they try to build at the RFK site that it goes to the lowest bidder. You know what I'm saying? And like, you do this thing as best you can, but they're going to have a good stadium. It's not like it's going to be a dump. It's going to be nice. It's going to be new. It's going to be state of the art. But it might not be on the same level as it might be where Maryland's ready to give you a lot of money, and they've already carved out hundreds of millions of dollars to build up bars and restaurants and things all around it. The atmosphere, the hotels, the where you're eating, where you're hanging out, the town center thing that we're all want. Like, that's going to be better in Maryland, in Virginia, than it's certainly going to be in DC. And I've always wanted the RFK side. I prefer it. But I think what I actually said on the show a couple days ago was, if it's DC without a retractable roof because they don't want to pay the extra money, or it's Maryland and they're willing to give you the money for a retractable roof, then I'm ready to drive to Maryland for another 25 years. Like, that was my actual point. There are amenities like that where if it's a deal breaker that I cannot have that going into DC from a money standpoint, then so be it. Then I'd rather be in Maryland or Virginia, and I know you don't feel the same way.
Right. So to me, the trade-off potentially, and again, so you never know what happens with stadium stuff. Everything that we think is a done deal is not. Everything we think is a long shot turns out to be routine. You never know. There's local politics involved, and they get in the way. But bare bones here, you could build potentially, based on reporting from Eric Flack and others, if money's not infinite, a C or C plus stadium in DC, given the restrictions, or state-of-the-art stand, the best of everything, because Maryland is desperate to have something work at that FedEx Field site, right? They've already said, we'll work with you. Here's money for around it. Here's money for you. We can't wait to do something there because there's nothing there. Now, I bet if you said, hey, we want some land in Bethesda, it might change. We want some land by National Harbor, it might change. But as it is, there's nothing going on there that's any good, so they want to have it there and have that area thrive. That's very reasonable for the government to want to do that. The point is, I would say, I don't care how great it is at FedEx 2.0 in that spot. It could be 100 out of 100. It could be the state-of-the-art stadium for the next 50 years. It could be better than anything anybody else does. That's a disaster to me. I would take a C, C minus, D, even an F grade of a new stadium in Washington, D.C. at that RFK site. I just think it's a non-starter to go back to FedEx 2.0. And I know some people may care about that just because like I do, because of the location. Some people might also say, no, just give me the nice stadium.
So as someone who actually goes to the stadium all the time, and maybe that's an important factor here. You've sworn it off. You're not going there ever again. You hate the stadium. But wife still has season tickets, still goes to games. I'm still at every home game. I would prefer it to not be there.
No, I understand.
There's nothing out there. That Landover, Maryland area at the stadium where I was told, you'll get restaurants, you'll get bars. If I want to go eat with someone after a game, I got to drive to an Outback 10 minutes away. That's what we're doing right now. You know, there was LeVar had a restaurant, I think the Sideline or something.
Playmakers? I can't remember what it was called.
It was a couple years that he had a restaurant, and it was like at FedEx, supposedly. You couldn't walk from there to it was a couple miles, mile and a half, 2 miles away or whatever off the lot. So there's nothing there. In fact, statistically, this is not my opinion. This is a fact. I believe it was last year the Dolphins was the other team, and Washington were the only two stadiums in the National Football League that do not have a bar that you can go to before the game within a walkable mile from the stadium. That was the research that I had seen last year. That's going to change wherever they put this thing, obviously. But I'm going to talk out of both sides of my mouth here for a second.
I'll allow it.
Yes, I want the stadium in DC, and yes, I think that would be best for business for everybody. I think there is a nostalgia to RFK that is cool. It's never coming back, by the way. I think it's a little bit overplayed by that generation of fans. Not about how cool the stadium was or how amazing it would be to be back there. But I do think that a lot of this now is about people my age and people your age that have the income. And if you're my age, you don't remember RFK Stadium. I went there once when I was a kid, and I have faint memories of it. My earliest memories of going to football games are at terrible Jack Kent Cooke Stadium, which was FedEx before FedEx, in the early years of that stadium. If the question is doing it right in Maryland or Virginia or doing it cheaper in DC, I don't think it's debatable. Do it in Maryland or Virginia. Now, what I still have to solve is public transportation, because I think that's pertinent. And I've seen going to Audi Field here to go to Defenders games, how much added value there is in whether it's Metro or Uber or whatever, just kind of being dropped in an urban environment where I can walk from, Walters to the sandwich shop to go get a beer at this place, and they open the garage door type, windows, and I'm sitting there on a Sunday, and then you walk over the Defenders game, and it's a really good vibe. And that should be the goal.
Right.
But in a hypothetical where you're saying DC doesn't have money and there's no way they would do a retractable roof, and maybe Maryland goes, we'll give you the money for a retractable roof.
Right.
I think it's a non-starter. Like you have to have that. Or everyone uses the term dome. I hate that. There's no domes anymore. But just the idea of a roof that is full-time, you can't build a stadium without one. They're not going to build a stadium without that. So if the idea is like outdoor stadium, in DC or something that has a roof that is more rural, then you got to go with that. Like you get one crack at doing this correctly. And then where I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, my last point would be, I don't know that the appeal for the RFK site with anybody below the age of 40 resonates at all. Like that is something, if you went there and you were at the NFC Championship game and you remember being there for the big touchdown, that's a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
Young people don't remember or care that much about that. They just want an awesome stadium. Now, they might prefer something in the city than Landover, Maryland, because where the stadium is currently, or 2.0 would be, is not cool. But if it's in, I'm just saying, if they dropped it next to like One Loudon, or if they dropped it at National Harbor right next to MGM and all that, young people could get behind that really quickly.
Absolutely.
Like, there is no nostalgia and appeal for this like ghost that everybody's chasing at RFK. It's not a legitimate thing below a certain age.
So I think where we disagree is I'll do anything other than be at that FedEx 2.0 site or the X or Waitlist Stadium or what do we call it? The Crap Haven?
I'm doing the X. I think you're calling it Nubs.
The Nubs, yeah. Nubs Field. We can't do Nubs Field. Like that. This is my only point, I guess, ultimately in this. And I think you're going, well, if it's the nicest we could, and if we can't get anything better than a 5 out of 10 in DC, then yes, we can.
Yeah, I'll summarize my point very succinctly for you. Wherever they can build the best stadium that sustains itself as being one of the best in the league for the longest, that's where they should build.
And that's where we will part company. That's true for me until you say we're going to Nubsville 2.0. Then I say nothing you do there is good. It's the place of losing. It would be a defeat.
But it's a different building.
Totally fine. It's the worst.
But the neighborhood is the place of losing?
Of it.
That doesn't make sense.
It makes perfect sense. You drive on Sheriff Road, losing. You drive on 202, and then you're stuck in weird traffic, and you don't know, but I've got an orange one. Which lane do I go in? That whole setup, that whole system, lack of public transport, nothing around it. Everything
those
been
are
there
legitimate issues.
has failed.
Like the idea that you can't win on those grounds or the grounds remind you of the losing.
No, I'm not talking about like the players or whatever. I mean, that's still 100 yards of grass. I'm saying as a fan, if they erect a stadium there, I will never go.
But you don't go anyway.
Yeah, I'm not going there. If they put it at RFK, I'll go again. If they put it somewhere good, I'll go.
Like, I don't think there's many people that are in that boat. And we can open up the phones on this on the MGM National Harbor listener lines at 800-636-1067. I don't think that many people have sworn off the stadium, but that group does exist.
I think there's a lot, right? With the numbers of attendance over the years? You wouldn't say when they were last in the league in attendance?
I think it's different not going versus I will never go there. I think the group of people that, like you, if that stadium's around for 20 more years, won't step foot in there.
That's right.
Is not that big. But I think that group exists.
Mm-hmm.
I think what you're suggesting, which is if they build again in PG County near FedEx Field, within a couple miles of the site, essentially, that I will never go to the new stadium.
To me, that's a non-starter.
I don't think there are a lot of people like that. I hope. Like, I can't even wrap my head around that. I don't think that makes sense, but I'll respect your take for it. But a beautiful new Taj Mahal roof, retractable roof type stadium with all the bells and whistles and electronics at your seat and everything you've ever wanted, but it's out near where the place you didn't like was, so you won't go. I don't know. I just can't imagine there's a lot of people like that. But let's see. 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. PFF's Sam Monson stops by at 3. That's in 12 minutes. 5:45, we'll play a game for tickets to Old Glory Rugby in D.C. Jaden Daniels or Jeff Daniels? That's the name of the game right here on Grant and Danny. We are discussing a stadium in D.C. I want the best possible stadium wherever it is. My main priority, while I hope it ends up being in D.C. and I can have my cake and eat it too, that's my preference. But my number one priority is not the RFK site. My number one priority is the best stadium possible. This kind of came up the other day. You and I were talking, Danny, and I said I would prefer a retractable roof in Maryland if they can pay for it, or in Virginia if they could build a stadium for once and pay for it. If they can't have a retractable roof in D.C., you got to go indoor or outdoor full time rather than the ability to do both. Then that would be all I need. The pendulum swings. Now let's go to Maryland or Virginia. You are heels dug in. You want this thing in D.C., and you're going as far as saying if it's in Maryland out at the FedEx site, which is the primary location that we've heard about, that you would just not go to this new stadium.
Correct. I think it'd be a tremendous failure. So, National Harbor somehow, or I don't know, Columbia or a different point.
Columbia?
I think I'd ask you is how far out, but if it's the nicest building ever, but it's in, I don't know, Queen Anne, 20 miles outside, is that still okay?
I'm going to sound like Andy Reid at the podium. Like, that's not a real thing. So, sure, I guess, to answer your to play along with your game, that's not real. Like, it's going to be at where the stadium is now.
Right.
Probably as far away as it would be. I don't think National Harbor is realistic, but I guess if something sprung up, it would be around there. Like you said, Columbia. I don't know a lot about Maryland geography. That's like up toward Baltimore.
Yeah, it's like north and west.
Yeah, that's not a thing. So, to answer your question and play along, yes, if it's the best stadium, sure. I don't go there 4 days a week. It's not like a Nats homestand. I go there 8 times a year. So I'll figure it out and make it work. Best tailgating lots, most space, best bars, restaurants, everything I want around there to party after a big primetime win or something, and a retractable roof and all the stuff I want. Yeah, build it somewhere further out. But
so I'd love all those things too. But to me, I can't get over the idea that it's fine just to keep it right where it's at when it's already failed. Because FedEx Field wasn't a disaster when it was first built.
Sure.
It is, though. Like we all know. We've got decades of experience that it doesn't work there, that you lose the home field advantage. You lose all the good stuff that's potential for this new construction.
When you lose for 30 years, that stadium was rocking a couple different points.
It was.
And can rock again. There's plenty of people from Virginia that make that trek without much of an issue. I would still say, I don't know if most of the people there, but there are plenty of games, I'd imagine, where the majority of the season ticket holders that show up are coming from Virginia.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they'll continue to do that. I think that going out there is bad because the stadium's bad. And because they don't have anything around it. And Maryland's already said we're paying $400 million to make sure that doesn't happen again. You're going to have your town center with your restaurants and your bars. Let's go to Will in Stafford on G&D. How are you, Will?
Hey, Will.
Thanks for taking my call. I can look at both arguments that you guys make. Growing up, we had season tickets since the late 70s. I'm 43. I went to games at RFK as a kid. I miss the stadium, but I don't miss the site. Going to FedEx, I hate the stadium, but the site doesn't really bother me too much. I would rather not step foot back in D.C. to go to a game. I feel like a stadium at RFK is going to be geared towards public transportation. Not a lot of parking right there along the Anacostia with whatever they build. I'm a tailgater. We pack up the trucks and 15, 20 people tailgate every game. I will never take public transportation to a football game. If they built a nice new stadium at FedEx, I'd be all for it. But just being a tailgater, I don't see how
that's the priority. Yeah.
I think that's a big deal, by the way. I think it's a great call, Will.
Yep.
And maybe it is like I mentioned this a segment ago. I talked about this, but wife's a season ticket holder. They have. It's not as big now, like everybody's problem. There was a time where they had 20 or 30 person tailgate every single game. It's probably down on a good day now to 10 to 15, and on a bad day, like 7 to 10. Just because the group that they go with, so many people have stopped going, given up their tickets, all those things. But that is the fun of the experience. It's the pregame, it's the postgame. They are driving, they are setting up their tables and their tents, and they're cooking on their grills. And that is most of the people that go to games. I mean, the parking lots are significant. So I think you'd get a lot of people in that boat. Joe's in Arlington. What's up, Joe?
Hey there. I heard one of you say that the folks that want the stadium at RFK because of nostalgia are generally over 40. I am over 40, but I have a bit of a different take. My nostalgia tells me I don't want it at RFK because that's hallowed ground. That's home of the Redskins, their real home. Okay, I don't want this illegitimate bunch playing there. If it would be one thing if they're going to bring the logo back or change the name to reclaim the heritage or something. But if they're not, if they're going to totally break from the past, that should include the stadium. They should go out to somewhere in Virginia. It's a whole new start. But I don't want to back at RFK if they're just going to play this. Play. They seem to want to play both sides. They want to have the heritage when it benefits them, and then push
you can't wear the feathers on the block.
I hear you, dude.
But you're going to go take the old site. That's the second call. The other one was a couple weeks ago.
Mhm.
But we've gotten like that. That might be worth looking under the hood on at some point, where someone calls in who is a little bit of an older fan who remembers the Redskins glory days and goes, I don't want you on my site. You're the Commanders. Like, do your own thing.
You're a new thing.
Redskins, RFK, new Commanders, wrong colors, not the right thing. You don't get my site. I wonder if there's something to that we should click on.
It's worth exposing.
At some point. Sam Monson of
This morning.
PFF, they've been busy. They gave you a grade on the Commanders offseason. They ranked Jaden Daniels among the starting quarterbacks. We'll ask them about those things next, right here on The Fan. The Grant and Danny Show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Murad. They provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, probate administration. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys by visiting kmlawyers.com. Make sure you mention the show. If you tell them we referred you, they'll give you a special discount. kmlawyers.com. Let's go to the BetQL guest hotline. Welcome onto the show our friend from PFF, Sam Monson. Sam, appreciate you hopping aboard. You guys have been busy. It's kind of ranking period of the offseason. You guys ranked the starting quarterbacks, which I want to get into. You also graded each team's offseason to this point. You guys gave the Commanders a B+. Seems like you're pretty high on what they've done. It all started with Adam Peters. Then they went and got Dan Quinn. They found their quarterback in Jaden Daniels. And this is the biggest roster turnover they've had since the mid-40s around here in terms of the percentage of the roster. What do you like so much about what they've done?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to like the overall approach to heading in a completely new direction, clearing house, changing the entire infrastructure under the new ownership. Generally speaking, I think it's good process to hire front office people from successful, well-run organizations, and they've done that with Adam Peters. The Dan Quinn hiring is an interesting one because it's not entirely clear how far down the list of candidates he was for them. If they'd had their choice, if they'd been able to take, whoever they wanted without getting the deal done, if they just hadn't picked the guy, where would Dan Quinn have been? But he was a pretty successful head coach the first time around. I think he deserves a second shot based off what he did in Dallas with that defense. And then the turnover in terms of personnel, we brought in a lot of kind of culture setting type players. And then obviously the most important aspect is getting the quarterback at the top of the draft as well. So I think overall a lot of change, but most of it looks like it's been in a very positive direction.
What was missing, in your opinion, from this offseason for Washington?
I don't think there's much missing. It's just that we don't really know the impact that it's going to have when you're changing over that amount of people. When there's that volume of turnover, inevitably some of it is not going to work, is not going to pay the kind of dividends that you expected to, and we just don't know what that will be until we hit the season.
Sam Monson of PFF is with us on Grant and Danny. So then you guys ranked all the starting quarterbacks. It's always difficult with rookies, right? I think you had Drake May, maybe a pick or two, spot or two right ahead of Jaden Daniels. I know you guys, like a lot of us, had May ahead of Daniels on your rankings. They like Jaden. How do you go about trying to put a ranking together before we've seen him, and give us some thoughts on what you're hearing about Daniels from afar so far?
Yeah, you're right. It's basically impossible to rank rookies, relative to NFL starters until we see those guys play in the NFL. We can give a best guess as to where they're likely to slot based off what we know of them as college players, as, what their profile is going to project into in the NFL. I think generally everyone at PFF, but it's not a monolith. We're all kind of different takes within the same data ecosystem. But I think pretty much everybody at PFF came down on the Drake May side in the Drake May versus Jaden Daniel conversation. But certainly personally, it was effectively a coin flip. It's which guys, I don't want to even use the word red flag, which guys' potential concern or weakness were you less scared of, and which guys' positives were you keener on? And I think we all kind of came down on the Drake May side of things. But Jaden Daniels, is a great prospect in his own right, and somebody whose at least 2023 tape was an awful lot cleaner than Drake May's and could easily be ready to hit the ground running sooner than a guy like Drake May.
Sam, how much do you guys take into account situation? Because for me, I like Drake May a lot as well, but I think he's going to the abyss. I don't care if you had Tom Brady or Joe Montana or Peyton Manning up there in New England. They're going to struggle this year until they kind of remake that roster. That's just my take. A, would love your opinion on that. But then B, how much situation do you guys take into account in terms of supporting cast, coach, scheme design, et cetera?
No, I think you're right that Drake May has gone to the roughest situation of any of those quarterbacks, really. And we were saying that at the time of the draft, the Patriots had this decision to make. Do you grab the quarterback at number 3, or do you trade down and try and build the infrastructure first and then circle back around for the quarterback? Maybe even not in this draft, and they wouldn't have really had the chance to in this draft the way the quarterbacks flew off the board. but come and get the guy next year, and get a 2024 or 2025 rather quarterback prospect who gets to step into an offense that's in a much better situation than it would have been the way Drake May has to do it. So, they decided to grab Drake May. There were potentially trades on the table, but they didn't like any of them enough to move out of that draft spot. But it meant that they were under pressure now to try and add receivers and offensive linemen in one draft. And, they've added some intriguing players, guys like Jalen Polk and players like that, but it's not necessarily going to overhaul that group. And Jaden Daniels, JJ McCarthy, even, Bo Nix probably steps into a better situation in year one.
The PFF ranking, in case you're curious, they had Daniels kind of in a tier with Anthony Richardson, Bryce Young, Drake May as the next generation, right there in the mid-20s, ahead of a few guys that are now seen as holdovers like Aiden O'Connell, Sam Darnold, and Jarrett Stidham. Sam Monson is with us here on Grant and Danny. Along with what Danny just asked you, I'm curious, what is your just assessment of this supporting cast? Where is it light? Where is it strong? Do you think they did enough in terms of getting Sinnott to go with Ertz, who's a little long in the tooth? At receiver, we were kind of hoping they'd make a splash. They didn't, but they do have McLaurin, Dotson, and they drafted Luke McCaffrey. And then at running back, they did go get a pass catcher to help out Daniels underneath. And Austin Eckler, the hope is he's got some tread on the tires.
Yeah, I think it's a good receiving core. When you look at supporting cast for a quarterback, I think you can throw it into three different buckets. You can look at the scheme and the coaching, you can look at the receivers, and you can look at the offensive line. I think the receiving core in Washington, I think, is good. It might not be great, but it's good. Terry McLaurin, in particular, is a really high-end receiver. The collection of Jahan Dotson, De'Ami Brown, now Luke McCaffrey, there's enough there, I think, from the receiving core to be a solid and an above-average group. Austin Eckler out of the backfield, I think, is a really important player for a young quarterback as well. And then that addition of Sinnott at tight end and Zach Ertz, I think that's a solid group. The offensive line on paper looks a little bit weaker and more of a concern, and it took them a while to get that offensive lineman in the draft. It's definitely got the ability to be an okay offensive line, but equally it's got the ability to be a concern for a young quarterback as well. So that would be an area. And then the coaching aspect of it is really a question mark as well with Cliff Kingsbury. We don't know how far along he's going to have moved that offense, since the last time we saw him, since that Arizona period where it seemed to have stagnated. It kind of hit a wall and it stopped evolving. Has he taken his time away and evolved the system or taken it in a new direction? Or are we going to see the same offense that was kind of stuck in the mud a little bit, spinning its wheels at the last days in Arizona?
Sam Monson with us here on G&D. So that's where I really want to deep dive on with Kingsbury. There's so little that we know. Like, for example, did they line up in the shotgun 90 whatever % of the time in Arizona because Kyler Murray's short, or that's because that's what Cliff Kingsbury wants to do? You know what I mean? Like, his proclivities here, how would he be best served with this cast, this group now, like, versus what do you think he wants to do? You know what I mean? That, a little bit of that push and pull there, Sam. Go into it if you would.
Yeah, he's a really interesting coach because obviously he came from this sort of pure air raid system, came into the NFL, and the initial sort of thought was we're going to see a true air raid come into the NFL and see how it works. And that lasted weeks, not even a month, before he was like, okay, we're going to have to dump the 10 personnel thing. That doesn't work in the NFL. And a couple of other things. And very early on in his NFL career, he showed the ability to completely adjust his scheme and transform it into what was going to work in the NFL. And we changed from 10 to 11 personnel, and the offense made a couple of other adjustments. So on the one hand, he showed he was very quick to be able to adjust his system and make changes. But then the system stopped really evolving and sort of seemed that he'd settled into, okay, I think this is what's going to work in the NFL, and I no longer need to make adjustments. And there are things that the league has been doing in the last few years that everybody's kind of jumped on board with, whether it's pre-snap motion, whether it's moving receivers around so they're not always in the same spot to try and get them more favorable matchups, all these kinds of things. And Kingsbury didn't do those. He kind of kept his receiver. They're going to be in the same spot every snap. I think there's value to kind of cutting the thinking time out from the offense and just out executing a defense because they know where they're going to be. They don't have to think about it. But ultimately, I think the kind of last period of that Arizona offense showed that the net result of that thinking was probably negative to the offense. You know, what you gain in your offense having to think and knowing where they're lining up, you more than lose by just not taking advantage of the kind of the ways of exploiting defense and stressing them in other areas. So I think that's the real question is, are we going to see this system moved on so that the starting point is just picking up some of the low-hanging fruit and evolving and changing from what I think can probably work at the college level? I think you can probably out-execute college defenses simply by cutting down the thinking time and make sure people aren't making mistakes. When you watch college football, like most of the big plays are just screw-ups on defense. You know, it's people making mistakes, and that doesn't happen as much in the NFL. It doesn't happen nearly as much. So, you know, you need to force those errors or issues or just more difficult coverage assignments with alignment and with pre-snap motion and with disguise and all these kinds of things. I think that's the area that you want to see growth from within this scheme.
Sam Monson on G&D. You're on the Fan. Another piece you guys came out with that I wanted to point out for people to go read because it was good. I think it was Trevor Sikkema had this. You guys went through all 32 teams, and you gave the top 3 players on every team. And interestingly for DC, maybe not surprisingly, McLaurin and Allen, who often are viewed as kind of the alphas on offense and defense here. And then Frankie Louvu, the free agent addition for Carolina, I'm fired up about. It was a little bit of a Swiss Army knife. Again, you guys don't all have the same opinions, but I'm curious if you have a thought on Louvu coming over and being used with Dan Quinn, who seems to get a lot out of guys like him. Joe Witt, very, very excited to see how they implement him as a playmaker, especially after adding Wagner. It might give them some options to move him around.
Yeah, Frankie Louvu is a really fun player and has been really good for the last few years. I love him in a Dan Quinn defense. I think he could take another step forward, even beyond what we've seen the last couple of years, and excited to see what he can do. You know, the first year he was in Carolina, he graded really well for us in a limited sample size, you know, a pretty small role, but was a really good guy in the blitz, was really good against the run, was this real downhill thumper. And that earned him a sort of full-time starting gig. And he was able to back that up with a really good season as a full-time starter. And then last season was probably the best year we've seen from him. Still really good on the blitz, still really good as a downhill thumper, and better in coverage as well that we've seen in the past. So I think he's so good coming forward, almost a sort of old school throwback of a linebacker, a guy that can really make his presence felt as a heat-seeking missile against the run or even as a blitzer, but somebody that's good enough in coverage to hold up on the back end and be on the field every down.
I want to ask about one more on offense real quick, Sam. There's a split sort of set of opinions here on Jahan Dotson, who year one showed some promise, slowed down by an injury a little bit, but when he played, especially down the stretch, getting targets, he was pretty productive. Last year really struggled. I think the answer is yes, because I think it was all, he didn't play great, scheme wasn't great, Sam Howell wasn't great. I think the answer is probably a little of a lot of those things. What's your prognosis for him this coming year, maybe future going forward? Because I agree they probably needed to go get another receiver. They didn't, which shows confidence maybe in Dotson having a bounce-back season.
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible. You're right. Like, it was a bad situation last year. The Sam Howell thing didn't really work as an experiment. Certainly the longer it went on, the worse it got. So obviously the receivers are going to suffer from the fact that the quarterback is not making those plays. You know, Dotson was a player that I didn't love as much as many people in the draft that he came out in. I think he generally struggles to separate a little bit against man coverage, but he's a good player in zones, and there's value to that, particularly when you have Terry McLaurin as your number one guy. Dotson can be the number two, can attack the weaker areas of the defense, can certainly make those plays against just the sort of scheme space in zone coverage. And as I say, when we mentioned earlier, the list of receivers that they've got, you know, he can definitely be part of that receiving core. So, yeah, I think it's a big season for him. He needs to have a good year now, but it should be a significantly better situation for him to do that than it was a year ago.
Sam, I'm going to ask you a super weird off the beaten path question, but this has come up a bunch around here. You know, the Washington Commanders now are trying to build a stadium. We don't know if it'll be in D.C. and Virginia and Maryland. But one of the things I think behind the scenes they're trying to figure out is they're obviously going to do a roof. There's thought about retractable roof versus, just a fully enclosed all the time roof. One of the things I keep hearing is the teams that have retractable roofs barely use them, that they're either open all the time or closed all the time. They don't really go back and forth. So I don't know if you have a thought on that. Also, natural grass versus turf. It seems like everyone's trying to go to natural grass. And if they're leaning toward, which I would imagine they are, just a roof all the time, then how do you grow the grass? And it's super expensive if you got to get it out into the parking lot to grow. I just wonder where you think we're headed in kind of some of those ways from a stadium standpoint.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if the players are able to force anything from the league in terms of those natural grass things, because all the players prefer natural grass, I think, pretty much to a man. Anyone that's played on, turf or grass surfaces, it does feel better. There's more give underneath. And it's not even the surface itself. It's more what's underneath the surface that feels better. There's just so much more give in a natural grass field because there's soil under you and it goes deeper than, any kind of natural turf where you're dealing with some cushioning and then you're ultimately dealing with concrete a couple of inches below your feet somewhere. I think that's the real issue at play here is it wears more on players when they're playing on turf. Now, the downside is turf cuts up, grass cuts up, and any game you watch where they're playing on natural grass, particularly when there's kind of weather, you're going to see slipping, you're going to see the field cutting up, you're going to see guys falling over, and that results in worse football ultimately. So there's a bit of a push and pull there, but the players are definitely keener on one surface than the other. But it is the more awkward one. It's the one that takes, special design in order to grow the field outside or an open air, an open roof to make it done. It's the one that, does have higher maintenance costs because if it gets so cut up that you need to replace it, that's a cost you need to budget. So I think it's going to take a lot to force NFL teams off those artificial turf fields. And the more likely thing is you do get some version of a turf, an artificial turf surface.
Sam, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great weekend.
Anytime. Take it easy.
Be good, brother. There's Sam Monson of PFF on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Sam is a quick hang-up guy.
Yeah.
I didn't know that about him.
So I don't remember him being that.
I
Is
think
he
he's
always
gotten that way. Either we really annoyed him during the conversation with questions. He didn't like being asked about the grass.
He's like, don't you ask me grass questions.
That was Lombardi-esque. I couldn't even get him on hold for Ryan to thank him because we do the double thank you.
We're a double thank you show.
But the on-air thank you is just a formality. That's like a transition out of the interview. Thanks, Sam. Hey, thank you guys.
Just letting everyone know the interview's over.
Our way of sending you an edible arrangement is Ryan hops on and he goes, hey, the guys are so happy you came on. You're one of their faves. You butter them up a little bit. We'll get you back on in no time. Thank you so much. Hey, thank you. And Ryan's like, by the way, you do a great job. I love the show. Love the column, whatever. That's our double thank you.
That's what we do.
Not for Sam. Sam was gone.
Michael Lombardi doesn't get it. Sam Monson doesn't get it, I guess.
Florio, maybe? I think Florio's
pretty quick.
Florio's a quick hang-up guy.
Florio, I think Florio might be the 2 seed, but Michael Lombardi is definitely the 1 seed. Like there's no point in putting him on hold. He will not be there.
He's on a house line, like a old school connected phone line.
Yes.
With his hand hovering over the hang up part of the receiver. The button. Like, goodbye. Bang. Gone.
He doesn't hear my thank you. When he can tell naturally that I'm not asking a question and instead I'm making a comment to thank him, pop smoke.
Can I throw a sneaky quick hanger-upper at you?
Sure.
It's for everybody.
Oh, yeah.
During the blitz, Michael Phillips is a quick goodbye guy.
I don't know.
Michael Phillips can go quicker than you think. I think everybody sleeps on how quick he goes.
I have actually noticed that myself. Michael Phillips.
On the blitz.
That is true.
On the blitz.
I've taken inventory on all the guests and all the different times where people hang up real quick, and it's no big deal either way. Obviously, we don't care. But I do kind of notice it. Michael Phillips is a quick hanger-upper.
When's the next time Philly's on the blitz?
I'm
going to have to try to pay close attention.
I'll try and get him tomorrow just so we can test it.
So I don't know. Like he's not. I don't know if he's podium. Like he's not beating Lombardi or doesn't seem like Sam Monson who wants to make a play. But like he's quicker than everybody thinks.
Speaking of making plays, James Wood keeps making them. Not in the big leagues.
No.
Another night, last night at AAA, another 3 hits and another home run. against a lefty. Let's talk James Wood. Just waiting for him. Where is he? Next on G&D.
James Wood now is I wonder the 1-0. Wood deep down the left field line, slicing towards the corner. That ball is gone. Into the tiki bar. James Wood left on left the other way. 367 as he homers for a second.
That was James Wood last night, Lehigh Valley's broadcast call in AAA in the International League. James Wood, the 21-year-old Nationals prospect. Today, ESPN came out with their new top 50 prospects. James Wood has moved up to number 4 overall in all of baseball. You know how you move up to number 4? You're the best player on your big league team at spring training. Check. And then they send you to AAA to get some seasoning. And after 44 games and 160 at-bats, you're hitting .358 with a 1065 OPS. He's now hitting .360, getting on base about 47% of the time. And that's a little better than what Juan Soto used to do in the big leagues. And has an OPS of 1065. His walks and strikeouts, this is my favorite thing about his season, Danny. 34 walks, 37 strikeouts. Almost 1-to-1. That is amazing. So when I look at minor league numbers, what I'm looking for a lot of times to be like, is he going to be overwhelmed? Is this a ballsy thing to call him up? Is he striking out a whole lot? Like not having good at bats, not making enough contact? Nope. Is he walking enough? Is he getting deep into counts? Is he having good ABs? Is he patient at the plate? Yep. A left-handed hitter, a lot of times, you're not facing quality left-handed pitching, or you're not facing a lot of left-handed pitching. So sometimes there's a sample size issue there, and maybe you're not hitting against lefties. He's a lefty. We heard a few weeks ago when Barris Ferluga wrote the column, it's time to call him up, that maybe one of the thoughts was he needs to face more left-handed pitching. He hasn't been doing great. I don't know that a lefty's gotten him out since that column.
Seriously.
He's hitting .316 against lefties with a 1067 OPS. So think about this. His OPS against righties is 1064. His OPS against lefties is 1067. And he's hitting almost .320 against left-handed pitching. Give me a baseball reason why this player is not in the major leagues to help the team that doesn't hit home runs and can't consistently hit the baseball.
Baseball reason. You have to give me a little bit of time.
I'll be right here.
Yeah, you'll be waiting.
Give me a baseball reason.
This is baseball adjacent.
Why James Wood is not in the major leagues right now.
The guys that are in the major leagues, they need to give a little bit more runway to so that they can trade them for something. That's the closest to a baseball reason I can come up with. It's not good enough, but that's the best I got.
That is the best answer, in my opinion. That they think, well, maybe Jesse Winker will net us something at the trade deadline. Well, maybe Eddie Rosario, if he stays on his heater and keeps hitting for power, can get us something. Here's the problem with that. It's twofold. Number one, what you're telling me in different words is that James Wood's not in the major leagues because of Eddie Rosario and Jesse Winker. And that doesn't sit very well with me. Okay. But number two, and this is more important, if that's the case, then you're telling me, barring an injury, we don't see James Wood until the trade deadline. The trade deadline is the first couple days of August, July into August. That is still 2 full months plus away. He was ready a month ago.
Might have been ready out of spring training.
Sure. I'm not even sure that you can make the case. I don't think it's ever bad to keep a guy in the big leagues, but I don't know how much more developing he's going to do. And my argument here would be the Rosenthal piece in The Athletic that I mentioned last week. For those of you that don't remember, essentially, the idea is that the gap is growing between AAA and the major leagues in terms of pitching. Stuff plus on average at the major league level is 100. Stuff plus on average this year at the AAA level is 86. Last year, it was 95. He isn't facing the type of quality of pitching that is going to get him more ready necessarily a month or 2 months from now, in my opinion, than he is right now. Because if pitchers were that good, they'd be getting called up to the major leagues. So there is some development inevitably that has to happen at the major league level. It's not like you're a finished product when you get there. You keep learning, you keep tweaking, you keep developing. I know he's young. I'm not pretending like what is happening is egregious or outrageous yet, but it is a little bit ridiculous.
So I could live with this a little bit better. I'm not as fired up as you. Where would you put yourself 1 out of 10 on the annoyance factor?
How many words do I get to give you?
Many as you'd like.
You just want a number?
Yeah.
I mean, here's what I mean by that.
Yeah.
And I'll apologize in advance.
Don't you dare apologize to me.
I'm a little passionate about this.
I know you are. That's my point.
Before the Astros series, a few homestands back, 0 out of 10 angry. After the Astros series, we're going out of 10. I'll go 2 out of 10.
Okay.
2 homestands ago, 5 out of 10. As of this homestand, now that started on May 20th, because this is no longer about, and the reason for my point is, if you called him up previously, you may have risked him becoming a free agent a year earlier. I would have lost a season of James Wood when this team hopefully is good, because I believe the moment you pick Scott Boras as your agent, it tells me, I love the kid, I love the family, but it tells me eventually he's going to try to cash in free agency. You don't hire Scott Boras to get a hometown discount to stay in Washington your whole life. Okay? I played the game. I've seen it with Juan Soto. I've seen it with, we could go round and around.
Yes.
Soto's turned down 7 extensions reportedly already from different teams,
That's
by
right.
the way. 7. He's trying to go break a record.
We'd love to talk about that at some point, too.
James Wood didn't hire, CAA. His agent is not Brody Van Wagenen. It's Scott Boras. That tells me a lot. It tells me eventually it's going to be hard as hell to pay him and keep him here with a long-term deal ahead of free agency. It's not a crime. You're a beast. Go get paid, bro. I want you to break every record, make all the money until the end of time, make every penny that you can. But I say this to tell you, I'm not calling him up early enough to burn a year knowing he's going to hit free agency. But that's over. That happened a few weeks ago. So that's where it started to draw my ire. Now my best guess is Super 2 eligibility, meaning he becomes arbitration eligible sooner, which has nothing to do with going to free agency. It just means he's able to take the team to basically court, I'm using air quotes, to say, I'm worth this much. This is what I want. You get to do that for 3 years before you go to free agency. You get an extra opportunity to do that if you get Super 2 status. And the longer they wait into early to mid-June, he doesn't get to do that. And it could save them money in that first arbitration season. That's kind of what's going on, in my opinion,
right,
from an ownership level standpoint.
I think that's what's happening, by the way.
I could be wrong, and I'd raise my hand and say I am if that's the case. I'm just watching baseball. I don't see a reason he's not in the big leagues. But it's a long answer, and I apologize. Now, right now, this moment, 1 out of 10, my anger, I'm at a 9.
So if you're at a 9, I'm probably like a 5.5. I'm annoyed. I'm not nowhere near as mad as you. And I'm not discrediting you, by the way. Simply saying, just to give you my perspective. The number would be a lot lower if Joey Gallo had 14 homers. It'd be a lot lower.
How about 4?
Well, let's not get crazy.
How about 4? How about he didn't strike out every time he comes up in a big spot?
If Nick Senzel was tearing the cover off the ball, or if, I know they don't all play his position, but you know what I mean? If they had guys at the major league level that were tearing the cover off the ball in these short-term deals that they're doing the Nelson Cruz plan, where you're here for a year or two, we'll try to spin you, long-term health of the franchise. That's smart, by the way. You do, though. Take low-risk flyers, see if you can profit, go Matt Caps for Wilson Ramos. I'll do that all day. Thank you very much. But if Jesse Winker, was hitting 245, or, I don't know, Eddie Rosario had a batting average over 200. If any of these guys were actually just crushing it, I'd go, I get it. Let him marinate. Don't risk spending an extra, $5, $6, $7, $10 million bucks for another couple of weeks. Because 2 weeks in the grand scheme of James Wood doesn't really matter. But none of these guys are doing diddly or squat. You're shut out pretty much every other game at this point, right? Either you scrap together 14 hits, steal 7 or 8 bags, or we just watch paint dry going to the ballpark now.
That's part of it.
It's time for me.
That's part of it. I mean, there are plenty of nights where I go over there with a credential and I sit in the press box. But it's funny. The other day I was complaining and I said, I'm a paying customer. And it's annoying to me to walk over there to watch Meneses and Senzel and all these guys when I know James Wood could be called up. And because I felt guilty, I walked over and I bought a ticket and I went and I sat in the seat
right,
to just prove that I am a paying customer.
Yeah.
I've probably been to 20 games this year, the vast majority of them in the crowd. And I think from a season ticket standpoint, like if you're one of these people that the prices don't go down when the team's not good, I understand being a little bit peeved and annoyed. Mike Rizzo should not make decisions based on that. That's not his job. When James Wood's ready, you call him up. My point is, I think James Wood's ready. But I have such a long view here. I truly mean this. I don't care if they're 21 and 27 right now or 27 and 21. The 27-21 is more fun for me, and I would prefer that. I want them to win every game that they play. But I am bought in on the rebuild. I am playing the long game. I have no problems. My frustrations that he's not in the major leagues are not because I want them to get 2 more hits or 1 more run in any one game. I have gotten to a point, though, where I don't know that keeping him in the minor leagues makes him better. What I care about is his apex. And to me,
maximizing him is more important than another
Totally.
at bat for any of these other guys.
I think it's time to let him get better he's ready for another level. If the next level was AAA, then send him there. It's not. It's the big leagues. There's not another level to send him to. And more of him dominating right-handed AAA pitching and him raking against AAA left-handed pitching and him owning the matchup that he is does not benefit him, in my opinion. I think the only thing that can happen is baseball just takes place where, like CJ Abrams this month, where it doesn't mean he's not a good player, but he goes into a rut and the swing's not quite right and you start striking out. That inevitably happens where it's like he's going to go 2 for 18. And then do they go, oh, we can't call him up right now. We got to get him hot. He's hitting too many ground balls. Like the time is now. He's ready. And if he comes up, he's seeing it. He's locked in. You get that immediate contribution, that impact. That's kind of my frustration is
that the idea that he might struggle. You mean like their entire team is struggling?
And that's the other thing. The whole goal should be to make sure he has a whale of a 2025 in his first full season. Now, you could call him up on June 15th, and there's enough baseball that he gets his feet wet, learns all his lessons, goes through his struggles, and he's ready for a great year next year. Absolutely. I guess I just need a good reason. I don't know that there is one, but what is the baseball reason why this guy's not in the majors? They've called up so many players who have performed less competently at the high levels than James Wood. And a lot of how I view the team right now, like people that listen to this show know, I think Mike Rizzo is fantastic. I think he gets, like, there's 2 groups of people who acknowledge that he's good and then people who don't understand the inner workings of the organization, in my opinion. So if you want to call me a Rizzo guy or whatever, that you could do that. I believe in him. He's built a champion. I think he sees baseball well. I largely like the staff over there very well. I think they're good at what they do. The proof's in the pudding.
Yes.
And it's been a really good team, and they've rebuilt twice, and they're doing it again, and the rebuild's going well. But I view the team right now through the lens of how sure am I that this ownership's going to spend and buy in? And if there's really a chance that they're making this Super 2 decision, this is kind of uncharted territory. They didn't do that with a lot of other guys, remember? Like
totally.
This hasn't been a bit that they've done. So I care about, are they going to spend on pitching this offseason? They should go get an ace. Are they going to make a trade for Corbin Burns? Are they going to, like, I need to find out what this ownership's thinking if they're going to be the owners in perpetuity. And this ain't a good look if it's a Super 2 thing.
Yeah, we're going to learn a lot. I mean, previously when it was time to bring guys up or not, it was for a first division club that's competing. They didn't have this situation exactly. Go back to, Stan Kasten trying to build this thing however many years ago. It was, okay, let's just sort of have Ian Desmond come up and Jordan Zimmerman, and we'll sort of do what happens in due course. But you'll bring up Bryce Harper, Trey Turner when you need to, Juan Soto when you need to, because you're trying to win something. Now they're trying to take a longer view. I need to know when the rubber meets the road, is it, as you say, is it spending time? Is it, okay, now the window's open, we got some of these kids on the way, let's go supplement it. They didn't do it this year, which I guess I understand, but are you ever going to do it? And if it's a financial-based decision for a few $1 million down the line, that's an early harbinger potentially of some thriftiness.
Looks like a few people have James Wood questions. We could try to answer those next. 800-636-1067. We'll also get you a double play. We're blitzing at 4 o'clock today on the Fan. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Let's get to our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. My mother-in-law was in town for something this morning.
Mm-hmm.
She stayed at the house last night, and she had not seen the final episode of Young Sheldon. So we have one of our streaming services has Young Sheldon. I didn't know that, but it does. So they watched the final episode of Young Sheldon last night. Just reminded me, I haven't watched an over-the-air like sitcom, I think you would call that.
That's what you'd call it, yeah.
Or just weekly programming delivered via network television in years. And I kind of thought that was a dead thing in an endangered species. But apparently there are just lots of people. Like those shows still exist. 4, 5,
There's 7,
There's
9. So many of them.
Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night. She's got this rundown. She watched Ghost. She watched this. She watched that. And I'm like, I honestly didn't know anyone did this anymore.
It's so old school. That's what it is. It's so old school. Like I remember like this is like 15 years ago. I mean, like, yeah, I've never seen an episode of 2.5 Men. It's the number one show in America by so far. Like everybody watches it. I've never met a single person that watches it.
How many shows? I'll get my bell out. Get a little game show music. How many current over-the-air live channel 4, 5, 7, 9 network TV? I think those are the extent.
Yep.
These are not game shows, which is all that's on at this point.
Okay.
That's pretty much what it is. It's like game shows or like some show, Deal or No Deal, or let's sit on a
The
piece
100
of
or
a
something.
board, or like see how a ball drops and see how much money you get. Actual sitcom-y scripted television shows. How many can you name right now?
And I'm not doing a bit. Like you're thinking, oh my God, Danny's doing a bit. 0. Like I'm not joking. I cannot name one.
So because she brought these up and I've seen her watch them in the past, I've got Young Sheldon, which just died. So I don't even know if we can count that because that's the last episode. That one's over. There's a show called Ghosts that I believe she watches.
But is that a sitcom?
It's over-the-air scripted television.
Okay.
I don't know. Like,
so fine.
What makes it a sitcom?
Is it a situation comedy?
See, I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's all I got.
Okay.
There's also a show, is The Good Doctor still on? I overhear about and see commercials for that.
The Good
It's actually
Doctor.
just, I think that's coming to an end this week or next week.
Look at Darius's knowledge. All right, you guys can chime in. The four of us together.
Yeah, you guys don't know what it used to be like.
You got any more?
I mean, I know what it used to be like because I used to be a guy that would sit around and watch those with the family, watch a lot of those situational comedies with the
Which
family.
ones did you watch growing up? We were an ER family.
So that's not a sitcom, but that's a TV drama. But it's an over the to
So
your
you're
point,
over
like
sitcomming in a bit, if I could say that.
Well,
so all I'm talking about
okay.
is
TV shows on 4, 5, 7, and 9. I
yeah,
got it.
scripted television show. Danny keeps going. Is it a sitcom? I don't know, man. It's just a TV show.
Well,
with a
ER was
script.
pretty serious. You're like, I watched a funny show. It's called ER. Like, people are
never said
dying on the
funny.
table. I don't know.
No. I'm just saying shows that were on once a week on a channel where we would sit down and watch it.
So
My
my
mom
one-
was ER, so we were ER.
So my one right now, well, if we're talking back then, it was definitely TGIF, like watching on Friday nights on ABC.
Nickelodeon. But yes, ABC.
No, ABC. Yeah, ABC.
Okay.
Nickelodeon's was Snick, I think, or something like that.
So
Yeah.
then Nick at Night used
That's
to
true.
rerun some of the episodes of TGIF shows. Yeah.
But my sitcom that I'm watching right now, again, I guess it's not a sitcom, but a scripted show that I watch right now is Abbott Elementary. Comes on every Wednesdays on ABC.
So Darius has one.
I have one. Absolutely.
Do you go to ABC to watch it?
Yes. Most of the time I end up DVRing it, but I catch it live occasionally at 8:00 on Wednesday.
The last show I watched over the air was either Parks and Rec or The Office on NBC. Of that in that space, right? But back in the day, I'll go all day. This is all we had. The A-Team, Quantum Leap, Buck Rogers. We go Knight Rider. Of these like
These were all
scripted dramas, network television shows. Then you get into the comedies: Cosby Show, Cheers. Then before
But were
Seinfeld
they
and Friends.
already, like, I know those shows is they're on some random like old school channel and it's all reruns. Was this the live Wednesday night, the Cosby Show?
I mean, oh my God, national phenomenon. The shows like that one, Cheers. These were like MASH. These were like the must see things because there were no other options. The idea of a streaming service was the most impossible to believe concept ever. Like people were like, if I want something, I can go to Blockbuster or maybe Hollywood Video.
I don't think you can have a great show on network television.
Not anymore, no.
because you take away all of the edge. Like the humor is not as funny. The threshold for what is allowed.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Of course. Like you look at some of the old Roseanne episodes, for example. I know, like, I'm not talking about what she's done recently, but back in the day,
yeah,
they were doing things that like you just can't do now, right? Because everyone would be so annoyed and mad and whatever. But there were so many really, really great shows. All the great TV before streaming migrated to like AMC and some of these other cable channels where you could do a Mad Men, you could do Breaking Bad, you could do kind of like that hardcore, little bit more gritty stuff with, whether it's some violence or humor or otherwise. It just doesn't exist anymore. The regular network television.
There is so much good programming on the streaming services. I'm not saying you've got to have curse words in a show to be great, or you've got to have nudity in a show to be great. But those things help a little bit, right?
They're cheat codes.
They don't make the show work. No, I'm kidding. But I mean, seriously,
I know exactly what you
a
mean.
network putting a show over the air on Channel 5 every week, like you're turning everything down to 8 to make it work.
Yeah.
To be allowed. That could be turned up. All the best things you could turn up to 12, and now it's on Netflix. You see the difference?
100%.
Like, just stream that thing. Let's go to Chris, who's in Hyattsville. Chris, we got to be quick, but I know you wanted to hop in on James Wood.
Yeah, the last show I watched was Brooklyn Nine-Nine, but then it was on Hulu, so I just could binge it. James Wood, listen, I don't think he's getting called up until post All-Star break, because if the whole reason for not calling up is because you're trying to bargain your way and Jesse Winker or Flip or whoever, name a random veteran into a trade prospect, then why would you call him up now at all?
You wouldn't, but that's why we're going to find out.
Yeah, that's what we'll know, Chris.
Once and for all. And I guess this call, he doesn't have to end with call up James Wood, because he called about calling
He specifically said, yeah.
James Wood. Thank you, Chris. But that's what we're going to find out. I'm guessing now, when does the next homestand start? That's always my question.
So Lane Thomas comes back probably tomorrow, right? I haven't seen anything differently.
Robles gets DFA'd.
So that's my guess. So now you got even more of a crunch in the outfit. You're really talking about a handful of guys for that one spot, sort of platooning, DHing, whatever, where it's, it's Rosario, it's Winker, and then there's also Senzel, Gallo, Meneses, all for guys that, maybe either play one spot or are DHing that you want to showcase. The numbers aren't in favor of calling up James Wood.
But none of those guys matter as much.
They don't matter to me, but I'm saying, like, if you're, you have to make a lot of space.
Totally. It's not that hard if you want him to be in the big leagues. June 3rd, your next homestand.
Yeah.
Call him up on June 3rd to kick off the homestand. You're playing division teams. I think it's like the Mets and the Braves at home. Fill up the ballpark. Get him in the lineup. And have him in left, Young in center, and Lane Thomas in right. Rosario DHs. Meneses is in the minor leagues, who's got 3 options. And it's time for Jesse Winker to figure out how to play first. That's the path forward.
It's fine by me,
as far as I'm concerned. Let's get to our Beltway Blitz next on G&D here on the Fan. The Grant and Danny Show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Murad. They provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, probate administration. You can schedule a free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys. You can visit kmlawyers.com to do that. Be sure to mention us to get yourself a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We will cover the Commanders in just a couple, as well as the NBA playoffs, all coming up on this Beltway Blitz. Let's start right now. MASNsports.com, Mark Zuckerman joins us. Mark, presumably tomorrow, Lane Thomas will be off the injured list. What are the Nats' options when Lane Thomas comes back to make room for him, and what do you think they do?
Yeah, assuming everything goes fine for Thomas tonight in Harrisburg, he's still got another rehab game to go. But if that goes well, I think there's a decent chance he's back tomorrow. And the two guys I'd be most concerned about if I was them right now are Victor Robles and Joey Meneses. Both have struggled. Both have kind of gotten more than their fair share of chances and haven't turned it around a lot. Meneses hit a home run the ninth inning yesterday. That was great. Was it too little, too late? I don't know. I think right now, though, you look at Victor Robles and he's not playing hardly at all. Jacob Young is their center fielder for now. And if Lane Thomas comes back, that's their right fielder. You're not going to have room for Victor Robles. So I know it involves a DFA and maybe passing him through waivers or losing him altogether. But you can't say he hasn't had his chances. And I feel like eventually here they're going to have to make that call on him, and it could be as soon as tomorrow.
Mark, C.J. Abrams is in the midst of a scuffle right here. One walk and no homers in the month of May, struck out 17 times. I think part of that is the natural ups and downs of baseball. I think a big part of that is not much protection behind him or really in front of him at times. And the other part is, people are focused now. They're going to make you chase. If you're willing to chase, they'll let you do that. The adjustment needs to happen. It feels like it's slow to come at this point. Not worried about him or anything, just kind of noticing.
Yeah, I think you're right that he had such a great April that baseball takes notice. And, okay, who's the one guy you don't want to beat you? Okay, now it's C.J. Abrams. And I think you're seeing pitching staffs realize that you can get him to chase some, and that's the way to get him out. And he's certainly gotten out of his comfort zone. He had an at bat yesterday. I think he didn't get one pitch in the strike zone, and he still swung at a bunch of them. I think like everyone in that lineup, when they are struggling as a whole, you start to put more pressure on yourself and say, well, I have to be the one. And certainly he might think that because he has been the one to produce for them this year. And that's the worst thing you can do. You've got to relax. You've just got to take your at bat, whatever that is, and just trust that the guys behind you can get the job done, even if they haven't been doing that. I think he's too good. I think he works too hard. I think he cares too much, all that stuff, to think it's going to last for long. But it is a little bit of a reality check in to say, okay, hang on a second. We were talking about him as this bona fide all-star 1 month into the season, and, well, he still does have some work to do before he's there.
Yeah, it's well said. I'm going to ask a question with a comment here, and then you just react to it. So for me on James Wood and when he gets called up, there's kind of two schools of thought. Either you think they're waiting until after Super 2 status goes away and essentially saving themselves some money, which could be as early as, within 2 weeks, basically, early June. Or the thought is they care about getting something back for these veterans, and they're going to try to keep playing Rosario, Winker, Gallo, whoever, in hopes of trading them for something to add to the system. But if that's the case, then maybe we don't see James Wood until like the trade deadline a couple months from now. Do you agree that those are both possibilities, and what's more likely?
Yeah, I think it's a possibility in both cases. And yet I do feel like it's still been a baseball decision more than a financial decision. I understand that it could save them a little money if they wait a little bit longer, but that Super 2 game, they haven't really played that in a long time. I think,
but they also used to spend money, and they haven't spent money in a long time.
No, you're right. You're right. And so maybe in the back of their minds that's something that's going on. I did get the sense, at least as of a week or two ago, that they were still talking about this in baseball terms, as far as, well, we need to see him hitting lefties. We need to see him doing this or that. Well, the last couple of weeks he's done everything they've asked him to do. So I don't know what's left for him to prove at AAA. So it leads me more to the second part of what you said, and in saying, okay, well, they've got these veterans and they want to try to maximize what they get from them and maybe trade them. I think we've also seen, though, you're only getting so much for rental players at this point. I mean, Jeimer Candelario had a really nice 4 months from the last year, and it got him DJ Hers, who may turn into something for them. and a low-level shortstop, but that's it. We're not talking about, you're not getting a James Wood in return for one of these guys. So I have a hard time believing they're going to wait that long. If Wood continues to do everything he's supposed to at AAA, I think we're talking about a matter of weeks, not months. I really hope that's the case because I don't think it's good for James Wood. I don't think it's good for the organization. I don't think it's good for the fan base if we're not seeing him in the big leagues until August 1st.
What happens when Josiah Gray comes back?
That's the other one that, while I mentioned the Robles and Meneses stuff, there are pitching decisions that we've known are coming for a while now that eventually they do have to kind of confront that. Now, Josiah, I think he's just finally ready to start facing live hitters, so he's still several weeks away. But Cade Cavalli also made his rehab debut the other day, so he's now in that 30-day window of rehab. I think both these guys are back at some point around mid-June. Going into the season, you would have said Trevor Williams is the one who loses his spot or goes to the bullpen, but we know he's been fantastic for them. You're not making that move because there is somebody who could have real trade value for you at the deadline. Patrick Corbin just had a blow-up start the other night. It was not the first time he's done that in the last several years. It has gotten past the point of trying to analyze it. We know what he is. We know he's finally in the last year of his contract. They've known all along there's going to come a point when they clearly have 5 better options in the rotation than Patrick Corbin. In my mind, barring anything else that happens between now and then, when either Josiah Gray or Cade Cavalli is ready, that's the move. You put him in the bullpen. It's taken a long time to get there, but I think they're finally at that point where they're willing to make that move.
Check out Mark's work, massinsports.com. Thank you as always, sir. It was good seeing you at the ballpark yesterday.
You too, Grant. Take care, guys.
Be good.
See you, buddy.
Let's talk hoops. We'll get to the Wiz. Ava Wallace covers them for the Washington Post, but I want to start with last night's Western Conference Final, Game 1, because that was excellent theater as the Dallas Mavericks steal a game in Minnesota, take a 1-0 series lead. What'd you think?
I loved it. And I hope it goes 7. It was funny. I was so overlooking the Eastern Conference Finals that I was so excited for the West, and those delivered too. So I was kind of like, oh my gosh, we have beautiful basketball smorgasbord. But it was so fun watching the Mavericks be really good on defense and get some really hard buckets against Minnesota's premier defense. I mean, it's just an absolute. The playoffs have been so awesome.
So, Ava, I saw this the other day. I think it was our guy, Mike Prado, who tweeted this, but every seed has made it to a conference final since 2021, 1-8. Like Miami, obviously, is an 8 seed's more of an anomaly, but 6s and 7s and 2s and 3s. We're watching a Dallas Mavericks team that might be the favorite here as the 5th seed. And I look at a team like Indiana, for example, the construction, it's not that far away, the number of leaps from a team like Washington or a Charlotte or an Orlando, et cetera. It's a couple shrewd trades. Nobody else was that in on Halliburton, and boom, now they're right, and he's a superstar, and they're in a conference final, or being able to pounce when Siakam becomes available, et cetera. Like, I root for teams like that because for the people that just kind of throw up their hands and go, either you have LeBron or Jokic or you don't, I'm going, well, wait a minute, look at teams like this. I don't really have a great question, but it's just something I'm observing here.
No, this is such a good example of what a really smart, sharp front office can do. So many people gave the Mavericks crap last year for tanking in that last game and being able to keep their pick that they turned into Derek Lively, who, oh, by the way, has been so important in this series. Yeah, I mean, and you talk about savvy trades. I wasn't totally sure how Daniel Gafford was going to figure out or work itself out in Dallas, and he's not been so great on the defensive end for them. It's a high standard, obviously, all across the board, but he's really helped them on the offense, and he's really fit into this nice front court that complements Luka and Kyrie really well. But so no, this is definitely an off season about savvy trades and good front offices. And I've been thinking about the Wizards a lot, of course, because you've got some familiar faces and Gaff and Monte Morris is in Minnesota. It's important to have the right guys at the top, and it's important to have the right people to build around. I think that's what I've been thinking about with the Wiz the most.
Do you feel better or worse about the Pacers' chance to have a good series than you did before the conference finals started in the East?
I feel the exact same, and the only time I thought they had a chance is when they could have stolen that first game. And I said, okay, they win this game, they can do it. I was like, if they lose this, I think they get swept. So we'll see what happens tonight. But that really did feel like such a make or break moment at the end of game 1 there, where they just let it get away, and Boston had this great comfort behind win. It was really fun to see.
Ava, the entire Wallace family fortune is on the line. You are forced to wager your legacy on who Washington takes at number 2. Who are you betting on?
Oh my God. Okay, this is the worst draft in the world.
I know.
Ask about that.
It's totally unfair, by the way. You don't have to abide by that scenario, but just for the purposes of the blitz.
Here's the maybe the simplest, most dumb answer I could give you. It depends on who Atlanta takes.
Ava.
It really is a draft like that, though, where you've got a couple guys at the top. And listen, if the Hawks take Alex Sarr, then I think the Wizards could take the other French guy, Zachary Rissacker. And please don't, if you're a Franks fan, please don't call in and tell me that I did that horribly. I think a lot of people think that Klingon, the guy from UConn, who's really proved himself well, would be a good fit. You know, he does have the intangibles. He's a mature guy. He knows how to win. But the Wizards, remember, just the thing to keep in mind as you're looking at the draft is they've got a lot of time and they've got a lot of patience. So I don't know if they'll go with someone who EGADS has spent 4 years in college. I think they're going to take kind of one on the younger side.
Ava, last thing on the NBA. Predict the finals for us.
Okay, the finals. Okay, so Boston, obviously. I could have told you that in, January, February? I think the Mavs are going to get this one. I think I would rather see Minnesota, but I think the Mavs are going to do it, and it's going to be so fun to watch Kyrie go back to Boston. That's what I want. That's what I'm rooting for.
That's what we all want. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
We have a listener who is a Frenchman, and he's calling us now.
Oh, la la.
Oh, sir, are you there?
I am. This is Danny from D.C. My last name is Rouhier. That's Rouhier, but it's not Rauhire. It's not Rouhier.
Rouhier?
Rouhier. Ava, we're looking for Rissache.
Oh, my gosh.
Rissache.
I am so in trouble when the Olympics go to Paris this year, you guys. This is bad.
Thank you, Ava.
Okay.
We even workshopped that to get Danny on the actual phone just for that bit, Ava. You should be proud of us for that.
That means you have too much time on your hands.
That's very true.
That is totally correct, by the way. Thank you.
He literally walked into the hole to make that call. Thank you, Ava.
Merci.
Oh, that was perfect.
Look at Ava.
For the walk-off.
Look at Ava.
She was sandbagging the whole time. She knew it.
That is your Beltway Blitz. So when I told you call in to be I meant to do a French accent.
Oh.
Were you just thinking because your last name's Rouhier? No, the whole point was she said, I hope no one calls in who's from France who's angry that I said it wrong.
Oh.
And so I said, you got to call in as a Frenchman.
Oh, I
and then
botched
Danny
that.
walked out and he's like, hi, this is Danny.
Hi, this is my normal voice.
No, guy, what didn't I? You could do a good French guy.
This is true. This Eva Wallace is totally botched the name of Zachary Sache. He is a beautiful
So I was gonna be like, hey, this guy's actually upset about this, Ava.
Very, very upset. Angry. Threw my cigarette across the room.
We did not talk about the Commanders in the Blitz, but really quickly, some news and notes.
Mm-hmm.
John Allen says it's been reinvigorating around Commanders this offseason.
You love to see it.
I mean, this is one of those things where you always can kind of go, oh, okay, best shape of your life, reinvigorating. They said the same thing. Starter Rivera. So if you want to, you can be cynical. But he did look like he had a new lease on life. He's gone from basically wanting to be traded to seemingly happy to be here.
Yeah, I'd rather hear that than not.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And then when there's a context of there really is a new energy everywhere else, I believe it. I don't believe it's new when Dan Snyder's in charge. I don't believe it's new when Bruce is running things. There's nothing new there. It's new now.
Speaking of what people believe, Bobby Wagner says very early, but so far everything he sees makes him believe Jaden Daniels can be a leader and can be the guy, likes the potential that he has shown so far. Now, again, it's not going to say anything else, but I want my leaders, my alphas saying something like that, and that's what he's saying.
Indeed. There's also ways to couch it if you don't think that. He's not going to come out and be like, yeah, that guy's a bum. They shouldn't have drafted him. We're wasting our time. That's not a thing. But guys that have been around, you'll see some, I don't know, hesitancy is not exactly the right word, but you'll go, yeah, absolutely. We're all out here trying to work hard, and he's finding his way like the rest of us are. That's different than I really think this dude has it. You see what I'm saying? Like that you didn't say anything bad about anybody, but you can read between the lines.
You've heard a lot of the different hires the Commanders have made in their front office. Their director of pro personnel, Chris Polian, Bill Polian's son, I'm pretty sure, he is leaving for a job with the Browns that he got this week officially. So he'll be working in Cleveland. So they're reshuffling the deck chairs. Still, Danny, I know I have to apologize on behalf of Adam Peters that the Marty party has not been relieved of their duty.
That'll be so easy.
But they are no longer doing the thing they were doing before.
It's good.
They have been very much demoted.
Keep that coffee the right temperature. Make sure the napkins are stocked. Is there creamer? Their little straws? I trust them to do that.
PFF gave the Commanders offseason a B+. We agree? We over or under that grade for their offseason? We'll tackle that next on Grant and Danny. I've been told that there's also a TV show called So Help Me Todd.
So Help Me Todd.
What do you think the plot is? Give me your best guess.
A genius named Todd has to move back home with his family after something happened, and he's at the center of everyone's problems, and it's a lot of right? That's the show? I don't know.
Do you think they verbalize at a moment during the show where they go, Todd, will you help me? And it's like,
then he looks at the camera again, then he jims the camera, you know?
Exactly. It's like Preppy and Saved by the Bell.
Right.
Zach looks over.
Timeout.
Holmes up Jordan against Portland. Like, here I go. Got to help somebody else. Yeah, I'm told. So Help Me Todd is a TV show.
That is a show.
We're Grant and Danny. Welcome back. Thank you for making the program part of your day. We appreciate it. You can check us out on social at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. Keep the conversation going when we are done. The PFF grade for every NFL team came out this week on their offseason. They gave the Commanders a B+, which is above average. Now, remember, this is on the entirety of the offseason. So for them, I think that starts with GM search, then head coach search, then you get to free agency, 20-plus players added, then you get to the draft headlined by Jaden Daniels. And so for the full body of work, they got a B+. And I think the best way to do this, I don't know about you, Danny, is to kind of go, all right, well, what would I have given them for their GM search? For me, that's an A+. What would I have given them for their head coaching search? Man, the higher is better than this, but I give the search probably a C- or a D+. The higher is probably a C in Dan Quinn, but yet the Ben Johnson thing goes sideways. They didn't interview enough offensive candidates for me. Then you get to free agency. I loved what they did in free agency for two reasons. They were aggressive and they made a lot of additions and added a lot of talent, number one. And number two, it was short contracts where they're not locking themselves into guys. They're kind of bringing in some culture changers, some veterans who over a short time can give them a little bit without maybe mattering a whole lot, or deals that they can't get out of. So I thought free agency was pretty awesome. I have a couple of nits I would pick. Wanted a left tackle, might have wanted to splash at wide receiver. And so there was probably one stud signing short of what I really wanted. But I have a high grade there. And then the draft, which is really hard to grade right now.
Sure.
You can pick nits on, this player or that player, this position or that position, but it's hard not to like what they accomplished. They got a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback at number 2 of the best year in SEC history, and drafted a wide receiver, drafted a tight end in the early rounds, brought in a lineman they think could start on the left side. So when you add all that up, PFF said B+. What does Danny Rouillet say?
I think I'm probably right about there. I get there maybe in a slightly different way, but I'd probably say B or B+ overall. I mean, to me, the reason why it's not an A, the reason why I'm not like over the moon, is the 3 or 4 biggest things that all we're doing is giving our evaluation, right? And when I look at the team, look at the problems, look at what I want, of the, say, 3 or 4 biggest things, 2 I think are absolute moonshot, home run, oh my God, this is so great. GM/front office. Because that's not just Peters, that's Newmark, that's Blackburn from Baltimore, that's everybody that they've been able to hire away has been from a quality organization, slowly but surely replacing the drones, the office drones left over from the Bruce era. You know what I mean? Like, so yes, that to me has been the best thing. It's the real reason for optimism, etc. Number 2, the quarterback. Whether you wanted him or May or somebody else, at number 2, you drafted one of the most highly touted prospects possible. There's excitement and there's good reason for it, right? Those 2 things I think are home runs. Those are A's, A+, whatever scale you want to use. The next biggest things for me, I think you need more on offense. I think you need a tackle. I think you need a splash at wide receiver to help this young quarterback. I think they kind of addressed it with some third rounders. They didn't do much in free agency in that regard. It's a lot of that Olamide was Zacchaeus tier, and they used some mid-round draft picks. I sort of consider these 3 / what would have been a conditional, or what would have been a 4th, a conditional 3rd on a receiver and a guy that maybe can play tackle. That's not how I would have done it. So those to me are B-, C+ kind of things. Overall, though, I love what they did in free agency, leading up to the fact that I think I would have done something else, adding some more to it. But they didn't commit overly some bad contracts, multiple years. This is at first, let's change some culture. Let's actually have a sort of a reason for getting out of bed in the morning to have some modicum of a decent season. We'll start to train some of these kids to be able to do this on their own. So overall, I think it's very, very solid.
I guess if I had to find a letter for it, I'm thinking B- maybe, which is to say above average, but not like I don't think it's an A off season just because. And again, it doesn't matter anymore. It is what it is. But here we are grading the off season, which means I'm giving an opinion on the coaching search, the quarterback choice, all that. I got the GM that I wanted. I think they got the best GM available. Just my opinion. Just a boy sitting here paid to give his opinion. I think that they could have found a better coach, which to me means an offensive-minded coach. They found a really, really good option if your idea was leader of men, defensive-minded culture builder. Dan Quinn's done a good job, built a good staff. There's a lot of excitement. They're all holding the logs in the bubble, and they're doing all their military stuff, and everybody's very happy and excited. A lot of that was the case when Rivera got here, oh, by the way. But in general, the same giddiness I had for Adam Peters, I didn't have that for Dan Quinn. Which, if we go back to that time and I go, well, how do I feel that went? I think they got screwed by Ben Johnson. That's more Ben Johnson's fault.
Right. That's not theirs, I don't think.
The team's fault. Not angry about that. But they didn't really interview many offensive-minded guys. I still don't really understand that. It's still the one thing if I got to sit down with someone over there and ask about the offseason, I would say, please explain this to me. How is this not a priority?
Even if you don't hire Dave Canales, Brian
Exactly.
Callahan, or Shane Waldron,
Why
or
wouldn't
any
you
of these
have
guys,
interviewed these
don't
guys?
you want to interview them?
Like all the guys like the Weavers and the Raheem Morrises and McDonald's, they did not have the offensive versions of those guys. There are leaders of men types on offense that aren't schemers necessarily. Like where was that? The old offensive line coach who's a culture building guy who screams at people. Like they were not interested in that. Okay, fine. So I separate that as an area where I went, that's on an A grade. I have a hard time really picking major nits on free agency. The fact that I wanted a little bit more, or like you said, a receiver, or for me, a left tackle, that isn't a reason to say it wasn't good. That's why I'm not going to give it a perfect score.
Right.
But it was a really, really legitimately good free agency, and hopefully they're right on Jaden Daniels. So for all of that said, that's a B-. That will be a report card you bring home, and mom and dad are very, very happy with. The most important thing they did was set the front office structure. That's a massive win. I should probably even weight my grade on that. You ever have one of those professors in college? Maybe this was more of a high school thing, where they would tell you when they passed out the syllabus on the first day of school, like 60% of your grade is the midterm and the final. Here's how we make up the other 40%. 10% homework, 10% this, 10% attendance.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that? So for me, maybe 60% should honestly be they built an excellent front office, that the structure of a GM with underlings who are really, really good. That's Newmark and the crew that they're still adding this week. They're bringing in smart people who have been scouts in great organizations. This is not that complicated. Hire the best people, picking players for the best teams over the years. Somehow with Dan, they went 25 years, Danny, and they never tried this. Everyone always used to say they've tried everything, they've done everything. No, they haven't.
They didn't.
There's quite literally one thing that works at a higher rate than every other way to do it. They haven't done that thing. But by bringing in, just as an example, David Blackburn, the director of player personnel, they've named, who came over as a scout from Baltimore. That is all it takes. Get 6-7 people. You worked for the 49ers, best team in the NFC. You worked for the Lions, one of the best teams in the conference the last 3 years. You worked for the Ravens over 20 years. You come tell us how they do it. You know what happens when you hire 6 great people from the kitchens at the 6 best restaurants? Your restaurant gets better.
There it is.
They all come in, and they just never did that with Dan. Part of it may have been that nobody wanted to work with him, chicken or the egg style. A big part of it was he wouldn't have had anyone there that was going to tell him you're doing it wrong. And so it doesn't really matter how we landed on
you
what
figure
we
out
did.
once you're hired, no matter how nice the interview was, within 48 hours there, someone takes you to lunch and goes, okay, here's the thing. You can't wear red on Thursdays because that's Dan's color, and you can't ever look him in the eye, and you can't address him as anything other than Mr. Snyder. What the 3 days a year he comes into the office, you figured out real quick where your bread's buttered. So even anybody that wanted to change, they got 6-7 months. See Brian LaFamina as kind of an example. But to me, I want to echo just to double down on what you're saying. The formation Voltron style of this excellent front office, they're still going to make terrible calls. They're still going to miss picks. They're still going to sign the wrong free agent or not sign a guy or not extend somebody or cut somebody too early. I mean, that stuff's going to happen. But now to me, there's a fighting chance, right? In one of the hardest leagues to win that there is, you've taken the weights off to try to run the race, right? This is now you're competing with everybody else on a level playing field, and which they weren't for so long. They were just hamstringing themselves with lead underpants on and someone pulling in the opposite direction, trying to run with all these other teams. Now you're on equal footing, which I think is the biggest, most important thing. So I love the idea of weighting that part of the grade.
If you guys want to join us to discuss this, you can. MGM National Harbor listener lines are open. PFF gives the Commanders a B+ on their offseason. I'm thinking B-. But as I spitball this out loud with you right now, because I care so much more about the front office and the GM hire was fantastic, I almost feel inclined to maybe ride with that B+ or even an A and just say the rest of the stuff isn't as important. And it sounds dumb to say that about a head coaching hire or a quarterback choice or some of the other really important things that they've done. But you got to understand where we've come from here in this town with this org, which is 25 years of not having a shot because you weren't doing it the right way. And now you have the shot because you are. And it allows for the coach to thrive, whether he's the best or he's not, because it's a good situation and you're picking good players, hopefully. It allows for the quarterback to excel, which is so critical. Let's go to Kevin, who's in Arlington, waiting on Grant and Danny. What's up, Kev?
Hey, Kev.
Howdy, boys. Yeah, I'm inclined to stick with that grade of B+. There are two things I just have questions about, and if they're wrong, it would lower that grade. And if they're right, it would elevate the grade. The first one we've all talked about is left tackle. If Brandon Coleman can step in September, October, start at left tackle and be competent or better, that's a huge win. Or if, post June 1 or whenever it makes sense for them financially, they go get David Bakhtiari, currently a free agent, having been a player in Green Bay who's been banged up a little, but still has some tread on the tire. Good. I think that would be wise because I'm just not sure. I love Lucas as a swing tackle, but I don't like him as a starting left tackle if Coleman really is a guard. The other thing I just am not sure about, but I'm hopeful for, is how good is Cliff Kingsbury going to be as the OC?
That's a good one to bring up. We really haven't mentioned him, and that's a big question.
Yeah.
Keep going. You finish up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So, I think he may have been a little in over his head as head coach, but the quarterbacks he's worked with absolutely rave about him. I mean, the most recent one I heard from was Colt McCoy just raving about him. And if that offense takes a market jump and we're a dual offense where we can not only chuck it but we can run it with aplomb, well, then obviously it's the right call. And I guess what I will just add is I'm imagining the best OCs, they get head coaching jobs these days. So it's not like they're out there. Maybe there's a quarterback coach out there we could have hired as OC. I don't know, but we'll just have to see how it plays out.
It's a good point.
Thank you, buddy.
I want to circle back to basically pivot points. He's saying left tackle is a pendulum swinger. If they're right, grade gets better. If not, it gets worse. Kingsbury. I want to react to those, but also, do you have any other flashpoints like that, Danny, where you could see the grade really altering significantly based on something that is either going to go right or not that they're betting big on? 800-636-1067 if you want to join us on Grant and Danny. for prizes. We're going to be giving away tickets. The game will be called Jaden Daniels or Jeff Daniels. We'll give you some anecdotes about the careers of Jaden and Jeff Daniels, and you'll have to guess which one we're talking about. Could be tricky. We'll see.
Never done it before. So we're trying to just, kind of figure out the degree of difficulty.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean? We're getting that sweet spot.
Going to be a good time. Make sure you're listening at 5:45 on Grant and Danny. PFF says the Commanders had a very good offseason. I think most of us would agree. They gave them a B+. What say you? What'd you like? What didn't you like? You heard the point Kevin, our caller, made last segment on pivot points. He basically said, if left tackle works out with Coleman, that might swing him toward an A. I think there's some truth to that. His point on Kingsbury is really, really good as well.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know if they made the right hire there, the right decision. But a huge part of the Dan Quinn hire was the staff. And I love the staff he put together, specifically on defense, but just in general. I think Lynn is a running backs coach. Really, really good. Got some questions about Bobby Johnson, the O-line coach. I'm sure he's fine. I've heard good things about him. But the lines in New York were never that good if you care about that kind of thing. So between that and Kingsbury having very mixed results, I'm more interested and curious on offense. And that's the whole point. Part of why I was annoyed with the defensive hire is it's really hard to have a great offense when you have a defensive-minded coach. See Mike Tomlin. I don't care if you're the best coach in the league, and he's one of them. If you don't figure out the offensive side, you're not going to win. You're in basically the wheel-spinning purgatory of 7 to 10 wins by being a good coach and playing good defense without strong quarterback play or coordinating. So that's a big part of it. What are some of your other flashpoints for swinging that pendulum?
So one's obvious, Jaden Daniels. No need to spend too much time there. Obviously, if he's good, hooray. If he's not, everything will look a little bit worse. I think that's obvious. So we'll move on from there. Jahan Dotson is the one that comes to mind for me. So if I'm right and he's not really anything to write home about, they didn't do enough to help Jaden Daniels, especially at the wide receiver spot. With all due respect to the Milne, Brown, Zacchaeus, Mitchell Tinsley tier, I don't see a bona fide number 2 option emerging from there. Maybe it's Luke McCaffrey eventually, but to me, they really could have used something more established. If they're right, and they're just judging by their actions, nobody's ever come out and definitively said one way or the other, but their actions say that they believe in Jahan Dotson, right? And they found someone to supplement him. If he's good, and I'm wrong, I think this is a different offense. I think this is a different team, quite frankly, if he's a reliable second receiver opposite Terry McLaurin. Those are the 2 that come to mind for me.
Here is one way to put that you like the offseason that makes a lot of sense. Kristen says, when you turn over half your roster in free agency and you get Adam Peters, I think you got to give him at least an A-. And that's not a bad way to look at it. It's a lot of new players, and you got a GM who gives you a chance to be pretty good. Let's go to Chris in D.C. What do you make of PFF saying they got a B+ this offseason?
I gave him a C, fellas.
Okay.
I was not impressed at all. To me, free agency, we dropped the ball. Hunt was there. Jonah Williams was there. The Lloyd, the center that went to Denver. You're supposed to get the offensive line taken. Then, of course, we go to draft. We did a triple draft in the second round. Kansas City. Kingsley was there. Paul. I think Miami took Paul. I think the Texans they picked with Bleep. I believe all 3 of those guys, all 3 of those teams believe we're taking a young quarterback, and Patrick Mahomes is the best. We didn't get an edge. We took Ben, tight end. We took him too early. To me, to me, we didn't do enough. I'm not gonna lie to you. I know everybody loves Jaden Daniels. To me, the best player available was Marvin Harris. I understand we couldn't get him, but I'm never believe in the, never X's and O's always about the players. And to me, I just don't think we did enough in free agency and the draft to basically, to fill a competitive team. Plus, we didn't get anybody on the edge as well. So, to sit there and say that we did a good job as over all season, I just think free agency in the drafts by not taking the O-line and taking a young quarterback.
They could have done more on the O-line, for sure. Chris, do you know people still ask me about you? Because you don't call very often anymore.
Absolutely. You're a legend.
They're like, whatever happened to Chris in D.C.? So Darius is looking at me.
Hey, look, fellas, it's the time. It's the time. You guys, kids. I put like that.
Dude, we hear you.
You don't have to explain yourself to me. Life is happening. So I said to Darius, who's my producer, while you were talking, I'm like, do you know who this is? And he had no file. But as soon as you started talking, me and Danny pointed at each other. This is the Chris in DC. This is Mr. O'Brien, the Bill O'Brien, Chris in DC.
I don't mean to throw him under the bus. A lot of times, he puts it to the back. I don't think he knows the history that we have. A lot of times he gives me a hard time, but he doesn't know us. He's kind of new to the system, but he don't.
That's Ryan. That's not Darius.
Yeah.
That's Ryan. That you.
Oh.
He's a young fella. He doesn't know.
I'm gonna get him up to speed on that. So Chris was an all-time show foil. Foil, is that the right word?
That's first of all, perfect usage of foil.
Foil, but also like, he definitely trolled us, or me specifically, but an all-time show troll. But he used to call every single day throughout the Kirk Cousins era. Hated Cousins. But the main thing that was always so funny about him, Chris, was he loved Bill O'Brien, right?
It was this comp we'd always use as sort of against
right. He hated
Jay
but he loved Bill O'Brien, exactly. I think, but he would call him Mr. O'Brien. I don't know why I remember that of all the things, but he used to call all the time, and I'm not doing a bit. As recently as a week ago, someone asked me, like, whatever happened to Chris in DC? And I was like, I have no idea. I remember he called us once like a year and a half or 2 years ago, and you and I were like, oh my God, this is him. This is Chris in DC. So that might be 2 calls in the last few years. But he is still out there. Good to know.
Still hanging.
My guy, Chris
still going against the grain. Still doesn't like what a lot of people do.
He somehow found a way to take issue with the whole offseason.
Well, and by the way, I
want his opinion.
Yeah,
that's why we asked.
Stick aside, I've listed a lot of what he said in my explanation why it's not a AAA plus. Everybody should be doing spin kicks and buying Commander's gear.
I just think me and him could look at a cloud and see 2 different animals.
Without a doubt.
Like he's like, well, they should have gotten Marvin Harrison. I wouldn't touch Marvin Harrison with a 10-foot pole right now. And I'm going to tell you right now, Marvin Harrison's going to be a hell of a player. He is going to go out and catch 90 balls. Will go for 1,300 yards on your team. That guy, you can't get his jersey because he won't join NFLPA. He didn't do the combine. He didn't do the pro day. He didn't give up his medicals during the pre-draft process. Now you can't, as I said, like he's not a part of the union for some reason that I can't quite understand. There's a lawsuit. I don't know exactly what's going on with Fanatics. His dad obviously is Marvin Harrison Sr. I don't know if you guys could tell by his name. Marvin Harrison Jr.
Senior, yeah, right. Okay.
He's going to be great. He'll be great on your team. I'll find a way to find someone else who could be great. Malik Neighbors, come on down. Roma Dunze, you're my guy. Come on down. I will gladly deal with those guys before Marvin Harrison. And if he ends up being the best receiver in the league, you can go, oh, you're an idiot. Nope. I'm just a happier idiot. Maybe I'm an idiot, but I'm a happier
You're a happier idiot.
I ain't dealing with that. Ian in Vienna, what's up?
Yeah, I thought I would get that type of intro. So
you are also a troll, mainly on social media. You don't call as much.
Yeah. And Grant, you and I could look at the same cloud and see 2 different things too. So
true.
I'll split the difference a little bit. I agree with you on the organizational structure being exactly what I want it to be. I'll agree with you that I think Dan Quinn is an underwhelming coach, as you articulated at the Bethesda Theater thing. Defensive, former NFC South coach who's quote-unquote a leader of men, but was underwhelming at the end. I feel like they're very similar types of people. I think the off-season was a little bit free agency, if you will. Bobby Wagner is an A++ Hall of Fame caliber and a current second-team All-Pro player. So that was the overall free agency was kind of mediocre, but that lifted it up for me. The draft, already you have, is it Newton who's having surgery and won't be able to contribute
Johnny
for a
Newton
while?
On the other foot, by the way, Ian.
That's right.
Yeah. What bothers me about that pick is not that he's having surgery, but this organization is so eager to tell you about how thorough and diligent and process oriented and all this like over the top superlatives about how thorough they are, and they miss that.
Well, but to be fair, I know that there's a chance that that's true. I'm not saying you're wrong. They claim that they knew that, essentially. This is not a big deal.
So if they knew that and they pick someone in the second round who won't contribute for a while, I question their judgment there, because again, we're not saying they're aiming for the Super Bowl this year or next year, but when you're picking someone in the upper day 2 picks, The goal is that they contribute, especially when you're coming off a 4-13 roster. So
totally fair.
Thank you, buddy.
Appreciate the call as always. I've not heard anywhere that Newton will not be ready for the season. Have you?
No, but I would say we've all done this dance before where
of course
he should be fine, and then it lingers and he's not fine.
But his point is you can't draft someone in the second round who can't play for the first part of the first season. And maybe that'll be how it works out. But as of right now, he had a procedure and presumably he could be back for week 1. I have no idea. I just want to clean that up a little bit.
No, right.
But look, they have accomplished nothing yet. Like if you're a jury still out, prove it to me, guy. I am perfectly fine with that. There's no reason to grant anybody anything. I happen to like a lot of the things that they've done, but really, I'm looking at it, if I'm going to be honest with you, through optimistic lenses, because I'm a big believer in the front office that they put together, and I want it to work. If you are a little more cynical or less willing to give benefit of the doubt, perfectly okay with that. You guys have been through a lot of losing. There have been a lot of white knights come through here to tell you everything's going to be better and okay, and they pulled the rug out from under you. So I don't think anyone should tell you how to feel. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Jaden Daniels or Jeff Daniels is the game we're playing for tickets at 5:45. I want to talk about how much people work these days. Next on G&D. The Grant and Danny Show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm Kondorian Murat. They provide legal services, estate planning, elder law, probate administration. Schedule a free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com. Mention us, get a discount. kmlawyers.com. I've been seeing this story all over the place. I saw that the Junkies took a swing at the pinata on this one yesterday. Thoroughly enjoyed their conversation on the pod late last night. And I've been wanting to talk about this with you. It's been all over the place for the last week. But apparently some companies are starting to crack down on hush vacations. That's what they're called. There's other terms, I guess, but it's called a hush vacation.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a trend that is now taking flight, like a Southwest Airlines trip, okay? Remote workers are basically going on getaways. They're going on travel. They don't tell their boss, and then they just work from wherever they're at. And so you can have your cake and you can eat it too.
Right.
What I find hilarious about this is I can't understand why this is a big deal. So I believe that we should just, as often as possible, if you're in a field where it benefits you to be at the office, you should be at the office. And so if that's 3 days a week now, cool. 4 days a week, 5 days a week, whatever. The more the better, the more the merrier. I think there's a lot of benefit to it, not just in terms of efficiency at the workplace, perhaps. I'm sure there are studies that show some jobs you don't need to be there. But we're talking about like cities all over the country that are struggling immensely because people have just not come back to work. So if you want to say being at home is better for me, I save money on gas, I can get just as much done, that's fine. But we should at least acknowledge there have been ramifications to people just not going back to the office. And then we can have a conversation on whether or not that should be a priority or not. But I'm team, let's be in the office as much as possible, just in general. I thrive on human interaction, communication, being around people, sticking it up, doing skits and bits with you, high-fiving Clary. I love that. And I'm the kind of guy I can't stay home all day anyway. Like if I'm just in my house from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., I'm leaving to go get a bottle of water at the gas station. Like I just need to get out. I need to see a human being. I need to go do something. That's me. But these hush vacations that these companies are mad about are remote workers who are already at home going to vacation and working from there, and the company gets mad. And I can't wrap my head around why the company cares. So maybe you can take a spitball at answering this for me, but if I am a boss and Danny's going to be working from his couch in his living room, why is that better than Danny working from his vacation couch in his living room? Or if Ryan says, yeah, I'm going to book the show today, but I'll be at the house, and that's just the policy that works around here. And we find out like, oh, Ryan took a train up to Philadelphia, and he's going to a Phillies game tonight, and he's eating 3 cheesesteaks, and him and his buddies are day drinking, but the Blitz is booked, and he's got everything done the way he needs to. What's the difference? I don't get, like, the companies are all screaming, you can stay home, no problem. But also, we don't want you going on a vacation while you're working. What am I missing?
So it's the next layer that's missing. So I'll use an analogy from my own life. One of my best buddies growing up, we lived together in our early 20s, and he was an old man before he was 25. Like just all his proclivities, right? He was wearing loafers around and dressed nicer than everybody else, always talking about retirement at age like 23. And I'm like, dude, I'm just getting a case of Miller Lite. You're talking about like your Roth IRA. We're different people. But he would wake up so early in the morning, go to his job, and be done by 3 o'clock. And so everybody else was getting there at 10:30, 11, working till deadline or whatever. And he's packing up and going home at 3:45, 4 p.m. and saying, fare thee well, see you tomorrow. It drove everybody nuts. And finally, there was like this meeting about it. And this boss was like, yeah, you do what you're supposed to do. I don't care when you do it. You're doing what you're supposed to do. And so he got to continue living that way, and everyone else had to pipe down. That was before remote work. That's before Zoom or whatever. It depends on your field. Now, the guy coming to your house to fix your HVAC can't do that. He's got to work certain hours or whatever. But if the work's getting done, that's the end of it for me. If it's not getting done, if it's not getting done to satisfaction,
right?
And that's the implication with doing something on vacation. You're not as focused. You're mailing it in. You're doing just enough. You're showing your face. It's not your maximum effort. To which I say, then let's start demanding people.
But see, this is my point. If you care about that, then wouldn't the priority
there it is
be to have people back in the office anyway?
Mm-hmm.
because I guess every job is different. So it's hard to speak in, a generality on this. Or I guess in an absolute is actually the opposite is what I'm looking for. It's hard to speak in an absolute. But if your point is, hey, if you are working all day long, you're on your computer, you're available, whatever, but you're at the beach and your family's around and your aunt and uncle are there and all that, and it's distracting. We want you by yourself sitting in your office at your house because you're going to be 10% more effective to us. Well, in a lot of jobs, you're going to be 10% more effective if you're in the office, probably. But are we willing to go that step? Or no, you can still just be doing your own thing all day long. Because if you're at home, I mean, how many people do you think are working, like grinding all day long at home? Maybe a lot.
There's some.
I don't know.
There's some, certainly.
I know that if I'm working at home, I'm like, yeah, babe, I can go pick up Reagan from school. Oh, yeah, I'll go scoop him. Hey, you want to run to the playground real quick? Like, I'm checking my phone, checking my email. I'm like, okay, then I'll get back to the house. I'm sitting down on my computer.
Yeah, it all depends on people's gig. I mean,
again, every job is different. So
Right.
someone's listening, getting mad, I'm sure. But my point is, if we're suggesting that like someone who's now a full-time work from home person isn't doing more shopping during the day or dropping their kids off or picking whatever it is, I think that's probably unrealistic, right? Don't you think you're multitasking?
Absolutely.
That's part of the value of being home, theoretically, is like, I can have my cake and eat it too. I can do this, and I'm not missing anything because I'm on a phone, I'm on a computer. But that's quite literally the opposite of just sitting at your desk, being at your office.
Yeah, I can make myself lunch while a meeting is happening because I mute my microphone or whatever. You can do those sorts of life things that you wouldn't be able to where you sit in the office. So to me, once this door is opened to remote work and companies having to do that because that's now what employees expect, this is the next layer, and companies are trying to fight that trend. Does that make any sense? It's sort of like, but to me, it's like the cat's out, the toothpaste is out, whatever that you want to say is out, the genie's out of the bottle. All that stuff is now, the floodgates have opened, and they're like trying to scoop it back in to a please care about your job.
I want to open up the phones on this a little bit at 800-636-1067. Here's actually what I would love someone to call in on. And I just think it'd be funny. You don't have to give us your job, your real job or your real name or whatever. I want to know, like, has anyone done anything ridiculous while on the clock? Like, I go to movies all the time while I'm working. Or the other day I went to a concert at work. I just wonder if anyone's willing to acknowledge or admit if they're while working at home, like seeing a matinee movie. Is that a real thing?
So one of my best buddies, again, I won't say his name, but I live with him. He knew he was leaving this one firm that he was working for.
Oh, that's always fun.
He knew he was leaving. So they didn't know he was leaving. He knew he was leaving. But basically he had to wait. There was a whole thing that was complicated. So for the last 5 months, think about this, almost half a year that he worked at this place, he would show up to work at 10. At lunchtime, he would go, I got an off-site meeting. But in different for his industry. But like, I'll tell you what it was during the break. But he'd say, I have an offsite meeting, and then he would leave for the day. Would leave for the whole day and come back to our house and play Tiger Woods golf on PlayStation with a giant dip in. And by the time I got home from work, he'd already been playing for 3.5 hours.
Well, it also isn't new because like one of the stories I saw on this, I want to try to find this, was about millennials that were
quiet quitting.
Yep. So what is that?
That's where you just don't tell anybody and you don't show up and you just kind of coast. You do what Peter Gibbons does in Office Space, basically. You quiet quit.
So you have the job, but you're not working.
That's it.
But they would find that out.
And there it is. Yep. Eventually.
So
and there'd be repercussions.
Okay.
But you don't care.
So here it is. I found it here. Millennials are quiet vacationing. So that's different than quiet quitting, I guess. Which is kind of what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're talking about that.
The hush vacation. There's a giant workaround culture. But it is also true to say, like, it's not new that an older person in their 50s would be taking a business lunch and they're just going and playing golf with a couple dudes and pounding beers.
Oh, yeah.
On the 7th hole. So, like, that's not a new thing for millennials, right? We don't need to pretend like 25 years ago, nobody was taking a lunch with a client and that just meant they were going out golfing. Now, if it's an actual client for work, then Again, I know how that works. I've been to baseball games with clients before.
Sure.
I was like, GP, you want to go with somebody to the baseball game? And I'm like, hell yeah. You know what I did? I had a lot of fun. I was just watching baseball with a guy that I'd hang out with normally. And that was quote unquote like a work trip or something. So I get that sometimes you can feed out of two troughs. But what I'm saying is there were times, probably a lot of them in the past, where someone would be like, yeah, as you said, I got a meeting with somebody off site. And it's just like you went home and you and your buddy, in your case, played Xbox. Or in this case, just like me and him met up, we had lunch, we pounded some beers, we went and hit golf balls at a driving range. That's probably a thing. Joshua's got an answer on why companies care about the hush vacation. Because my point is, Joshua, if you're okay with me working at my house, you shouldn't care where I'm working. What do you say to that?
Here's the dirty little secret, fellas. And for context, I run a small business. We got about 40 employees, and we're 100% virtual. And I do care a little bit. And here's what no boss will tell you: it's because it means you're paying them too much. If they have the ability to go on vacation with some regularity, not just like your annual 2 weeks to the beach, but like, you know, they're
unbelievable.
Like
that's funny.
Calling in from different places. Then you're paying them too much money. They should not be able to do that. And there's also a little bit of a jealousy of like, you know, they're on this call right now, and yes, they sent in their document on time, but they're probably at the pool or at the beach or like in warm ocean water doing something that you wish.
So why don't you just bring them back to the office, Joshua?
Because you don't want to come back to the office. That's the other dirty little secret. I'm a boss who would prefer to not be in an office. And I actually have employees that would love to be in an office, but I got 3 little kids. I'm constantly running to soccer, this and that. We actually do one gathering every quarter. So we do like a big staff retreat. Everybody comes in and then they go back to their separate ways because I don't want to see these people every day.
Dude, like it's funny. That's hilarious to say that. But there are people you don't see. Like I'll see people at work
see them
right now
every day on Zoom.
Yeah.
We talk about everything. We talk about favorite albums and everybody's health issues, and I get all kinds of interaction that's virtual.
So let me ask you this: what percentage of the work time? I don't know if that's 9 to 5 or how your company works, but what percentage of the time that someone is quote unquote on the clock do you think they are working?
You think they're actually working
from home?
I mean, I think if they were in the office, it'd be maybe 10% more. But I will say it also means that I can like call people and ask people to do stuff at like more random hours. Like I have no problem asking them for like a set, to work till 7 on some special project, because I'm like, hey, you guys work from home. You shouldn't be pushing back on anything. Like you have maximum flexibility. And so you make
and if it was a 9 to 5, you would not even think to make that call.
Then that after hours call is poor form.
No, they got to get home to their kids, but they're already at home now, and so we can push them a little bit harder. But yeah, the biggest thing is like and I have an employee who's like, he was in Bermuda and then he was there and then he was there. I'm like, he's great, but am I paying this guy too much money? I'm like, what is going on here? So,
some people are suggesting that there's a tax ramification to this as well. Joe's in Kensington. I've seen this a lot on social media. I don't understand exactly what they're getting at, Joe. So you think companies care from a tax standpoint?
Yeah, I think it's a huge issue. Like companies have to register where they operate and where they work. And if I'm registered to work here in Maryland or in Northern Virginia, where there's tax reciprocity because we're all Metro DC, that's one thing. But if I up and go work in South Carolina on the beach for 2 weeks, I'm earning income in a different state that I'm not paying as a individual on my taxes, nor is the company paying their portion of taxes in that state.
But it makes sense. I mean, is that a big enough deal for the company to care about? It doesn't seem like the company they're not getting penalized for that.
But they could if they get found out that that's happening. States that come after you. California came after my father because he did a week's worth of work out there, and he was under a tax audit, and it came out, and he had to pay retroactive taxes to California.
No kidding.
That's crazy.
That's good information.
Thank you, bud.
Do you think that's a part of it?
So it would seem to me to be so nominal.
That's
like in
saying.
other words, like I know our thing is so different, but bear with me. You and I go to New Orleans this December when they play. We're working from New Orleans. We'll do a show from there. Is
That's a good point. People travel for
Yeah,
work
like
all the time.
like a work conference, something like that. Like I think that's such a nominal amount because it's not as
why
if
don't I pay everywhere? I used to travel on the beat constantly.
Yeah.
I don't think I mean, unless something happened that I don't know about on the back end, but you're not paying a bunch of taxes. I was in Tampa for these 2 days. How's that different?
right. So, but I think I'm working this out in my mind here as we go. So it's not as if that you, let's say for the sake of argument, you're covering the team and they go to Tampa. You're not earning dollars directly from the local Tampa economy with some transaction down there. You're performing a service on the road for the Washington D.C. area company. If you went down there to sell Grant's widgets and you sold Grant's widgets for a fortnight in Tampa Bay, that might be a different story. So I could see that.
There's some good stories coming in of people who have been on the clock and having a good time. We will get to those next. 800-636-1067. We're diving into what has become a big story all over the country this week. Companies are cracking down on what they're calling hush vacations, where people won't tell the boss and they'll take their work with them on vacay with the summer looming. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan discussing the hush vacation for the work from home folks. There are many of them, and they are taking their show on the road. They're going on vacay, working out and about. Their bosses are finding out they're not liking it. They're putting the kibosh on it, and we're kind of wondering, at least I'll speak for myself, why do you care? If I'm in my living room or if I'm in someone else's living room in an Airbnb in a beach city, I'm working. There's also, if you read into some of these stories, like people who have mastered the craft of, they'll literally, if they know the company monitors how often they're on the Teams or the Slack app, they'll open the app, they'll send a quick comment, they'll set their phone for a couple hours, come back and do that again. I mean, they'll just click the mouse. Like they'll do literal things because some companies, and I don't know what the technology is, but they'll actually check for productivity in measurable ways. And so people are trying to crack that code.
Yeah, I know someone who's on the other side of that, who's trying to come up with systems to monitor employees in that way. And it's not foolproof, but you do the best you can to try to encourage people to be active.
I don't know that you can prove one way or the other. And my point is not to say you're definitively going to be more productive at the office. I think there are benefits from a company standpoint for people being at the office. And what I've seen more than anything else post-COVID in cities like DC, where you had 49% of the foot traffic in the study I saw from a year or so ago, and the city has really paid the price for companies not being in the office. Whether that's something people care about or not, another conversation, another debate. But like there are drawbacks, right? But you do get this a lot from people. You're more productive at home. Are you? I mean, because the study said so? It probably is case by case, if I had to guess. Like Chris in Hyattsville goes, any productivity loss from not being in the office is made up by not having to commute to work, request time off for doctor's appointments, leave the office early to pick up kids, run errands, stand in line for lunch, etc. Maybe. I'm just saying every job's different. Every person's different. Probably is pretty case by case. But I'm not arguing with him. It sounds good. I don't know.
If the point is there a study for that? Yes. So when this came up years ago, the most angry I've ever made our audience is when, I don't know if you remember the story or not, Apple, the big company Apple out there in Cupertino, California, they got their own little city with the nicest work office anybody's ever been in the world.
With Apple's work.
They were like, could you guys come in twice a week? And Apple employees acted like they were being taken prisoner. They acted like they were being asked to go dig their own trench and live in a gulag without air or sunlight for 10 years. And I was like, here's what you do. When you're the place where you work says go to work, you go to work. You would have thought I was like, reach into your own stomach and pull out your spleen and sell your organs on the black market. Like you would have thought I said the most insulting thing possible. People were furious at me, yelling me about all the different studies. That's amazing. Tell your boss about the study. When the employee or the person that's in charge says, please come to work, you go to work. See what I'm saying? Like that's where I draw it. Like if they go, please be in the office, you need to be in the office. Like that's it. It's that simple to me. You know what I mean? Like I hear you. Cool study. Or find a company where they listen to your studies.
There are plenty of them right now.
Yeah.
You can find those. Kevin's in Centerville. What's up, Kevin? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, Grant Danny?
Hey, buddy.
See, even like just saying the adult in the room says to go back in a room means that the employees are children, right? And that's the way that these managers think, is that they think that the employees are children that have to be overseen. We would disappear a bunch of middle management if we didn't have to go back in the office, right? And also a bunch of these companies like Apple have these big campuses, have these big properties.
They already paid for them, yeah.
People don't go, that if people don't go back to them, you know what happens to their property value? It goes down in the tank. And that is what is driving a lot of this, is that you have a lot of corporations that have invested in a lot of property, and a lot of that real estate will go down the crapper if they don't bring their employees back and show some sort of value in it. And I don't care if somebody wants to go travel the world and they can get their productivity done. What does that bother me? Why am if I'm a boss, why do I care? Right? It's some imaginary thing that we've done in the past of you must be in the office to be productive. You don't. If you're productive at home, you're productive at home. That's it.
I hear you, bud.
I think that's true. And that's kind of where I come, not necessarily I am team let's be in the office because I like human interaction, to be honest with you. Like outside of the home where I just have a couple of toddlers and my wife. Like I want to talk to other people occasionally and grown-ups and have the discourse and whatever else. But his point where he says, if you're productive, that's all that matters. I agree. I wonder though, how many jobs is it quantifiable? That like, if you're a salesperson, you've got to meet a quota, let's say.
Mhm.
You either do that or you don't. That's binary. Get it?
Yes.
For you and I, we're on air. Theoretically, we are governed by ratings. Ideally, they're good. It's not, in my opinion, the most gospel system in the world, but it's what we live by.
Best we got.
Yeah? It's what we got. We deal with it. If you want to tell me, hey, the numbers have slipped, like we have a binary way to view performance in some way. Yeah. You could even do that with your ear if you're our boss, quality of program, whatever. There are lots of jobs, though, where I don't know that you have that way to say, like, you were productive. You don't need to be more productive because you got to your level or you're best in the company at this. There's plenty of jobs where it's probably arbitrary. And then how do you judge that out of the office versus in the office?
So I want to go to something else that the caller pointed out. And again, I'm not ripping him at all. I appreciate the discussion. Have you ever had a job or ever had to do anything where you disagreed with your manager? You disagreed with his manager or her manager or the people all the way at the top? I do. I have. I'm a human being. We all have. We've had to work in places where the decision by the big folks up at the top that probably never met you or me are not correct. They prioritize the wrong thing. They say the wrong thing. They think that we should be doing one thing when we clearly should be doing another. They don't support you in the right way. This, that, and the other thing. If you'd like to leave that company, leave that company. The decision could be, hey, it's our policy that you should come into the office twice a week. You may think that's the dumbest policy in the history of mankind. Go to work or don't. See what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
That's and I'm not yelling at
But
you.
you're getting into a different topic now, which is like, should you be in the office or not? Which is fine.
Right.
But to spin it back, we're talking about essentially the Huss vacation. I think his point, well, he kind of went into that lane too.
Right.
He was kind of saying like productivity is what should matter at home.
Yeah, which I get, and I think that's a wonderful part of the discussion. If that's all that matters to somebody, but in a lot of competitive fields, you can be productive and also not be a great teammate. You know what I mean? You could be productive and isolated and not help the greater whole. But it all depends on the company, the field, the office culture, the space, etc. There's so many different factors, and I think there's nuance. But a lot of people are just like, no, I want to be at home. What this really is to me is your convenience, and that's fine. But I'd like you to own that.
I brought a buddy, Rick Snyder, who's a friend of the program, who is a longtime writer and columnist, fandc.com.
Mm-hmm.
Has covered DC sports forever. We had lunch in the Navy Yard, had a meeting this morning. He came over and kind of walked around, and he's like, man, is this place always this empty? And I was like, today's one of the busy days.
Yeah, today's the busy day, sir.
Tuesdays and Thursdays is when the building's full.
You ought to see those Mondays.
But this building was built for a different time, to be honest. Like, all those desks right there, he's like, who sits here? I'm like, nobody anymore.
Chris Russell when he does a TV hit.
But like, yeah, I mean, we don't need all of the space, all of the desks, all of the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But there's something too. I don't know what we spend to be here, but it's probably a lot of money. And yeah, they want us in the room because they're paying for the room. It just so happens in our little job, which is different in a small scale, specific to our little circle here. It sounds better when we're sitting here on this microphone. Helps us to be here, not distracted, talking on mic. Let's go to Francis in Henrico on Grant and Danny. What's up, Francis?
Hey, guys. Well, I wanted to share a little information. There are 3 examples that paint this picture very clearly. And there are major consulting firms like Deloitte and Anderson that have studied this endlessly. It is 10 to 1, if not 100 to 1, the productivity metrics, and they're very sophisticated metrics, that people working remotely and from home are much less, not 10% less, much less. Yes, there are exceptions, and some people are really driven, but it's no coincidence. Goldman Sachs did not wake up and mandate people come back because it's kind of debatable and we want a better culture at work. No, they did the homework. Just like, as crazy as he is, Elon Musk famously said, if you want to pretend to work from home, then go pretend to work for some other company. He didn't say that because he's a knucklehead and he's out there, even though he is. He subscribe to major Deloitte studies on it. It is a little bit about the company. Goldman Sachs is famous for being production per unit oriented. It is all about how much revenue each unit produces. There are firms like Apple and Capital One that are campus oriented, and they take a lot of pride in having committees that oversee committees, and we have kindergarten classes and all this stuff. The really revenue per unit oriented firms, and Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, they did the homework. And it wasn't about you better do what I say because I'm a boss. It's about money to the bottom line. And the dirty little secret is the people that have done homework on this have found out it is not a 10% difference with the majority, the overwhelming majority. It is a dramatic difference.
And he's talking about, sorry to cut you off, thanks for the call, the other way. Because we have dueling studies, apparently.
So, but here's there have been 1,000,001 studies. There'll be 1,000,001 more because this is now a question facing every business in the country.
Correct.
It just is. I mean, it's at some you can't remote work roofing anywhere. You can't remote work being a plumber or HVAC repair person or lawn care. So some industries, but a lot of industries in this country, companies in this country are facing this crisis of the push and pull from employees and mission statements and whatever else, what we want.
Also, and I don't know how this factors in, but I cannot stop myself from bringing this up again. It's no individual person's problem. Like if I'm able to work from home, it makes my family life better, my life better, and I'm productive and I'm doing a great job. Then it's not my problem that 49% of people are in DC that were before. As businesses shut down, as the city falls on hard times, as crime goes up, and all this stuff happens. But it's happening in a lot of cities, right? I mean, how do we fix that? One of the ways, according to what the mayor was saying and Ted Leonsis has been talking about, is that companies are going to continue to come back and more people are going to be in the city and then the businesses will flourish. But is that something we need to care about or not? Like, and I'm not making a point. I'm literally asking a question. But this is larger in some ways, I'd say, than just me being able to do my job. Maybe your answer is it's not my problem. Someone else can figure that out. That my company can deal with that. Okay, if that's your answer, but we need to at least acknowledge when half of the people that were working downtown, and that was the number we heard, right?
It's about that, yeah.
Are no longer doing that. And, oh, by the way, look at what's happening in D.C. from a business standpoint. Like, that's a problem. Dexter's in Clinton. What's up, Dexter?
Hey, Grant. So along the lines of what you were just saying, essentially the mayor has made a big deal about that, about wanting the federal workers back and all of those things. But the biggest problem is there's been no concessions. Like nobody cared when everybody was going downtown. There's nowhere to park. It's outrageous as far as what lunch costs and the expenses there. And the 500 red light cameras, speed cameras, and so forth.
I just got another one, by the way.
100%,
Dexter,
dude.
I just got another of those bastards. It's a $150 ticket because I don't even remember this, but it must have been a stale yellow or something. Red light ticket. If I don't pay by next week, it's $300.
But you couldn't pay the same day. You had to wait for
giant pain in the ass. But anyway, keep going.
Please go ahead.
But yeah, I mean, with those things, it's like no changes have been made in those areas to make people want to go downtown.
Thank you.
So if you can, stay at home and not spend $20 on lunch every day, nobody's stepping up and saying, I want to be back downtown where everything's overly priced, nowhere to park. And the city's not doing anything to make any incentives for people to want to be there. So I agree with you. Yes, it's a problem. But like you said, when you're looking out for your family and your best interest, if you can work from home, you're going to do it because you don't want to deal with the hassle that goes along with going into the city.
It is a giant pain in the butt.
Where did he live? Do you remember where he was calling from?
Clinton.
Run for office. Yeah. Say that. Go on a stage and say that. And I'll help campaign for you. I'll go door to door. I'll hand out a flyer with your picture on it and said, vote Dexter.
That he literally hit so close to home.
Oh man.
That red light ticket was right out here coming to work.
Oh, I know
it. It's $150.
Oh, I know that spot.
That day I paid a bunch of money to park.
Sure did.
We pay $250 to park every month underneath.
How much if you'd gotten one soda and one soda only that day, how much would it have been?
Gas. The tire gets popped by the screw on the outside. That crap all adds up. Oh, yeah. He's not wrong about that. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in? Hush vacations has become a buzz phrase this week. G&D on the Fan. Top of the hour, we'll hit the headlines from a day that was in sports. We're also going to be playing a new game for the first time. For tickets, we're giving away a prize. Jaden Daniels or Jeff Daniels. Can you tell which Daniels we're talking about? We'll name that Daniels. Situation on G&D. Been talking about people getting work done from home. Some of them are taking these vacations, not telling their bosses. Brandon's in D.C. What's up, Brandon? How are you?
How's it going, GP? What's up, Dan? How you doing?
Good, man.
Hey, by the way, Josh Harris Fan Club on Twitter. GP, I love when you read out my tweets. My family gets a huge kick out of it every time.
I love that.
You guys.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate
you.
You
guys are my guys, for real. So, yeah, well, to start off, I do work at a company now. I got to go in 3 days a week. Hopefully I'm not saying too much, but yeah, I used to.
It's you in like 40%.
Yeah, I was gonna say that doesn't eliminate anybody. You're good.
All right. So I used to go in like 2 days a week, 1 day a week, and then take a little vacation here and there. I went to live on the West Coast for a little bit for a few months. I went to go to the beach every once in a while, just here and then. They don't say anything, but now I got to be a little smarter about it. Kind of one of those tech companies that kind of cares about that stuff, but that's not what I called about. At my old company, I did take advantage of it pretty hard and said I had to go down to Richmond to pick up my sister from jail. Yeah, I had a whole big plot going up a week or so, just made her sound like a badass. So then the day I really wanted to work from home, I went in there for like an hour. I was like, oh man, my friends we were all really big into Shameless at the time. It was probably like 4 or 5 years ago. So I was like, yeah, man, me and my friend Soup, I'll send them this after. So, I'll give him the shout out. Like, man, you got to leave right now. We got to watch Shameless. Like, I'm going to watch this without you. I'm like, you're not watching this without me. I got this whole elaborate plan. So
you did all this to go home to watch Shameless.
You just wanted to go watch Shameless.
And I just want to go home and watch Shameless, yeah.
With Soup du jour.
I told him my sister went to jail. My sister already had a mugshot at the time, so I just sent my boss a picture of the mugshot. I'm sure actually my old boss might be listening to this. He's big.
You're fine now.
He's like, Brandon, you bastard.
Yeah. Statute of limitations.
I mean, at least he had the mugshot ready to go.
So if you don't have a mugshot, then it's like, sure, produce one. Then it's like, uh-oh.
It's also less of a lie because at some point it sounds like she didn't go to jail. Right? If there's a real mugshot.
You can just go, the last thing I heard, my sister's in jail.
Right.
Now, you maybe didn't hear.
In a way that's not a complete lie.
Last
it's not
time
like
I heard.
You photoshopped the mugshot. That would be a little more misleading. Let's go to Chris in Gaithersburg. What's up, Chris?
Hey, Chris.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call.
Got it, man.
So I actually just recently got into the office life. I left one of your favorite spots, Grant, Great American Restaurants, for a 9 to 5. Yeah, and the Silverado fajitas are the top tier.
That is correct.
Silverado's very, very
That is
good.
correct, sir. Yeah.
You sleep on Mike's and you sleep on Randy's, but I'll accept your love for Silverado.
I worked there for quite a few years. I'm not sleeping on anything.
Okay, my
But
man.
The 3 days a week, I go into office. And if anyone tells you that they're more productive at home, they're lying.
I mean, look, we are only a product of what we've experienced, and maybe it's just this is the business I've chosen and been in for so long.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to fathom that my own personality, I'm so distracted. My kids are so crazy. I think that's nuts, but hey, people go so hard in the paint and get so bothered. I'll just take their word for it and not yell at them.
Yeah, but that's all I want to say. And thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Have a good day, guys.
Thank you for the Aussie rolls over the years. That I'm quite sure at some point, maybe not you specifically, but somebody who was working with you brought to my table.
Somebody did. And thank you to them.
Aussie rolls. That's funny, though. He's like, yeah, I did go back to the office. And I got to tell you, I'm doing a lot more work now. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's go to Jared, who's in Chantilly. What's up, Jared?
Hey, guys.
What's up, man?
Thanks for taking my call. I just want to say I have a job where I can work from home a little bit if I want to. So, like, if I'm feeling sick or if I'm taking, like, a short day for a vacation or something like that, I'll do it. But I definitely noticed that I'm not as productive. I get way distracted. But to go on the other side of that coin.
But how far to the extreme do you go as a work from home person? Like, would you go hit golf balls on the clock? Would you go see a movie? Like, have you pushed the boundaries at all?
I don't like trying to do that now. No, so I don't do that. But I want to say on the other side of the coin, my dad's worked from home for about 20 years. He started in the early 2000s working remote, and he's extremely productive at home. But he had to do it by setting up his own office and like staying in that spot the whole time. And so for me, that's something that I don't like about working from home is that kind of balance between work and life. Like when I'm home, and I don't have to worry about anything work-wise. And when I'm at work, I can put aside life and do work.
You remember the pandemic times of just doing everything?
Yeah.
Kids running around school and
Just
all that.
Absolutely beyond miserable.
I don't know how anyone got through that. I mean, if your whole family's at home and you've got young kids and you say you're productive, put on a cape and put an S on the chest. I don't know how you do it. Let's go last one here. Carlos, Savannah Park. You get the last word. Go ahead.
Man, listen, I was on vacation. Well, me and my girl were on vacation in Austin, Texas. And I was like, cool, we're going to enjoy our day. Sorry, babe, I have to get on the clock at 7:30. I'm like, we're on vacation. It's 7:30 a.m. in Austin, and then it's 8:30 here in Maryland. Eventually I want to take her to San Diego, and I'd be damned if you don't take off work, because I'm not waking up at 5:30 in San Diego on the West Coast while
for an 8:30 meeting. Yeah.
8:30. You know, so they get the luxury to do that. They don't have to put PTO or anything. I'm pretty sure her job didn't even notice that she was in Austin, Texas, or anything like that. Yes, I'm a little jealous. She gets to do that. I'm going to go into surgery, like surgical tech as a surgeon and all that. I can't.
You have to be there.
You got to be there. You got to be present.
I have to be there.
That's going to be super impressive when we get to a point where the surgeons get to work from home. That'd be pretty good.
But we're not that far. You joke.
I know. The
with some AI,
or
it's like you're playing operation on your touch screen right there.
If you want tickets, we got prizes to give away. We got tickets that could be yours next. 800-636-1067. We'll hit the headlines. We've also got a game. It's Jaden Daniels or Jeff Daniels on Grant and Danny. A real life 4.5 hour full length Grant and Danny. The people can't even believe it. We are live all over DC on 106.7 and in Richmond on FM 105.1 AM 910. Of course, you can listen to the show wherever you're at, coast to coast, on the Odyssey app. Not to be confused with the Audacity app, which people like to say sometimes.
No.
It's very much the Odyssey app. And the reason it's Odyssey is because it's an Odyssey.
One part Odyssey.
But
what else?
And this is my favorite.
What else?
It's also audacious.
There it is.
So it's
there it is. You put them together. What happens?
Because we're bold,
but
we're on a journey together. Odyssey. Get it?
Odyssey.
Now you do. The Grant and Danny Show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Moran. They're going to provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, probate admin. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to mention that we referred you so you can get a discount, kmlawyers.com. Darius, it is time to fire up a little game show music. We got tickets to give away to the people. Initially, you will be playing here for our first 4-pack of Old Glory DC Rugby tickets. So congrats to whoever wins those. The game is June 1st against Anthem Rugby Carolina. For the complete Old Glory DC schedule and tickets, visit thefanddc.com/events. We'll go in the order that calls came in, which means Patrick.
The Iranian president just died in a helicopter accident. That's what he said.
What is true?
That's not really politics. That's just news.
Yeah.
Right,
It's more news than politics.
I mean, it's political news.
Right.
Yeah.
Patrick, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can confirm that the Iranian president did pass away
In that helicopter crash, yeah.
But it's not politics. It's more news.
More news.
What's up, bud?
How are you, pal? Everything good?
Yeah. I got my brother on the phone with me from Florida.
Is this a three-way conversation?
Did you guys know you're calling the radio station at all?
We were on hold together listening to Grant and Danny. We were on hold together. It was like Grant and Danny and then Michael and Patrick. It was like the fourth.
Wow, the four best friends. So is this a three-way call right now? This would be the first time in show history.
I don't think we've done this.
It is. I'm talking to my brother, and so I'm on the phone with y'all, and then
I love this brother relationship where you guys catch up on world.
I was going to say world news.
Me and my brothers have not covered that news during any phone
this is
calls.
about my ride home. I normally talk to them on my ride home and listen to y'all. You know?
Also, with all due respect, you guys are 3 days late on that story. That happened a few days ago.
We were actually talking about how on 106.7 the Fan, you guys don't talk politics. And I said, yeah. JP brought it up the other day on the Junkies. He was like, but it's more news than politics. You know, that's what we were saying. We were agreeing that it really wasn't politics when we brought it up. I don't talk politics in the morning. I know we don't talk politics with the Junkies, but Iranian president just died in a helicopter accident. I'm like, yeah, that's not really politics.
We'll qualify that as news.
That's like world news. I'm with you guys actually on that assessment.
You guys were you going to talk about any family business we could listen in on, or are we good now? You guys need to get a plan together.
We're trying to get a big tailgate down here for the Tampa Washington Week 1
for the opener.
You know.
Yeah,
are you near Raymond James Stadium?
Oh, we've always put it on the fan.
He's breaking up.
No,
that's got to be the Florida guy breaking up.
Yeah. Look, we're going down there September 8th.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
To get a whole area.
Fire off the cannons.
Tampa, take over Tampa.
All right, so here's the game you're playing. Are you ready to play, Patrick?
Let's do it.
All right,
Mike, you want to play? I'll play, or Mike can play. Mike, you want to play? Go ahead, Mike, play.
Oh, I don't actually know what the rules are there.
I'm sure it's fine.
Well,
I'm sure it's fine.
What's the game?
Well, it's going to be called Jaden Daniels or Jeff Daniels. All right?
Let's do it.
All right. So here's how the game works. I'm going to read you an anecdote from a bio, and you have to tell us if it's Jaden Daniels, the quarterback of the Commanders, or if it's Jeff Daniels, the famous actor.
All right, let's do it. Mike,
you ready?
You can help, please.
Okay, so here we go. First one. This gentleman appeared in an off-Broadway production of David Harrower's Blackbird in 2007 alongside Allison Pill, with whom he would later reunite in Aaron Sorkin's The Newsroom. Is that Jeff Daniels or Jaden Daniels?
That's Jeff.
Are you sure?
Sure. Yep.
You're right.
That's correct.
That's Jeff
That is
Daniels.
correct.
Yeah,
That is correct.
All right. One more, and you, as a family, it sounds like,
everyone can go.
Are going to be going to the Old Glory DC rugby game. Danny, give him one more.
All right, here we go. This one's a little bit tougher.
And which game are we playing?
This is Jeff Daniels or Jaden Daniels. Jeff Daniels or Jaden Daniels. This person was born December 18th. December 18th.
Ooh, is that all you're giving him?
Yes.
That's tough.
Jeff Daniels or Jaden Daniels.
Let's go with my man Jaden.
Final answer?
Final answer.
That is correct.
Ladies
That is
and
correct.
gentlemen, we got a winner. I'm going to
That's
throw
how you
them
play.
on hold. Clary, make sure they get their tickets.
Throw both of those guys on hold.
Let's go. They can both bring a date. Brothers uniting once more. That's how we play Jaden Daniels or Jeff Daniels on Grant and Danny. They're going to see Old Glory DC rugby. All right, let's keep it moving. Steven's in Solomon's Island. What's up, Steve?
What up, G&D?
You will be playing a 4-pack of tickets. It's on the line. Old Glory Rugby, Saturday, June 1st against the Anthem Rugby Carolina. For the complete Old Glory DC schedule and tickets, visit thefandc.com/events. You're not on the line with any family members right now, are
Just you?
Just me, myself, and I.
All right. And you're not breaking down any deaths of world leaders or anything like that?
That's more world news.
Not talking about the Iranian president.
All right. Very good. So, Steve, I'm going to start this bidding here. I'm going to make this tricky for you. The game is called Jeff Daniels or Jaden Daniels. Here we go. This gentleman holds an undergraduate degree from Arizona State, but also pursued a Master of Liberal Arts from LSU. Is that Jeff Daniels or is that Jaden Daniels?
That would be Jaden.
You're very correct.
That is correct.
That's Jaden Daniels. What if Jeff Daniels went to those same two schools?
Wouldn't that be wild?
That would be unbelievable.
This Daniels, this is for the tickets here.
All righty.
This Daniels was born in Athens, Georgia. Is that Jeff Daniels or Jaden Daniels?
Ooh, I think I'm going to go back-to-back with Jaden.
I'm sorry.
You hate to
see that happen.
You're going much harder than I am, it feels like.
Yeah. Well, the second one's a little bit, it's like the next level. That's the harder of the two.
I see what we're doing.
You know what
here.
I mean? The first one is like, okay.
A little bit of a staircase situation.
Right?
Let's go to Jacob in Reston. Jacob, are you ready to play Jaden Daniels or Jeff Daniels?
I am, fellas.
All right. You are playing for tickets to Old Glory Rugby in D.C.
All right, let's do it.
In 1994, this man co-starred with Jim Carrey in one of the most commercially successful films ever, Dumb and Dumber. Is that Jeff Daniels or Jaden Daniels?
That is Jeff Daniels. My favorite movie, Harry Dunn.
Actually, no. Believe it or not, Jaden Daniels was an extra.
Oh,
I'm kidding.
No, we're joking.
He's
just kidding.
Jeff Daniels.
That's Jeff Daniels.
You knew that, Harry
That's
Dunn.
Jeff Daniels.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
There we go.
Come on, have confidence. He actually was like, what? That's
Yeah.
incredible. I have not heard that about Jaden. He was like,
I would not believe that about Dumb and Dumber. I love that movie.
So good. So good.
All right.
How old would he have been in 94? Would he have been born? No chance.
I don't think he's born yet.
That's 30
Me?
years.
Yeah. Man, I was like...
That's a good point.
6 or 7.
I mean, he's an old rookie, but no. Hey-o, come on.
Come on, everybody.
Come
We're
on.
having fun.
Everybody's having a good time.
Killing me.
By the way, Dumb and Dumber's been 30 years?
Yeah, it's 30 years, buddy.
God, we're the oldest.
That's right.
That's terrible.
That is right.
Harry, I took
care of it.
Put another shrimp on the Barbie.
This Daniels, because remember, we're playing Jeff Daniels or Jaden Daniels, was the one-time mayor of the town in where this Daniels lived.
I think that is Jeff Daniels again. That's close. I don't know, though. But I'm going to go with Jeff.
You went with the right answer. That is correct.
There he is.
That is Jeff Daniels.
Yeah, baby.
So I'm going to put you on hold to get your tickets. I read that his father was the mayor of that town, never that Jeff was. Was Jeff also the
No, I
mayor?
said his father.
I don't think you said his father.
I did. I said that his father was the mayor of this Daniels'
And I
town.
misheard that.
Yeah.
And I want to apologize.
Jeff Daniels has never been a mayor, except maybe in a role somewhere.
Probably has been a mayor in a role.
Played a mayor.
Now let's go to Josh, who is listening on the Odyssey app, not the Audacity app.
It's not Audacity.
Do you know why it's called the Odyssey app, Josh?
Because it's audacious.
That's correct.
But also,
And what else? And is there anything else comes to mind?
forgot the first part.
Yeah, but
That's
it's
okay.
so audacious. When you listen to the app, aren't you like, God, this is an audacious
What an
app.
audacious app.
Oh, yeah. Very,
Right.
very audacious.
The part that you're forgetting about the app, in addition to its audaciousness, is that you're on an Odyssey.
You yourself are on the Odyssey.
Get
Right.
it?
Like
I'm in the
Odysseus.
Odyssey.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So
That
if you
is
can
right.
get 2 answers in a row, you will win a family
All right.
4-pack of tickets to Old Glory Rugby this Saturday, June 1st. Anthem Rugby Carolina. With a complete Old Glory DC schedule and tickets, visit thefandc.com/events. Are you ready to play the game?
I'm ready, Grant. Let's do it.
All right. I actually have, this one is very tricky. So I want you to give it thought because you're going to have your answer right away that you think's right. And then you got to think twice and make sure before you say it. You understand what I'm saying? It's going to sound easier than it is. All right. This Daniels won the Heisman in 2023 with an unbelievable play style as a dual threat. 50 touchdowns, 40 passing, 10 rushing, and nearly 5,000 total yards. Is that Jeff Daniels?
Why are you laughing?
Jaden Daniels.
It's a tough one.
Remember what I said. Give it an extra beat. Think it over.
Don't overthink it.
Right.
No, definitely overthink.
Oh.
Okay. I got it.
Yep.
I'm gonna go with Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels.
Good job.
That's the one.
You're probably tempted to go.
Should have been Blake Corum, but it's Jaden Daniels.
Whoa.
Shrapnel.
We're not playing sour grapes here, sir.
I could
No, I'm
actually.
kidding.
I just think I'm picturing Jeff Daniels like in an LSU uniform playing Alabama.
Just doesn't work, yeah.
Danny, finish strong.
This Daniels is listed at 6'2" and 3/4. 6'2" and 3/4.
6'2" and 3/4. I'm gonna go with Jaden Daniels again.
Now, hang on. Before you say that, I want you to remember that Jaden Daniels at the Combine was listed over 6'3".
Well, when you put it like that, I guess I got to go Jeff Daniels.
Wow.
Jeff Daniels.
Amazing.
Jeff Daniels.
Amazing. He got it.
Ladies and
How
gentlemen,
did he get it?
That is the way you play the game.
How did he know?
The game is called Jeff Daniels.
How could he have come up with that?
Or Jaden Daniels.
I mean, out of nowhere.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yeah.
I think we could run that back in the future.
That's a game.
I think it's a fun game, right? Everybody had a good time.
I like it better than the original game we came up with, which was Jaden Daniels or Jeff McDaniels or Josh McDaniels. You know, like, it's just better.
Name that Daniels.
Just regular Daniels.
We could incorporate Antonio Daniels in the future.
Oh,
you know any more?
yeah.
Philip Daniels?
Philip Daniels.
Former Redskins defensive end. They were
93?
called the Redskins then.
Yeah.
They were. You know why they were called the Redskins? Because it was audacious and it was
an Odyssey.
An Odyssey.
Mm-hmm.
That was No, they were called the Odyssey then. I don't know. Congrats, you're winning a family 4-pack of tickets to Old Glory Rugby Saturday, June 1st. To all of our winners, that is when your event is. Anthem Rugby Carolina is who they're playing. For the complete Old Glory DC schedule and tickets, visit thefandc.com/events. Jeff Daniels is my guy.
Most slept on Jeff Daniels role. Slept on. Not one of the big ones.
So I think if I remember correctly, you hated this show. Because I don't think you like this guy. The Newsroom.
What?
Am I wrong about that?
You're totally wrong. I love that show.
I loved The Newsroom.
Yeah.
I don't want to say it swung me on Jeff Daniels because I was already all the way in. You can't get swung even more when you're all the way in. But that was when I decided Jeff Daniels is brilliant. I went from, I like Jeff Daniels too. Jeff Daniels is one of the best we got. This is a national treasure. And I am an Aaron Sorkin guy.
If you give me...
I thought you were anti-Aaron Sorkin.
No, very pro.
I distinctly remember.
Why do you think that?
Because you're like, oh, he's so heavy-handed and over the top, and it's long dialogue and monologues and soliloquies. That wasn't you?
No.
Must have been my other co-host.
There's a different co-host who's devastatingly
years.
handsome. No, listen, you give me people fast-paced, quipping each other, no stuttering, no pauses, just zinging each other back and forth while walking and talking. That's a hell of a 50 minutes. Aaron Sorkin writes it, I'll watch it. Every time.
So you're in on Sorkin.
Love Sorkin.
The opposite of
Dude,
what I
over talk about and watch The Social Network because it's an Aaron Sorkin joint. All about it.
But I know that you refused and you never watched The West Wing.
I never have watched The West Wing. I will admit that.
What is that?
That's a hole in my
One
game.
of the best shows of all time.
It's on network TV.
That's true. It would not probably. I haven't watched it. I don't know in how many years. I doubt it would now with the ability to binge a show that's just better and edgier. Maybe it doesn't hold up the same. But for network television purposes, The West Wing was excellent.
Biggest role in my game. I'll admit that. To me, his most underrated role, I forget what the name of the character he played, but shortly after the run on The Newsroom and a couple other roles, when he was the boss at NASA in The Martian. Right? Where it's
that was like cameo role.
Yeah, like so very much supporting role. Like Matt Damon is like stranded on Mars or whatever, and he's the like dude that's telling everybody what to do, how to do it, and he'll ask a question, and then when he gets an answer, doesn't like, he just says what the answer is. So he asks the one guy, he's like, "How long to build it?" And he's like, 96 days. He's like, "You have 24." You know, like that sort of like that bit. Jeff Daniels just Danielsing up to 12.
Great, yeah.
I'm all in.
I didn't realize this. I'm now on a rabbit hole here with Aaron Sorkin on IMDb. He wrote the play A Few Good Men that the movie was based on?
Yes.
I had no idea. I mean, you could have given me multiple choice on it. So he wrote A Few Good Men. Or can we not say that?
Actually don't know how to do that.
He wrote the play. The movie came out
he wrote the drafts of the script.
Right. I don't know that he wrote the screenplay. But I had no idea that goes in his file. Aaron Sorkin's a stud. But anyway, Jeff Daniels, Jaden Daniels. That's how the game is played. It's very confusing, but I'm glad you guys hung with us and we figured it out together. Let's hit some headlines before we get out of here in our final few minutes here on Grant and Danny tonight. Game 2, Eastern Conference Finals in the NBA. The Indiana Pacers are looking to get even with the Boston Celtics. That game comes your way. East Finals, Boston leading the series 1-0. Celtics minus 9.5 on the spread.
Seems big to me.
Yeah, I agree. I can't help but think, though, that a lot of people saw that and they said, oh, Indiana's got a chance. They're going to, now be in the series. I actually look at it the opposite way. I thought they just were handed a game that they chose not to accept, and now they're in big trouble. It should be up 1-0. It should be 1-1 going to Indiana. Instead, they're going to be down 2-0. And instead of a 6-game series, now I'm predicting it to go 5. What am I missing?
I mean, I don't know if you're missing anything. We just saw this, though, in the conference semifinals in both series, frankly, both with the Knicks and the Pacers and Minnesota and Denver, were these wild momentum swings, right? We left Denver for dead, then they won 3 straight, then they lost 2 straight. I mean, kind of similar with New York, although that was different. They ran out of steam, were injured a little bit. But so at the risk of an early definitive here, I feel like we're going to find out what kind of series this is tonight. If that was what you think, and what I happen to think too, by the way, the Pacers' best bolt, they were handed a game that they just frittered away, choked down the stretch, just terrible, inexcusable stuff at that high of a level. And that was their best chance, and this whole thing is over already. Or if they're just as competitive, tooth and nail fighting, given the Celtics fits at times, and able to score with that relentlessly paced offense, maybe this is a 5 or 6, maybe like our 6-game series type thing. But to me, we're going to find out tonight.
Can I get my guy, Danny Huhe, to watch a little National Hockey League conference final action?
Oh, that's so doubtful.
Here's what I'm going to do for you.
What do you got for me?
Western Conference Final.
That's a late game?
Game 1. Not that late. 8:30 East time.
Oh, it's not that late.
They're very smart.
That's good.
Edmonton Oilers, Dallas Stars. This is going to be a great game. I got Connor McDavid trying to get to his first cup in the West Final. He's the best. He's got 21 points, second on his team in the playoffs. They got to watch those. Leon Draisaitl, 6 power play goals, 8 goals, second on the team to this point in the playoffs. Team high 24 points.
Did he have a game? I'm trying to remember this. Did he have a game against the Capitals where he actually had 30 points? Did he have like a 30-point game this year against the Capitals?
Might have been 8. Yeah, it might have been 8.
And that like 2,000-0 drubbing?
Oilers Stars, 8:30 start time to drop that puck. I'm going to need you to check that one out for me for a couple minutes. Connor McDavid, man. Best in the world currently. Yeah. On the ice.
Yeah.
Game 1.
Yeah.
Conference final. Give me a little something.
It conflicts with the association, though. It's on at the same time, right?
This is a 2-screen situation. Also, commercial breaks.
Yeah, there are commercial breaks.
Work that Prev Channel button.
There are.
You're a big Prev Channel guy.
I am a big Prev Channel guy. I'll fully acknowledge that. I'm a big previous channel guy.
So is that you're giving me a maybe?
That's a tentative maybe. That's a loose maybe. That's one of those maybes we don't really think they're coming to brunch.
It doesn't feel like a great maybe. It feels like a maybe because you didn't want to give me the answer, and then
I didn't want the shame.
Walked away. NFL news and notes of the day. At Chiefs OTAs, Patrick Mahomes says he's got more weapons than people think. Feels good about what the Chiefs have put together offensively. This reads to me like a guy saying something nice about his teammates early in the offseason.
Good for him.
Because I don't feel the same way. The speedster, Xavier Worthy's already on the sideline with a hamstring. He may be good. They brought in Hollywood Brown, who gets hurt a lot as well. Rashee Rice, who keeps getting in trouble, is going to be suspended at the beginning of the year. And Travis Kelce's in his mid-30s. I think Jared Wiley, who they drafted out of TCU, could help a lot at tight end. But I'm a little worried about the Chiefs' offense and ability to kind of dominate in the regular season. When the playoffs happen, it'll be fine. They're going to start clicking, and they'll save their best shot, basically, for the postseason. Also, have you seen any of the videos or pictures of Mahomes?
No.
Now, this doesn't really matter at quarterback. It's funny coming from me.
Okay.
Looks like you had a little fun this offseason.
You get a little doughy?
You haven't seen it?
I haven't. No, I haven't noticed.
First of all, here's a picture I'm going to show you of him at practice in his practice penny. Look at his little gut there poking out.
Oh, I'm just wearing extra pads. It's to make sure my stomach doesn't get hit.
I'm not sure if he is. But there's a video that everyone was watching of him like walking into the facility.
He's got that shuffle.
It's just not a great looking walk into the facility. And again, it's hilarious coming from me.
I know.
I get it.
We know.
We're talking on a scale of greatest athletes on the planet. But it looks like my guy maybe went to a few concerts, couple of shows, had some fun this offseason, and maybe he's got a little work to do right now. That's all.
Entirely possible. That wouldn't be the first time.
Also, at quarterback, like, I always, my Colin Cowherd take about, like, if you have abs and you post videos of yourself working out, I'm not that interested. I want you to have a little gut, and I want you to post videos of yourself watching film. This is the video that went viral. So he's kind of shuffling in, ill-fitting T-shirt.
Yeah.
A little bit doughy,
yeah,
right?
There's a little softness in there. But he's always had that, like,
well,
weird...
Remember, there was a picture in the locker room after a playoff win.
Uh-huh.
It's like, this is a bad angle, dog. Like, I don't really look like this, man. I'm a dad bod, but not like that, Trav.
I look like 7 dads. Don't take a picture from the front, the side, or the back, or above or below. it don't make me look good.
The angle's not good, Trav. But what are you ruling? What are you coming down on there?
A little softer than we're used to seeing. But again, what I was trying to get out is he's always had a little bit of that, like, weird shuffle in his gait and has looked like he's, I don't know, like he's just coming off of some injury. You know what I mean? But like nobody ever catches him in the game. He's always able to score it away. He's one of the great athletes of all time. But still, they looks a little softer. He had a nice offseason. He had fun.
He did. So did we. We had a good offseason.
We did too.
I'm
still in it.
I've had a lot of good offseasons.
Just see what I did today.
My offseason's been going for like a lot of years. Anyway, Linnell has overtime coming up next right here on The Fan. We got to thank Darius and Ryan, as always, for their work behind the scenes. G&D saying so long. We'll be back at it at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.
This update presented by Potter's Potties. Cleveland Cavaliers have fired